Brody here, and thank you so much for checking out this super stream, which I should explain. It's a compilation of my A's coverage in the last handful of months as it relates to potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas if approved by Major League Baseball, which, as you're aware, could be right around the corner. And so instead of creating new videos, rehashing old topics, I thought it would just be best to revisit all of the coverage and the angles over time and over this last summer that have brought us here. So once again, what you're watching is a repeat of some videos you've seen, probably some you haven't, but I really do appreciate your support here on this channel and throughout this entire process. Here's the next one.
Here's Brody Brazil.
I can't say that history is my number one fascination. I mean, I do appreciate it and I do find it interesting on occasions, but this instance is blowing my mind that the A's departure from Kansas City is playing out in such a similar fashion to what they're trying to do right now in relocating to Las Vegas. And I'm not here to say that the ending of this story is the same or will be the same, and I'm not saying that everything is identical, but there are so many parallels that I wasn't even aware of here until I started to dive into the actual story of what was going on. Here's an article from the New York Times, Tuesday, January 7th, 1964. Finley signs contract to transfer the Kansas City Athletics to Louisville. League sanction needed for shift. Yes, 7 clubs in the American League must approve during a January 16th baseball meeting. So that's just a small portion of the text. I'm going to read you the entire article here from the New York Times. From Frankfort, Kentucky, Charles O. Finley signed a contract with the state of Kentucky today to move the Athletics to Louisville for the 1964 and 1965 seasons, subject to approval of the American League club owners. Sounding familiar, right? Finley said he was confident he would receive approval of the transfer and that he had signed the contract on that basis. Kind of like getting public money in the state of Nevada to relocate to Las Vegas. The team would be known as the Kentucky Athletics. Which sounds weird, right? All these decades in the future. It's amazing that that was suggested and obviously never happened. Asked if he expected to receive approval from the owners, Finley said, quote, "I don't expect it to be a bed of roses, but after I have had the opportunity to present all the true facts, I'm sure they will be appreciative of all our problems and definitely give us approval." End quote. Under the contract with the state, the Athletics would play at the State Fairgrounds at Louisville. The state would receive 5% of the net gate proceeds and 7.5% of gross concession funds. Finley said he was confident Kentucky would support Major League Baseball. He said nothing was definite at the end of the 2-year period. Which is interesting, right? Usually you move, you make a commitment, but a 2-year arrangement to go to the fairgrounds in Kentucky? Finley met with the State Fair Board and Governor Edward T. Breathitt, I believe I'm saying that right, for about 2.5 hours. Breathitt said, quote, "There is no doubt in my mind that Kentuckians will support Major League Baseball. We are gratified that Mr. Finley and his organization think so too." End quote. A sampling of club owners in both leagues showed that 2 believed Finley wasn't doing the right thing and ranged from such comments as, quote, "He's a fool," to, quote, "I wish him every success," according to the Associated Press. Arthur C. Allen, the Chicago White Sox owner, said in Rockford, Illinois, quote, "Finley is a fool, and his action is inexcusable. He has no right whatsoever to attempt such a move. He has an obligation to the people of Kansas City, and he had better make it good. I don't have to tell you how the White Sox will vote on the matter." End quote. General Manager George Selkirk of the Senators said in Washington, quote, "I feel that the people of Kansas City perhaps deserve a better fate than they appear to be receiving at the present time." End quote. The officials of the Los Angeles Angels had no comment. In Cincinnati, Bill DeWitt, the president and general manager of the Reds, said, quote, "If Charlie Finley moves to Louisville, I wish him every success." End quote. So that's the start of it, right? Then there's the momentum of it. A couple days later, in fact, maybe only a day or so later, another article in the New York Times, Kentucky to back efforts of Finley. That's most of the article. This is a short one, but here we go. Louisville's mayor, William O. Cowger, said today he and other Kentucky officials would attend a league meeting on January 16th in support of Charles O. Finley's efforts to move the Kansas City Athletics to Louisville. Cowger in Washington today said Kentucky officials planning to attend the meeting in New York were Governor Edward T. Breathitt Jr., Senator Thurston B. Morton, Representative M.G. Snyder, and Judge Marlowe Cook. His message to Joe Cronin, the American League president, said, quote, "Your wire to Charles Finley was received late yesterday, Wednesday, by my office in Louisville. Please be advised that I will continue to make arrangements for the Athletics," right? Like in Kentucky. The enthusiasm in Kentucky for Major League Baseball is running high. Again, all the parallels here. Finley signed a contract last Monday with the Commonwealth of Kentucky for the A's to use the Kentucky State Fairgrounds Stadium for the 1964 and 65 seasons, despite the opposition to the proposed move by Cronin and other team owners. The Kentucky General Assembly adopted a resolution yesterday urging the president of the American League and its directors to give serious consideration to the proposed transfer. It's almost like a legislative session in the state of Nevada. Okay, so it ultimately does come to a vote on January 16th. Here's the headline from the day after. Again, in the New York Times. Look, there's a photo of that American League meeting and some of the top representatives there, team owners from across the board, including Charlie O. Finley. American League bars A's move to Louisville in a 9-1 vote. Finley must sign Kansas City lease. A's owner, facing possible loss of franchise, says he'll turn to the courts. Now, this is a long, healthy article, so strap in. The reaction here is stuff that you'll never get here in 2023. There was a lot more that the media and press had access to. Here we go. Baseball votes no. The American League last night refused to permit Charles O. Finley to shift his athletics franchise from Kansas City to Louisville, Kentucky. The vote was 9-1, with Finley casting the only ballot in his favor. Wow, I didn't realize that. I thought the one was from somebody else. He voted the only yes. At the same time, Joe Cronin, the president of the American League, said the league owners had warned Finley that he has until February 1st to adjust his leasing difficulties with the officials of Kansas City. So not only can you not move, but you have a deadline to figure out how to stay and 2 weeks of how to stay in Kansas City. Failing in this, said Cronin, Finley faces expulsion from the league and forfeiture of his franchise. I suppose that means failing in not getting a new Kansas City agreement. The issue is still not closed, although it now seems reasonably certain that the Athletics will open the 1964 season in Kansas City. Still breathing defiance after an explosive exit from the meeting in the Savoy Hilton Hotel, Finley said he would take the matter to court. Yeah, they saw in person he was not thrilled with this. He tempered this later, however, and said that he would most probably sign a new contract with Kansas City. At first, he insisted it would only be for 1 year, but later revised his thinking. Quote, "I might as well make it for more," he said, "because it doesn't really make any difference. If I win the case in court, they'll throw the contract out anyway." End quote. Finley had made his plea for a shift to Louisville on the grounds that he could not come to terms with Kansas City officials on a new stadium lease. He had meanwhile signed a 2-year contract with Louisville officials contingent upon the league's approval. The league club owners reached their decision after meeting for more than 9 hours. Delegations from Kansas City and Louisville included 3 United States senators, 1 governor, 2 mayors, and numerous other public officials. When the meeting ended, Finley bolted out of the room and dashed through the open door of an elevator, shouting to the operator, "Take me down! Down!" This is so fascinating that somebody had access to this. I guess in a day of social media and our technology, it would be captured on video. But who would even have the access to these closed quarters? The door, however, didn't close soon enough, and several reporters caught up with him. Oh no. His only reply to their questions was, quote, "No comment. No comment." Reached a little later after he had cooled off a bit, Finley said, quote, "I guess this leaves me with no alternative but to go to court to find out whether the American League can restrain me from moving my franchise." End quote. However, Finley added he intends to go back to Kansas City and still try to work out a one-year stadium lease. Quote, "I always thought I was a pretty good salesman. I gave the best sales talk I ever gave in my life today. But I didn't impress anyone with it," he said. Discussing the possibility of being expelled from the league, Finley said, quote, "I don't think the American League can force me to remain in any city justifiably. I told the directors I lost over $1 million, $1,028,000 to be exact, during the 3 years I've been in Kansas City. That's cold cash. It didn't faze them a bit." End quote. Parallels, right? Parallels. I also don't feel baseball has the right to force me to stay in the city where I am continuously losing money. I don't think the courts will uphold the American League's decision," he said. Cronin said later, quote, "We simply decided it would be more advantageous to stay in Kansas City than make a move. We're hoping," added Cronin, "that Finley will now get together with the Kansas City people. Kansas City outdrew 3 or 4 other cities in the American League last year, and the surveys we took during the summer showed that the people there are interested in baseball. The Louisville people made a fine presentation. But through the years, Kansas City has been fine for the American League." The day's activities began shortly after 10 a.m. when Cronin and the league's 5-man board of directors went into a closed session with Finley. The board consists of Dan Topping of the New York Yankees, Bill Daly of the Cleveland Indians, Arthur Allen of the Chicago White Sox, Paul O'Brien of the Los Angeles Angels, and Jack Hayes of the Boston Red Sox. Finley remained with the board for 90 minutes. When he came out, he said, referring to his negotiations with Kansas City officials, quote, "I gave them the best deal anybody ever made. If they turn this down, well, I don't see how I can go any further." It's like Kansas City or bust, right? The white-haired Chicagoan said he had offered Kansas City 4 years and 5-year leases with no escape clause, allowing him to move the club to another city in case of falling attendance. Quote, "When those 2 offers were turned down," said Finley, "I offered them another proposition calling for a 2-year lease extending through December 1st, 1965, with Kansas City to receive 5% of all paid admissions and 7.5% of the concession money. I also offered to wipe out the debt of $411,000 I figured they owe me for improvements of the stadium. Also stadium issues back then," end quote, Finley said. "But they turned this down too. With that I decided I could not go any further. Whatever happens," he said, "you can say the Athletics will be playing in 1964 with Finley as president and owner," end quote. Finley then was followed into the board meeting by the Kansas City delegation, which included Senator Stuart Symington, Mayor Illis Davis, City Manager Carlton Sharp, Ken Krakauer, I should have pre-read this, the president of the Kansas City Chamber of Commerce, and the 4 Kansas City councilmen, Sal Capra, John McGuire, Dick Swiden, and Jack Headley. The presence of the 4 councilmen made it possible to validate a contract right on the spot if Finley had agreed. Finley also remained in the room while the Kansas City officials stated their case. Quote, "I explained to the board," said Mayor Davis, "that we couldn't accept Finley's 5-year plan because it stipulated that no rent would be paid on the stadium if the team drew less than $900,000. At this point," continued the mayor, "Mr. Topping asked if our council would approve such a lease if it contained an escalator clause in case the team finished first in the division. In other words, if the Athletics finished, say, 5th, and yet drew less than $900,000, would we then cancel the rent? I assured Topping we would be only too glad to make that offer, but Finley turned it down. Finley, said the mayor, has repeatedly said he wanted a contract similar to that of the Kansas City Chiefs of the American Football League. In their contract, the Chiefs have a 7-year lease and don't have to pay rental until they have taken in the receipts of $1.1 million minus taxes. Then they pay 50% of all over that figure. We here agreed to sign a contract with Finley writing in the word athletics in place of Chiefs. Topping asked Finley if he was agreeable to this. Finley replied, no comment. Senator Symington made it clear that his presence at the session was not to be interpreted as a possible congressional threat to baseball because of its current problem with Finley. Quote, I have never asked Congress to look into baseball, said the senator. Antitrust, like, here we go again. That was also back in the fold back then. Quote, I have just come here to plead for justice as I see it, end quote. Meanwhile, the Louisville delegation was left cooling its heels in a suite upstairs. It was headed by Senators Thurston Morton and Sherman Cooper, Republicans of Kentucky, Governor Edward T. Breathitt, and Mayor William O. Cowger of Louisville. At 4 p.m., the board meeting gave way to a meeting of the league's full membership of the 10 clubs. After Finley made another plea for his request to shift to Louisville, the Kentucky delegation was finally admitted to the meeting. That's the end of the article, and this is how it ultimately concludes. Charles O. Finley did get to move his athletics from Kansas City to Oakland. They approved that relocation. But in the same swing, Major League Baseball awarded Kansas City with an expansion franchise for literally the following year after the departure. 1969, when the Royals debuted, they got to pick a name, they got to pick the colors, and the stadium being built was already in the works at the Truman Complex. So ultimately, the A's left a place, and baseball backfilled it with an expansion team. And Kentucky was thrown out there. Kentucky was already a done deal. Kentucky was already agreed on. And then baseball voted no. The American League voted no. Again, all of this under different circumstances and different times, and I don't mean to make this video in a suggestive fashion, although it certainly is interesting that this is the A's history. And in so many ways already, with the quotes and comments and way things unfolded there, as you just saw, in so many ways already, there are a ton of parallels. Hey, you made it here to the end of the video. You know I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below. That'll greatly help me out. And don't forget for you to subscribe to this channel so I can see you next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now. Howard, appreciate your time. Obviously, you've been around this story since it really broke. You broke the story April 19th that the A's would put all their attention on Nevada. You've understood this. Now you're here in Oakland visiting. We really appreciate you, getting it firsthand from all of us. You visited Howard Terminal today, in fact. What are you gathering from this trip, and what are you kind of already seeing your stories looking like?
Well, the thing that I wanted to see, Brody, and I appreciate you having me on, I wanted to see from the Oakland side, from the Bay Area side, what's going on. We've heard the Vegas stuff. We've had some contact with the A's, but I wanted to see what follow the fan base, the reverse boycott, the sell T-shirts, everything's going on. I wanted to talk to fans, and I've gotten to. I spent last night out here at the stadium. I spent pretty much the entire game wandering through the stands, very little in the press box. Talked to a lot of fans. Today I've talked to some of the A's players. I want to talk to some of the players that have played in Vegas. The Vegas ballpark in Summerlin, the AAA ballpark. If you've been there, it's probably one of the best AAA ballparks.
It's
in the
brand
country.
new, almost.
Yeah, brand new. It's like 4 years old.
Yep.
The difference of playing there, and what I found with the players is they kind of cut out the noise.
Yeah.
They're just here to play baseball.
Right.
They don't want to. It's not their decision if the team's going to move to Vegas or stay in Oakland or go to the Howard Terminal or go onto a site on the Las Vegas Strip. They're just here to play, and that's really what I found. And it's been fascinating just being here. Last night, especially, it was 4,000, but you could hear everything, and it was great to see the fans get excited.
What's your take on Howard Terminal now that you've been there?
I mean, we saw it from above. We went to the top of the Port Authority offices and looked at it, so you can see the whole layout. It's hard, right? It's not an empty lot. They're using it for storage and stuff, but it's on the waterfront. You've got a view of the San Francisco skyline behind you and the Bay Bridge, and so and it's 55 acres. You're near Jack London Square. You're near downtown. I'm still not sure why. Now, I'm a Vegas guy.
I know. I get it.
I love Vegas. I've been there 40 years. I'm not sure what the attraction was for the Tropicana site. It's a nice site. Look, it's 35 acres, but you're only going to use 9 of it.
Right.
Which I think is too small. We don't know what the Tropicana is going to do, what Bally's is going to do once they tear down the Tropicana. So there's just still a lot of questions about this.
So this process has been going on for a couple years with Las Vegas involved, but the last 4 months, like where it's got obviously intense and the legislative sessions, as you've seen it unfold firsthand, has any of it been orderly or predictable, or has this process already taken some twists and turns that maybe none of us could have seen?
Taken more twists than I've ever thought. I mean, the A's went in I think it was like February or March, when they went in, and all of a sudden we found out they hired like
lobbyists.
Every lobbyist
right.
in the state was working for the A's.
Right.
And then the bill process was just really, really weird. And one of that it went into a special session,
right.
and it looked like it was going to go through. But I think the weirdest part is, and I'm using this as a comparison because they are two different things, is the Raiders coming to Vegas.
Right.
Say what you want about the Raiders leaving Oakland and coming to Vegas. Mark Davis, however, was very upfront. He was talking about how much you knew where the private financing was going to come from, and the public financing, how that was going to work. Very different from the A's process. So different type of public financing, but they haven't been very public about what the private
side.
Yeah.
Well, I want to get into both sides since you mentioned that. So let's first start with the public side. So SB1 clears $380 million from Nevada and from Clark County.
Right.
Now, as far as I know, like that is said and done pretty much. Is there anything that could contest it, delay it, pause it, or is that's a done deal?
The way the bill is written, Clark County is basically told they have to fund.
They've got to do it.
The bond.
With the
they
bonds.
have to fund the bonds.
And the state is a different way of paying.
And it's going to be overseen by the Stadium Authority. But because Major League Baseball has not signed off on the relocation,
right,
the bonds haven't been funded yet.
Sure.
So
that makes sense.
That's held up.
But it's held up. But could challenges like from teachers groups or education groups could that actually pause this or stop this?
It could, because based on the state law, but it wouldn't go on the ballot till next year.
Right, a referendum vote would almost certainly do it, but could it even get to that point?
Well, that's the question. We don't know if it's going to get there. I know a couple of the fans told me last night the Sell T-shirts proceeds are going toward the teachers group to help fund it. The question will be is there some outside funding coming to help push it across,
right.
To get it on the ballot.
Right.
That costs money to get to collect signatures.
So, like the public side, pretty straightforward. We understand it. Mm-hmm. You're right. The private side, I don't know that we truly understand it. The A's are on the hook for at least $1.1 billion, as they've said from themselves. But cost overruns and things that we can't project. Has much or any of that been explained?
None of that's been explained.
Nevada, or how about Bally's or GLPI?
Well, GLPI is putting in $175 million. They said that up front, that they're going to put $175 million in, and they said on their last quarterly earnings call, much of it's going to come up front to pay
demolition, right?
the demolition work.
Yeah.
Bally's hasn't said anything about what they're going to put in. If they're going to put in any, they're just giving them the 9 acres, and they've been a little wishy-washy on. Is there other acres they're going to give them?
Because 9 has never been done before with a retractable roof stadium in Major League Baseball.
And it's also, here's the other thing that stood out. The day the bill dropped in the legislature back in May
25th.
May 25th.
Or 6th, I think.
We knew the night before. With the Nevada Independent, myself and Tabitha and Jacob Soul, we were up till midnight pre-writing it because we had a copy.
You guys were great in all of that, by the way. Shout outs to you, yeah.
But Tabitha Mueller and I, we were up writing it, getting it going. And then the next morning, we knew the bill dropped. We had it. We had our story ready to go. All of a sudden, the A's dropped these renderings. And it was almost like, no offense to TV media, but TV media, look, pretty pictures, shiny object, here you go, don't pay no attention to all this money stuff.
Well, those renderings are not even worth it anymore, apparently.
Well, that's what I found out. Yeah, now they've said, no, those renderings, they've got a whole new developer. They're saying those are not what it's going to look like, so we don't know.
So those renderings, the 9 acres you mentioned, the 30,000 seat capacity, the promise of almost selling out every game, the trusting of 30% tourists at all your games, like I could go on and on with a lot of the projections and promises. Are Nevadans, and I know you're not going to speak for all of them, are they generally just buying everything that they're hearing right now? Is there some questioning going on?
There's a lot of questioning going on, and it's fascinating. Talking to fans here last night, a lot of them said they'd like to see this stadium redeveloped. They don't want to go to the Howard Terminal. They'd like to see the Coliseum somehow redeveloped. They like coming here. It's a classic. I mean, it's classic.
That's one word for it.
But in Vegas, there is still a lot of skepticism.
Yeah.
The A's are starting to do some stuff a little more public. Yeah. They've given money to the last couple weeks ago. There was a charity softball game with the Raiders and the Knights, and the A's were the sponsor. This weekend, they're sponsoring the AFL-CIO convention in Reno. Okay. Because remember, the building trades have already signed deals with them to build the stadium.
That's right.
So there's some skepticism, but where that's going to end up, I think we're all just sitting here waiting to see what Major League Baseball
is going to vote on.
When they're going to vote on.
Yeah.
That's where it'll kick everything off.
I mean, you're more of a gaming guy. That's kind of been your background and specialty and realm for all these years.
I'm an old sports writer. I did cover sports years ago.
You know it well. There's no confusing that. But in terms of Bally's and GLPI, a couple things here. The A's are not developers by nature. They're a baseball team.
Yeah.
Do Bally's and GLPI have enough expertise in this type of project to do what they're all about to do?
GLPI definitely. This is a company that was the first gaming REIT, a real estate investment trust. They just own all the land and lease it out to casino operators. They actually were born out of Penn Entertainment, which is a casino company out of Pennsylvania. GLPI has that expertise.
Okay.
Bally's is very new.
Right.
It was started out as Twin River, small casino company out of Rhode Island. They've expanded and grown. Their chairman, Sue Kim, has been very active.
I've seen his interviews,
Now, they are building a $1.7 billion casino in downtown Chicago.
Yeah.
That has got their attention. They're going to open the temporary casino, I think in September is what they're saying.
You're saying that's their priority right now?
That is their priority right now. If the A's come through, and that is going to be the site, the shovel in the ground, everything, they'll tear down the Tropicana and worry about the Tropicana later down the road.
And so the Tropicana site, I mean, we've seen those renderings, which, again, don't mean anything, but it was minus any further development that Bally's is definitely going to do on their 26 remaining acres. What do you think their development is going to look like? I know you were on their conference call. I know they don't have plans yet.
They have no plans. There was some rendering that came out that showed like 2 towers on one side, each side of the stadium. That's not what they want to do.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be something. Remember, Tropicana is only 1,500 rooms.
Right.
It's tall, and it's an old building.
Right.
2 old towers, but it's only going to be 1,500. They probably do like 1,000, 1,500 rooms, some type of boutique.
But somewhat not high rise, but something significant, right?
But the key factor is this: the FAA is going to have to sign off on whatever is built there.
Right.
The Tropicana has long been signed off on the 2 towers.
Right, because they pre-existed heavy airline traffic.
Right, and they've been doing, so that's been signed off on. The question is going to be the stadium, and the FAA has seen any plans. Now there's been talk. They've already been. Obviously, some folks have been reaching out to the FAA, but the FAA is going to want to see the actual plans and what it looks like. They're more worried about the lighting
Right.
As you fly in and you get some big thing shining off the scoreboard or
Right.
whatever, distracting pilots. That's what they're worried about.
Do you know you're talking to a pilot right now?
Okay, there you go.
Didn't want to flex.
That's okay.
No,
That's
I know.
okay.
You're absolutely right. I mean, you're 100% right in
And
what you
that's a
say.
big question that we have in Vegas. You know that.
Yeah. So you mentioned earlier Tropicana site itself. I mean, again, with all the limitations, that's one thing. How about the fact that the Rio site was out there? Locals, I'm not going to speak for them, and I know you won't speak for all of them, but you're from there, you represent there. It seems like locals would have preferred that site be this option.
The Rio was the site that was preferred. Honestly, the most preferential site was the festival grounds
Right.
on the corner of Sahara and Las Vegas
Right.
Boulevard. The problem was the owner, Phil Ruffin.
The Circus, basically right north of there, right?
Right,
Yeah.
right north of Circus.
Yeah.
The owner, Phil Ruffin, who owns Circus, owns Treasure Island. He just he kept on moving the goalposts on any deal with the A's. That would have been the site that I think everybody would have preferred.
Is that because of location or space?
Near downtown.
Yeah.
I think you would have seen the casino owners. I have this on background on sources,
Sure.
but they said they would have backstopped the bonds.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have been the public.
Right.
Because who are going to benefit the most? The owner of the Sahara, who also owns the Arizona Coyotes, the owner of the Stratosphere, the owner of Resorts World. They were going to benefit from this, and they wanted to see it down there.
It
That
all
would be
seems
great
like the Tropicana site is happening because
It's happening.
it came free.
Well, it came free, and also MGM Resorts has 13,000 hotel rooms that surround that site,
Got it.
and they're not paying a nickel for it.
But they will benefit from that.
But they will benefit
Yeah.
from it. There was also, so that's, the other site on Tropicana Boulevard, the Wild Wild West site,
Right.
those 50 acres,
Right.
seemed to be a great site. There was a lot of talk. For locals where I live out in Summerlin,
Yeah.
it's easy to
Straight,
get to.
you don't have to go to the
Straight
strip
shot,
at all,
yeah,
right?
straight shot.
Maybe the immediate neighborhood was in question about it. It needed some build out,
Yeah, but
so to speak.
that's a lot of things.
So you're saying that even that remains a more priority option versus Tropicana, or
No, right now it's tied to the Tropicana now.
Right. No, I get that, but I'm saying in terms of what people down there would have wanted.
Most people, I think, would have liked it in either on the, it could have been any of those other sites. I think Tropicana, people are worried about trying to get to the site, trying to get there. It's going to be that's going to be a challenge for everybody. But, you're talking 2028, the Tropicana interchange right now, that is really congested because that's right where Allegiant Stadium is. Right. The A's really wanted to be they said, kind of in the stadium district. Well, the Tropicana site, the original, the site, the Wild Wild West site, right. That was in the stadium district, right. In a sense, because it's very close to T-Mobile and just a mile from Allegiant. Right. Now you've got on Tropicana where the hotel is, pretty much across the street from T-Mobile, down the street from Allegiant. So yeah, you kind of got the stadium district that you want. Yeah. Question is, will this all happen? I mean, there's a lot of time. A lot of time will tell. Is all I got to say.
I've got 3 more things, and I'm only going to take 3 more of your minutes.
No worries.
You're busy here on your trip to Oakland.
I love it. I'm having a good time.
First thing is this: the Strip. I'm a father of a 6-year-old.
Right.
I don't know that in all my experiences to the Strip. No offense, I don't know that is the place for him. Has there been any conversation about how to obviously keep ticket prices friendly for families, but how to make an MLB experience family friendly? Like it is here, and it is at most ballparks. I question that part of it and how they would address that.
You know what? A lot of the Strip hotels are family oriented in some sense. You see, the big pool areas, and it's all families out there at the pools. A lot of these Strip hotels are not marketing to families, but families are welcome. Okay. We went through this back 20 years ago with trying to be family friendly.
Right.
And
this isn't new. I'm not bringing up anything new.
I think this will be. I think it would fit in to Vegas is what Vegas has become. Yeah. So I don't think that's going to be a question at all.
What's the appetite right now in Las Vegas? And I know you and I talked back in April or May, I don't know when that was, and you kind of said, well, I don't know yet because it hasn't been real. And the Golden Knights were in their playoff run, a lot was happening. So now that it's been established down there, what's the appetite for a couple things? Baseball in general, an expansion team over the A's, or flat out they want the A's? Where are you seeing that mix?
It's kind of all over the place, to be honest. I mean, I think there's a group of fans that really just they saw what the Knights did. Right. They want an expansion team. Right. They don't want, a team that's they see where the A's are in the standings. Yeah. It's hard because I I just spent a half hour in the clubhouse talking to 5 players who all played in Vegas for the AAA team, for the Aviators. Love Vegas. They're tuning it out. They just want to play baseball, and they're hearing they like being in a major league team, and they understand it, and they understand it's a business. So but I think in the fans, nobody really knows. We want to see what happens with the Major League Baseball, and I think people are just wondering what's it going to cost us. That's what everybody thinks.
Last thing for you here, and you mentioned the fan movements and the protests and the reverse boycott and the T-shirts and the chants and everything that's happening here in Oakland and across the country, honestly, and probably is going to continue for the rest of the season. I don't think any of that, and I won't speak for them, I don't think that's aimed at Las Vegas. I think it's aimed at the A's and at Major League Baseball, but is Las Vegas seeing that, hearing that, paying attention to that?
Oh, absolutely hearing it. I mean, you can't miss it. If you watch ESPN, you can't miss it. You can't miss it on sports.
It's being documented.
It's been well documented. People in the fans hear it, and they know it. They know it's not directed at Vegas. Yeah. It's directed at the ownership of the team, and that's what concerns them. And it's what's interesting is the fan base are putting up signs saying, "Be warned, Vegas," about the ownership. I've had little contact with the ownership. I wish I've had more. I've met Mr. Fisher briefly up in Carson City I've talked to Dave Cavill on the phone and met him briefly in Carson City. So I wish they'd be a little more. Now they're saying they're not going until Major League Baseball approves the relocation. That's when they're going to be more upfront. Okay. We'll see what happens.
Okay. Well, Howard, it's cool to meet you in person. We've talked before. I follow your coverage before. I highly recommend everybody watching follow your work because it's been usually the first and the most accurate and the best. And honestly, I wouldn't say that unless I meant it. But thanks for making the trip out here. It means a lot to us. I wish you didn't have to be here. I wish this weren't a story.
I actually wanted to see
But I appreciate you doing this.
Brody, I wanted to see a game in the Coliseum. I've been in Pac Bell. I've been in Pac Bell?
Oracle, but you know what? You're an original because that's what it used to be called at the start.
But I love the Bay Area, and I wanted to. I'm from Southern California. Don't take that against me, but I love the Bay Area, and I wanted to see a game here, and it's been kind of fun. So it's been a really good experience seeing all the fan base up here and see what's going on.
Well, thank you for doing this.
Thank you for having me on.
Hey, it's Brody here, and I want to remind you what you're watching right now is the Super Stream. This is a compilation of A's coverage involving potential relocation to Las Vegas. A bunch of videos that I've been making across the last several months. They're all getting replayed right here, right now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
I happened to watch this press conference from the Las Vegas Golden Knights after they won the Stanley Cup. It's their owner, Bill Foley, describing a couple different things about the Las Vegas market, how his team goes about marketing and approaching and procuring fans in Southern Nevada. Obviously, the Golden Knights were first in. They were before the Raiders, before the Aces. Obviously, they're before Major League Baseball or even the NBA come to Southern Nevada. But again, Bill Foley, the owner here, saying some interesting and noteworthy things, beginning with what he said about the Las Vegas market as a professional sports town.
Well, I think everyone was spooked by gambling, but that sort of went away over time, and Gary Bettman led the way on that. But when we did our research, and I was a skeptic initially, before we started our ticket drives and so on.
A skeptic of Las Vegas working as a pro sports town with the National Hockey League. This is the owner saying this now in reverse.
And I was negotiating with the commissioner about franchise fee, and I started at, I think, $150, and he started at $600, and I went to $200, and he went to $595, that kind of thing. So
Las Vegas, the Golden Knights were an expansion team, so obviously they had to pay a very hefty amount, $500 million to the NHL, just like the Seattle Kraken did.
So we settled on $500, and I talked to other people who were involved and said, "What do you think?" I said, "It's really expensive for a hockey franchise." And to a person, they said, "There are only 124 major league franchises in America," or something like that. This will be one of them. And so we ponied up, we paid the money, and as part of that process, though, we did our own research, and our research showed us that back then, when Vegas had 1,950,000, 2 million people, we had 140 to 150,000 avid hockey fans from somewhere else.
Think about that. They did their own research, obviously scouring the market, trying to understand, could this work, and how would this work? I love the way he explains this. he takes the very smallest base amount of like real hardcore hockey fans. What do you say, 100,000 there, 140,000?
And mainly males, some females, but mainly males, said, okay, if I've got 140,000, that means I've really got 280 because they're married, and then I've got kids, so maybe it's 400.
See, he understands how to grow the game, and I'm sure they have friends too. So all of a sudden, that smallest number of 140,000 turns into close to 500,000.
And we kept on doing our research, and we did that ticket drive. And amazingly enough, within about 30 days, we had 11 or 12,000 season ticket deposits. The people put in escrow 15% of a season ticket pass. We didn't have a team. We didn't have a name. We didn't have an arena.
Isn't that amazing? No identity at all. Didn't know who they were, what they were called, where they were going to play, when this would all start. What do you say, 11, 12, 13,000 season ticket, like confirmations? And I'm curious, like the A's can't really get to this point of the process yet. They really can't. But what if they were able to start selling tickets in Southern Nevada? How would it go? Maybe it would go just as well as this. Maybe it wouldn't. I don't know. But obviously the Golden Knights had instant success, to Mr. Foley's point, before they were even a thing.
That's when I knew we had it. And I thought, well, other people are going to follow. They're bound to follow because there's just too much going on here. And the other thing you have to remember is what are the 42 or 43 million visitors that come to Las Vegas?
Now, this is interesting, right? Because the A's are largely banking on 30% of their every game attendance to be visitors, tourists, out-of-towners, whatever you want to call it, people not from Las Vegas. They're saying that out of 30,000 seats, every time they play a baseball game there, 9,000 fans would come from somewhere else out of town. And Mr. Foley recognizes the number, about 40 million tourists per year to Las Vegas.
Bournemouth, for example, has 8 million visitors that go to Bournemouth.
That's his soccer team over in Europe.
Well, we're not tapping into those 8 million. And we really haven't tapped into the 43 million other than to sell them gear. Because
Whoa. Did you hear that? The Golden Knights have not tapped into the 43 million visitors a year to Las Vegas. Let me replay that.
43 million other than to sell.
Sorry.
Really haven't tapped into the 43 million other than to sell them gear because I don't want them in the arena.
I don't want them in the arena. The visitors, the tourists, the guests to Las Vegas, I don't want them in the arena.
Million. And we really haven't tapped into the 43 million other than to sell them gear because I don't want them in the arena. I want our fans in the arena. I don't want to see those other jerseys.
I mean, so, right? And the Raiders, they have largely existed on visiting fans so far at Allegiant Stadium. And I know that was part of their plan, but maybe not to the extent like when they play Kansas City or Denver and they are overwhelmed by the opposition fans. But here is the owner of the hockey team saying, I don't even really want the visitors here. I want to sell them stuff. I want their money, but I don't want them here. Again, it's the exact opposite of how the A's are saying their stadium would be successful on the Strip.
I want our fans in the arena. I don't want to see those other jerseys. It bugs me. I don't know if you noticed, but we have a system that no more than 4 fans can sit in a row together.
4 like out of town fans can sit together?
And then there must be a row separating those fans.
Oh man, I did not know this.
And the overlapping fan can only be offline one seat with 3 other guys.
Look at the smile on his face as he's explaining this. I'm pretty sure he's serious, and I'm pretty sure he's loving this, explaining this, how they keep it to be a home ice advantage at T-Mobile Arena. Wow. Look at He's like, yep, we do that.
I love them. They pay a lot of money, but I don't want them in my arena.
Isn't that amazing? That is his perspective. Okay, so then later on in this press conference, totally separate clip here, so you're going to see a difference in the quality and the angle here, but he's asked about the A's potentially coming and sharing the pro sports market in Las Vegas.
The Raiders get a lot of visiting fans, and that's part of what they do, and they're
Like I was saying before,
bringing a lot of their own fans from California. So it's a multi-club environment in effect in terms of teams going there, and they're only 16 or 18 games a year.
But only 8 or 9 at home every year. So to his point, they don't need to worry about packing the place like 81 times a year. And on that note,
They're only 16 or 18 games a year. Baseball's gonna be tougher. A lot of games.
baseball's going to be tougher. A lot of games.
Teams going there, and they're only 16 or 18 games a year. Baseball's gonna be tougher. A lot of games.
And look, it's what I've been saying all along. Not impossible, just apples and oranges. To project things based on the Golden Knights' success or what the Raiders have done in less than 20 home games in their with fans in their existence, it's really hard to extrapolate like a lot of people want to do.
And they're going to have to, but I guess they're getting some supporting money from the state, which is that leads me to believe that we should get some help on a couple first sheets of ice.
Okay, so the backstory is that the Golden Knights required no public money for their arena or their expansion fee or to bring their team. So that's why he's a little bit probably salty about that. And when he talks about the 4 sheets, I think he and the team want to build a new either practice facility or skating facility somewhere else. I'm not sure if it was, they've already got the Henderson rink. Maybe it's North Las Vegas. I don't know. But what he's saying there is that, public money's a thing. I'd like to get some of that for my 4 sheets of ice.
Me to believe that we should get some help on a couple 4 sheets of ice. Why not? I mean, really.
Why not?
We're helping the community. So that's my pitch on getting capital contributions.
So look, I mean, everything is apples and oranges. Like the Golden Knights never existed before, 6 years ago? The Oakland A's have been in California for 55 years. They're not expanding. They're trying to relocate. The Golden Knights started up fresh on their own, and that's why people love them down there as being Vegas-born. They've taken a totally different route this entire time, and seemingly, I mean, they don't really want tourists to come to their game in large quantities. The A's are saying, hey, we want 30% of our entire attendance. 1 out of every basically 3 people at the game is going to be from out of town, and we want that. Look, I'm not saying anybody's completely right or wrong. This is a business. This is how things are run, but it's just 2 totally different perspectives. Let me know what you think about this video in the comments section below. Thumbs up on it since you made it here all the way to the end. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel so that I can see you next time. Brody here, and thank you so much for checking out this super stream, which I should explain. It's a compilation of my A's coverage in the last handful of months as it relates to potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas if approved by Major League Baseball, which, as you're aware, could be right around the corner. And so instead of creating new videos, rehashing old topics, I thought it would just be best to revisit all of the coverage and the angles over time and over this last summer that have brought us here. So once again, what you're watching is a repeat of some videos you've seen, probably some you haven't, but I really do appreciate your support here on this channel and throughout this entire process. Here's the next one.
Here's Brody Brazil.
I have to tell you, I am not making this video at all in suggestive fashion. I'm not promising you that history or baseball are going to repeat themselves once again, but I am completely fascinated with the last time that they denied a team to relocate. It's crazy, right? Look at that logo. This is from the early 90s. The San Francisco Giants were literally out the door. Tampa was that close to getting their baseball team after so many tries. As you'll see, they had it all ready. They had a stadium. They had jerseys mocked up. They had 30,000 people signed up for season tickets. And still, it wasn't just baseball, it was the National League, voted no, that the Giants could not move. And there's not a lot of coverage from this back in the day. For whatever reason, I just can't find a lot of news stories and opinions. There are some things in print, but not in video format or fashion. So this comes to us from the CBS News program 60 Minutes back in 1992. It's titled Field of Dreams. And again, watch how ready Tampa was here.
You can fit the Astrodome or the Metrodome or any other dome facility underneath the crown of this structure.
It's called the Florida Suncoast Dome. $140 million worth of concrete and Teflon, financed by local taxpayers. And as St. Petersburg Assistant City Manager Rick Dodge is happy to tell you, it has 43,000 seats, 50 luxury boxes, one hydraulically operated pitcher's mound. It has everything but a team.
Which is crazy, right? In modern days, it's all about, building a stadium and funding and financing that first. Like Tampa already had the spot. They're ready. They are so turnkey for this to happen. This had tremendous momentum. And for as much as everybody talks about, well, the Giants almost moved, remember a little bit better than that. There were a couple teams in line here. Watch this.
The Chicago White Sox nearly came. They wanted a new stadium, and they told the Illinois legislature if they didn't get one, they were moving to Tampa Bay. They nearly got the Florida Marlins, one of the new National League expansion teams. Tampa Bay was one of the finalists. But Major League Baseball awarded a Florida franchise to downstate rival Miami instead. The Mariners were this close to coming. They were going broke in Seattle and on their way to Tampa Bay when a local corporation with a yen for baseball stepped in at the last minute and saved the team for Seattle. But it was the San Francisco Giants that finally drove the people of Tampa Bay over the edge. The Giants were losing $10 million a year playing in foggy, frigid Candlestick Park. And 4 times the voters of San Francisco refused to build them a new stadium. So Giant owner Bob Lurie decided to sell the team to a Tampa Bay group. They not only shook hands on the deal, they signed a written contract. This time it seemed nothing could go wrong.
30,000 people reserved season tickets, and a new poster was printed. Thumbs up. Looking good.
It was sort of like after VE Day. I mean, there were celebrations and happiness. I've never seen a community respond in such a way, only to be subsequently terribly disappointed and dejected for the 3rd or 4th time.
While Vince Namoli, the man who thought he'd bought the Giants for Tampa Bay, was working with Major League Baseball on the design of the team's uniforms, a group of baseball owners was working behind the scenes to keep the team in San Francisco.
Have you ever been involved in a business like baseball?
It's the first time I have ever seen anything sold to the lowest bidder.
What Vince Namoli means is that in a maneuver that could only happen in baseball, Major League owners blocked the move and forced the sale of the Giants to a San Francisco group for $15 million less than the Tampa Bay offer.
I said before that they had a stadium, they had the season ticket commitments, they had a lot of things going. They also literally had a written purchase agreement, Tampa did, to acquire the Giants. Like, how much more complete do you need? Signed, sealed, and delivered? It was signed and sealed. It just wasn't delivered. Now, again, full disclosure. We got to pump the brakes for a second. If you're an A's fan or you're somebody from Las Vegas, the whole point of this is just to look back at how this played out one time before, and especially considering the Bay Area connections. I know there's a lot of people who watch the A's and Giants, or at least understand the backstories of both franchises. So a lot of you are old enough to remember this. Some of you aren't. And this is mostly for just kind of educational purposes. It's crazy, right? The reporter there also mentioned the Giants' claims that they were losing $10 million a year. We've recently heard the A's claims that they're losing $40 million a year. And that's why a move needs to happen. Now, history repeats itself in a lot of different ways here, because over all the decades and here in the early 90s, we heard about antitrust with baseball, their exemption, and how it could be challenged here and now again, but it was challenged even back then too.
In many ways, Major League Baseball is above the law. The 28 owners who control it don't have to follow the same rules that other American businesses do when it comes to competition. It's the owners who decide how much baseball there will be, how many teams, what cities will get them, who can own them. If you tried that in any other industry, you'd be hauled into court for violating federal antitrust laws.
However, thanks to Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes in a 1922 Supreme Court decision, Baseball hasn't had to obey the antitrust rules. According to Justice Holmes, baseball's not a business.
To say it's not a business is just plain bull.
Connie Mack has one of the best-known names in baseball history. His grandfather was the legendary manager and owner of the Philadelphia Athletics.
That guy.
But Connie Mack III is baseball's worst nightmare. He's a United States Senator from Florida and is bent on taking Tampa Bay's revenge to the halls of the U.S. Congress. He's co-sponsoring a bill to end baseball's antitrust exemption.
Well, obviously, it did not succeed in the way Connie Mack III was aiming because it still exists. But again, here in 2023, it has been questioned. Whether it will ever change or whether it will ever make a difference in this process, who knows? Now, ultimately, Bud Selig wasn't part of denying this relocation. Fay Vincent was the commissioner back then. But Bud Selig, as owner of the Brewers, who had been relocated from Seattle, he was part of this coverage here.
There is no plot. This is just the way this game has been operated.
The way the game operates, Selig says, is that decisions are always made in the best interests of baseball. This time, the owners didn't steal the team from St. Petersburg. They saved the team for San Francisco.
That day, I got hundreds of letters from kids in Northern California and their parents who had grown up with Willie Mays and Willie McCovey and Orlando Cepeda and Juan Marichal, and whose hearts were breaking because the Giants were leaving.
I don't believe for a minute the general tone in baseball was because of some romantic belief that they wanted to protect the industry of baseball for those little kids in San Francisco. I mean, I believe the Oakland Athletics play about 6 miles away from there, so it's not like the area would be devoid of that baseball experience. And how about all the kids in this marketplace who don't have the opportunity to go 6 miles and see baseball? It's a business decision.
We believe our greatest obligation is to try to keep a team in its local market.
I can't rewind that right now, but I'd love to play that last part all over again. Their biggest obligation to keep a team in its local market. And that's the headline I put there at the bottom. The business side of this versus doing what's right. And ultimately, I think they accomplished both parts. The Giants are pretty darn successful in San Francisco, and they kept a team from relocating. This is the headline from the New York Times. Now, all of this was happening in the summer of '92, and I think this story was probably from even later than that, looking back on it. I don't know when this was broadcast, but this from the New York Times, Wednesday, November 11th, 1992. Look what the wind blew back. Baseball's Giants. The Tampa Bay bid is rejected. The team will stay put in San Francisco. It was a 9-4 vote against relocation. They needed 10 yes votes, I think. They got 4. And in the article here, I'll just read it. National League club owners today soundly rejected a move of the San Francisco Giants to St. Petersburg, handing the Tampa Bay area its 7th setback in 7 attempts to attract a Major League Baseball team. The owners, which is also, by the way, the craziest thing, like Tampa Bay now is in the midst of potentially relocating to Orlando, or there's the Tampa St. Pete thing. Mind-blowing. They finally got it, and now look where they're at again. The owners, in a secret ballot that required 10 votes for approval, voted 9-4 against allowing Bob Lurie, the Giants owner, to sell the team for $115 million to the Tampa Bay group, which would have moved the Giants to the Florida Suncoast Dome in time for next season. So there you go. You could probably check out this article. I mean, you could freeze frame this now and read it if you want, but it's interesting. And this process was so much more condensed. It literally popped up in the summer. It was done by November. Nope, you're not going. But they tried to move literally within that offseason because the Suncoast Dome at that point was ready. So that happened. I'm not saying it happens again, but it came down to the owners of just the National League. Now it's a league-wide vote, American and National League team. And there's a committee. There's a lot more to it. I'm not sure that makes the process any more difficult or any easier, to be honest with you, but this never happened. It was projected, and it never happened. You made it here to the end of the video. You know I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below. And don't forget, subscribe to this channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
We've known about the group Schools Over Stadiums for quite some time now, but only recently have we started to understand the potential impact they could have on relocation of the A's to Las Vegas. Let's quickly revisit the group, who they are, what they're aiming for, and how they plan on getting it accomplished. It's a group of educators and teachers in the state of Nevada. They were upset that during the past legislative session, they wanted money for public education, schools, teachers, things that are not getting funded properly, and to fund an education system that a lot of people say is ranked 49th out of the 50 states here in America. So that is an issue, something that they're trying to remedy. They were not happy that $380 million was approved for a new stadium for the A's in Las Vegas. They formed together. They quickly say they're going to collect 102,000 signatures by next summer to try and take away SB 1 and the $380 million that were approved back in June of 2023. So a referendum vote would eventually be on the 2024 ballot, November of 24, and all it needs is 50% plus one vote, and SB 1 would essentially be rescinded from the A's. This group was recently given some attention, maybe even some recognition or legitimacy by Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred. This is before Game 1 of the World Series. He puts himself in this media scrum, which is not televised. It's not recorded audio-wise anywhere. Can't find it. It's just reporters and just quotes. Among other headlines that come out about where the A's may or may not play for seasons of 25, 2026, and 2027, the big headline from the LA Times is that MLB is keeping a wary eye on a potential Nevada vote on A's stadium funding. And the direct quote from Commissioner Manfred is this, quote, "If there was an adverse development with respect to that referendum, that would be a significant development." We'd yet to really hear the commissioner address Schools Over Stadiums. Obviously, the A's and one of their lobbyists, there's two individuals, but one of their lobbyists is filing a lawsuit against Schools Over Stadiums, and the hearing on that is November 6th, which you're about to find out here. But here's the full quote from Commissioner Manfred about this movement and about this objective to try and take away public funding. Quote, "If there was an adverse development with respect to that referendum, that would be a significant development," Manfred said Friday before Game 1 of the World Series. That's all I can say about that. Now, again, there's no audio. There's no video of this. But I'm imagining the body language when he said, "That's all I can say about that." It seems there was more there. There was more emotion. There was more frustration. There's more details there that he really can't. Obviously, that's all he can say about that. It's all he can say, but is that all he knows about that? My point is that all of a sudden, it seems like the A's and Las Vegas and baseball is taking this possibility seriously. The A's said back in the summertime during the legislative session that if they didn't get public funding for this project, they would have no choice but to seek other cities and other opportunities, and they would kind of turn their focus away from Las Vegas. The article from LA Times continues by saying a Nevada Teachers Union has launched a petition, to qualify the referendum for a public vote, arguing that voters should have a say in whether taxpayer funding should be spent on a ballpark. The A's have joined a lawsuit asking a court to throw out the petition based on its technical defects. A hearing is set November 6th, according to the Teachers Union. So we'll find out if the lawsuit has any impact on it, or if this group can actually collect 102,000 signatures. Let's get into that part of it. They need 102,362 signatures, to be precise, of registered Nevada voters. And I believe the way they come up with that number is, I think, 10% of voters from the last election in the state of Nevada, which equates to 102,000. And they need those signatures submitted by June 26th, 2024. They've got some time to accomplish this. One of the caveats here is that those 102,000 signatures must be evenly distributed across Nevada's 4 congressional districts, which we'll get into here in just a second. Like, we're going deep on this. And it would result in a November 2024 referendum vote as advertised. And again, those votes usually work in favor of denial happening, something being taken off the board, in this case, $380 million. All it needs is 50% plus 1 vote. So they need a fair amount of signatures, but once it goes to the vote, most expect it's a formality that public money would go away. Now, I'm not an expert on collecting signatures or referendums or this part of politics. I'm just a lousy sports broadcaster. Yeah, you can take that clip, go ahead, put it anywhere you want. But here's Nevada's 4 congressional districts. And what you'll notice is that the state is essentially 2 halves. There's northern Nevada with Reno and Carson City and the Tahoe area, and I guess, where 80 goes up there through Elko and all that stuff. But the majority of Nevada, in terms of population and economy and business, is all obviously in the southern part, really in the southern tip. And that's why districts 1, 3, and 4 are all in southern Nevada. We'll eventually evaluate District 2 in just a second. My point being here that they need about 75,000 signatures from the most populous area of the state. Here are those 3 districts, and you can kind of also see, hopefully in there, where the greater metro region of Las Vegas is. So 3 of those congressional districts are in the heart of the population. They're not in hard-to-reach, hard-to-find areas. Again, I don't know how easy or difficult it is to collect 102,000 signatures. I don't know that anybody for sure knows that. Otherwise, we'd have a better grasp on this possibility and its chance of actually being a reality. But I will tell you that 3 districts come together, like literally right there near the heart of Las Vegas. And the other district, is that 2, is basically, geographically speaking, way more than half the area of the state. That's a lot of land out there, but that's not a lot of people. This might be the harder place to get the signatures, but this might be the region of the state where most people oppose it most. Why do I say that? Because a lot of the money here, of the $380 million, I think 180 is coming from the state of Nevada. So people up north are saying, why should our money go help something that's only in Las Vegas and people are only going to be benefited by it in Las Vegas? If you are actually an A's fan and you live in Carson City or Reno or Truckee or Tahoe, it is so much easier to go right down the hill, right down 80 or 50, and in 3 hours or so, you're at the A's game. If you want to go from Reno or Truckee or Tahoe down to Las Vegas, that's like an 8-hour drive. They're actually moving farther away from the northern populous part of Nevada than if they go to Las Vegas. They're moving farther away from northern Nevada actually by coming to Nevada. That's right. It's weird, but it's true. My point here is that they may not have a hard time gaining signatures, although it's a harder volume to get 25,000 in that region. I don't even know how many people live in this area in red or are registered voters from last year's election. I don't know. But the point is, those people might be more inspired to do a signature as much as anybody else. There's also this aspect of the timeline. Because a while ago, I was thinking, well, if this doesn't come up until November of 2024, it's too late. Because up until this past week, everybody's assumption was that the original demolition of the Tropicana site and the hotel and construction was all going to start summer of 2024, right? That's when things are going to get moving. And once we get to that point, there's no turning back. You can't stop this process and project once the wheels are already in motion. So we thought demo would happen in the summer, basically mid-24, and then there would be some type of groundbreaking by the end of 2024, maybe before or after, slightly before or after the November vote, right? So, okay, what impact does that election have right there if it's too late? Too little, too late, it's not going to be a factor. Well, at the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority meeting the other day, we actually found out a more realistic timeline of this project at the Tropicana site. Turns out, demolition itself is not even going to start until 2024, and everybody's shooting for groundbreaking in April of 2025 to be on target for opening the stadium by 2028. That means, all of a sudden, that November 2024 vote is not after things get started. It's before things get started. And now we're looking at the timeline entirely different, as in, oh my goodness, that November vote would be before everything else is even ready to get underway. Certainly changes the tone, changes the scene when you look at the timeline that way. Because right now, November 2024 is the only thing that's for sure in this process. Like, there will be an election and a vote in November of 24 in Nevada. Whether the referendum will be on there or not, that's the only thing that we know for certain in terms of the timeline. So, is this the biggest opposition to the A's moving to Las Vegas? Certainly. In the end, what if $380 million comes from somewhere else? Then this doesn't really matter. Then it's kind of a wash. But the point is that this group is trying desperately right now to move forward, to collect these signatures. Again, keep your eye on November 6th in terms of that hearing. Keep your eye on the lawsuit. Keep your eye on the progress of 102,000 signatures that will be necessary. I can't tell you if that's easy or hard. I'm curious. I mean, off the top of my head, looking at where the districts are, it doesn't seem impossible. Is it likely? How do you do that? I guess we'll find out. Thumbs up down below. Since you made it here at the end of the video, you know I appreciate that. Also, don't forget to subscribe to this channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and I want to remind you what you're watching right now is the Super Stream. This is a compilation of A's coverage involving potential relocation to Las Vegas. A bunch of videos that I've been making across the last several months. They're all getting replayed right here, right now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
On Saturday morning, a thread of tweets very much caught my eye. And it's not just because of what these tweets said, although they were interesting and revealing, and yeah, we'll dive into all of them here in just a second, but more importantly, who these tweets came from. As in Steve Yeager, as in Assembly Speaker Steve Yeager of the Nevada State Legislature. Right now, he is very much in the mix of helping to determine the fate of SB 1, which is the Oakland A's request for public funding, $380 million to help them build a new ballpark in Las Vegas and relocate to Southern Nevada. Now, I don't know Mr. Yeager at all. I can see he's a sports fan. I know we're in a similar age range. He's a partner at Vegas Battleborn, which is personal injury lawyers. I think he's got a background in law. Comes from Michigan, has previously talked about being a Tigers fan as he grew up. Also a fitness and outdoor enthusiast. Yes, I'm just reading the Twitter bio. By the way, it also looks like he subscribes to Twitter Blue. He's still got the check mark. But I think there's a lot of things here that, granted, if I just came across him on the street or we were having a beer at a bar, we might strike a conversation. Might be a nice guy. Don't know much more about him other than the last 6 or 7 weeks as I've really been paying attention. But let's dive into this Twitter thread, which he offered us on Saturday morning, which had a lot to say in so many different ways. Compelling, revealing, insightful, thoughtful. It gives us some new perspectives straight from somebody on the inside. Begins with this. With the more recent interest in the Nevada legislature, particularly when it comes to SB 1 relating to the A's, please allow me to provide context related to the 35th special session and the Nevada legislature generally. A thread. That's what all the kids do these days, a thread. So for somebody our age, that's pretty hip. And by the way, this thread contains 23 tweets. I've put together a lot of tweets in my days. I don't know that I've ever put together 23 in a row, but he's got a lot to say. And it's interesting, right, as we dive through this, why he chose to go this route, this platform, this message, the timing of the weekend that everybody was on recess. Here he goes. Per the Nevada Constitution, the Nevada legislature meets every other year for 120 days. That is correct. We just saw the end of their session. We are a citizen legislature, meaning that nearly every legislator has another job. About 75% of Nevada legislators live in Las Vegas, 430 miles from the capital in Carson City. He knows that very precisely, right? He's done that math. He's done that trip back and forth probably more times than he'd like. So he's very specific with the hustle to get back and forth northern to southern Nevada. The drive from Las Vegas to Carson City is 7 hours. The flight from Las Vegas to Reno is about an hour, and then you have to drive about 30 minutes down to Carson City. Air service between Las Vegas and Reno has been atrocious this session, with constant delays and cancellations. It is typical for Las Vegas legislators to travel back and forth for most of the session, but the end of the session always means long nights and weekends. So most folks can't go back the last few weeks. Being away from family and loved ones is difficult, but we serve despite it. And I just want to say, before anything else, I have been preaching that already. Talked about the end of the legislative session, the sprint to the end, the long days and hours, the double headers basically every single day for a couple weeks straight, just to get to the end of 120 days like they did this past Monday. And they would have loved to avoid any special sessions, but they were ordered 2 special sessions by the governor, which he gets into here. But he's painting the picture, right, of the fact that this is not their day job. This is usually their second job. It's also not right around the corner. And they really worked to the extremes, burning both ends of the candle here at the very end to get everything passed through. It is hard to describe what the end of a legislative session is like. They are always busy because certain budget bills have to be passed before others can be considered. But suffice it to say that many of us, including staff, were working 18 to 20-hour days for the last few weeks. And I think that was very apparent. Body language, the way things were said and approached, and I'll give them any excuse they need for those things to come across because, yeah, they were fatigued. This is a session that started in February. They got through a lot. They were under time pressure. They end it, June 5th, midnight, and they literally worked until midnight to close things out. So I totally respect it and understand it. So the certainty of a 120-day session is important because it allows legislators to let their employers know when they'll be back at work, and also to schedule important things like doctor and dentist appointments, as well as, family vacations and the like. I also totally respect that too. I work on a seasonal schedule in a sense that I know when baseball season usually ends. You can kind of predict halfway through if there will be playoffs or not. Same thing with a hockey season. You know when it's over. You know when there's a break. You know when there's a time that you'll actually get to take a breather and rest. You go really hard, and then all of a sudden you expect it to be done, as they did, but it was not done. Their work was not done. As explained here, and by the way, I don't know how many tweets in we are here, but so far, there is nothing abnormal. I think we're all just understanding the position of Mr. Yeager, the background. Again, I've already been on this kind of storyline and angle, and I fully understand it and agree with it, so nothing really new to add here. The governor does not usually call a special session right as a regular session ends unless something critical doesn't pass in the regular session. This year, that happened when Senate Republicans all voted no on a critical bill that had been agreed upon. And he provides a couple links here, all from the Nevada Independent, which, by the way, I've also come to learn in the last 6, 7, 8 weeks is a very reliable publication. They're out front on a lot of things. They cover in detail almost everything. So the Nevada Independent very much referenced here. I can't click on this and show you what it says, but obviously that's an article, further detail explaining his point. I had a chance to speak with the governor a couple hours after the end of the 120-day session, so probably right after midnight on Monday night. He indicated he was going to call a special session. I asked twice what the special session would entail, and he did not mention the A's. Another article on that from the Nevada Independent. And by the way, that is Governor Joe Lombardo depicted right there in the tan suit. I believe that is his right-hand man, essentially, off to the right, camera right here of the screen. Just for reference, just so you know who that is. The next day, the governor called a special session to make good on the agreement that had been struck relating to the last remaining budget bill. Backstory on this, 5 total state budget bills. 3 of them had been passed. The 4th passed literally right before the stroke of midnight, Monday night going into Tuesday morning, and there was 1 remaining bill. So this is that last remaining budget bill, capital infrastructure. I forget exactly. It's been a long week, but it was worth about $1 billion, this bill, and so they had agreed to hammer it out. They did it, I believe he'll explain here, in pretty record time. The 34th special session, which was on Tuesday, ended up being the quickest in state history because everything had been agreed upon beforehand. We took care of our business in just 1 hour and 54 minutes. A lot of people thought, all right, well, maybe that's the end of it. The day after the regular 82nd session adjourned, the Senate Majority Leader and I met with the governor. Contrary to what he had told me the night before, he indicated that he was going to call a second special session related to the A's. Whoa. Maybe it was miscommunication. Maybe there were some changes. I can't fully speculate, but if we're listening to one person's account here, Mr. Yeager obviously was not under the indication or even the assumption that anything regarding the former SB 509, the public funding request by the A's, that he was under the impression that none of that was going to ever come back in a special session. Obviously it did. And by the way, to those who reported this in real time, that it was not coming out, and then that there would be a second session or a special session for this, they got it right. Everybody actually on the reporting side of this, and those from the Nevada Independent, got this right. So here it is, though, firsthand account from somebody who was actually hands-on with it. We advised him, the governor, that it would be better to have a special session on the A's later in the summer, which would give legislators and staff time to recover from the end of the session and get back to their jobs and families and allow the A's bill to be further refined. Not going to speak for Mr. Yeager here, but twofold. The lawmakers are a bit fatigued. The lawmakers saw the light at the end of the tunnel, and they're ready to get out of this tunnel. And on the flip side, mentioning that the A's bill needed some further refinements, alterations, amendments, it lets you know that session from Memorial Day, 6.5 hours or so, everybody got a taste of what was being presented here. And it seemed to be not close, right? I mean, it's a clear indication that there needed to be some further refinements to the tune of later in the summer. Now, we're here approaching mid-June. Are we talking mid-July, August? A couple months to actually hash things out, hammer things out. So he was under the hope that there would be plenty more time to take care of this. I don't know if that correlates to how far off SB 509 was from a yes vote. I don't want to assume anything, but you can read into it what you want. That's the purpose of this, just reading through it with you. The sudden sense of urgency was surprising because there seemed to be no sense of urgency about this during the regular session. Indeed, the original A's legislation, SB 509, wasn't introduced until May 26th, which was, as I understand it, the final day for new legislation to be introduced. Literally the deadline. I'm pretty sure it came in on that Friday night before Memorial Day at about 8:30 p.m., as late as humanly possible, with just 10 days left in the 120-day session. And just going back in reverse, I mean, think about the announcement originally on the night of April 19th and the land purchase agreement at the first site. All of this was so late-breaking. Even then, even at that point, there was more than a month to get these documents submitted. Still didn't happen until the last day. But imagine if that agreement and that site had been announced in February or March or January, right? There would have been so much more time in this process. Instead, acquisition of the first site, let alone the shift to the second and current site at the Tropicana Hotel, all that happened. And then this is submitted, SB 509, on the very last day possible. And then eventually gets heard on a holiday at 4 p.m. We made clear all along that we would need sufficient time to vet any proposal relating to the A's. This is kind of dovetailing off the last tweet that, this is not an easy one. This is a complicated one. This is a big one. And so I'm pretty sure that that article from the Nevada Independent details the story at that time. Although we heard SB 509 in a joint session a few days after it was introduced, that's right, they heard it on Memorial Day, the end of the session sprint did not allow for a thorough vetting. In addition, we made clear that we could not seriously consider it until we had the budget locked in. And that's Nicole Cannizzaro to Mr. Yeager's left right there. She's obviously on the Senate side of things, so you've got two of the leaders of the Assembly and the Senate, and they're in unison that they needed some more time on this. Neither of them wanted to go to a special session at all. By the way, for the record, I said it for the record, Nicole Cannizzaro had a child, I think about 2 weeks ago, and she has been mothering during the sessions, and I give her so much credit. Like, on one hand, you shouldn't have to be doing this. Like, life threw you some pretty incredible curveballs just of the timing of becoming a mom all over again, and also a very critical time of a role that she takes quite seriously. But she's doing it and doing quite well at it. So I think it's fantastic. Like, the way she has shown up, baby in hand for most of the public sessions, crazy, unreal, awesome. So Nicole, if you see this, by the way, very cool. Yeah. So back to Mr. Yeager, and obviously they're very clear that they need some more time. They're running out of time. They had the budget bill to try and work on. This was not a priority for anybody. And then all of a sudden, like, it's back in a special session. The governor vetoed a critical budget bill on June 1st, just 4 days before the end of the regular session, right? That was the last one, effectively killing further discussion on SB 509 because our number one duty as legislators is to pass a balanced budget for the state. Well, and you have to pass the budget before you can get to, $380 million of public funding in different places. The redo of that budget bill ultimately didn't get signed until the very last night of the regular session. That's the fourth one that we're talking about. A few hours before midnight, which obviously left no time for consideration of SB 509, which we said time and time again would not be a, quote, ram and jam. He's not alleging that anybody was trying to do that. He's saying that they didn't want it to become that. But by saying he didn't want that to become that, the interpretation is that it was kind of being presented that way. They were all under the feeling that they did not want a ram and jam type situation of trying to get SB 509 done because of the regular session deadline and because of the budget bills that were more important. You can see how all of this is coming together here. So let's be clear why we are now in yet another special session to consider SB 1. The original legislation was introduced very late in the regular session, and the governor chose to veto a critical budget bill in the waning days of the regular session. It's pretty clear to all of us, but I mean, here it is from, again, somebody on the inside. This is the reason why we're here, and this is being handled in a relatively unique situation. I mean, look, when the Raiders and their deal got approved, it was also a special session, but it was also not a legislative year, which are odd years. It was 2016. It was an even year. So, of course, they called a special session. They didn't want to wait 5 or 6 more months. This is different. They just finished a regular session. They ran out of time. They didn't get to it, and now they're on to extra innings after all those doubleheaders in a row. Disregarding our advice to wait on calling a special session, the governor called it anyway. I mean, that's pretty straightforward right there. Have to respect that. Normally, special sessions for policy issues are coordinated in terms of scheduling, and there is a general consensus that folks are likely to be supportive of the contemplated legislation. And I've heard that before. I mean, initially, as I started to research Nevada state politics and government, and special sessions. We knew, even with 6 weeks left in the regular session, when the A's announced their very first site, mid to late April. One of the questions I wanted to know was, well, if this goes to a special session, right? Like if this is taken up after the 6 weeks, because it could be, it's a done deal. You don't take something up and spend reportedly $250,000 a day to gather everybody. $250,000 a day of taxpayer money. You don't do that in a special session unless you know that it's a done deal, right? And that was generally the answer. And that's what Mr. Yeager here is implying. Normally, special sessions for policy issues, coordinated, there's a general consensus that it's likely to be supported, and it's going to pass. But apparently he's saying in this case that similar support is not there. Neither happened here. But because we are all legislators committed to serve, we will and are vetting SB 1 to decide whether it makes sense for Nevada. Despite what some surprisingly thought, this was never going to be a quick, quote, ram and jam session, nor is this juiced in. Juiced in might be referring to, well, all right, we've got a AB1, which was the other day on the first special session, which was passed and taken care of. It was that final state budget item. That went through just like that. Now, I don't think the governor has still signed it yet. I don't think. But it's a corresponding thing like, all right, if you guys, I'll sign this budget if you guys pass SB 1. I'll sign AB 1. I'm the governor. I'll sign that if you guys take care of SB 1. We'll agree to, we'll both get what we want out of this if we approve both of these things. But Mr. Yeager here is saying SB 1, the stadium bill, by the way, it's not stadium bill, it's Senate bill. I know it seems like that. It's not juiced in. Like this does not correlate to AB 1, which was voted on and passed and sent to the governor's desk. He's implying that they're not related, but it's also not going to get rammed and jammed in. And rather than continue to burn legislators and staff out, we decided to give everybody the weekend to rest and reset. That doesn't mean conversations have ceased happening. It just means we aren't requiring everyone to be in the legislative building in Carson City. And so that, in reverse, is what I was saying all along. You look at the A's side of things, they needed some more amendments. I mean, it sounds like on Thursday, when there was no real official meeting, it was supposed to start at 11:30 in the morning, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30. Finally, at 4:30 or so, they said, you know what, we're in session and we're on recess until Monday at 11. Clearly, the amendments that were made from Wednesday to Thursday were not enough. Both sides probably just said, you know what, we both need the rest, and especially the lawmakers. They've been at this for a very long time. They were expected to already be out. Totally understandable. And so in reverse, what we thought turns out to be, what Mr. Yeager is confirming here. We will be back on Monday to continue this process and thoughtfully consider whether SB 1 is in the best interest of Nevada. We realize there are strong opinions on this topic, but we, as legislators, are trying to do the right thing here despite all the noise. And you know what? I don't know what situations, life experiences Mr. Yeager has ever been in, but obviously there's a lot of moving parts to this. When he says the noise, is it the media coverage? Is he hearing from the public? Is he hearing from people in California or his own constituents? Is this just getting a lot of coverage? Maybe this is one of the biggest things he's been a part of in terms of conversation and controversy. I don't know. Oh, one last thing. I think we're at tweet number 23 here. If you're going to come at me with the quote, we will vote you out if you pass this, end quote, please save yourself the time if you don't live in Nevada or if you don't live in my district. Fewer than a dozen of my 75,000 actual constituents have weighed in on this issue. Okay, this is the 23rd and final tweet, and quite honestly, this one might have the most to it. He's hearing a lot. Maybe that goes back to the noise that he was hearing. He might be hearing from a lot of people in Oakland, in the Bay Area, in California that have a vested interest in not losing the Oakland A's and trying to influence the decision-making in the state capital of Carson City. So he's obviously hearing that. He's hearing some of the pressure that the public opinion on this. I have not seen any poll that shows a strong public opinion favoring SB 509, which turned into SB 1. I've just not seen it. If anybody's got it, I'll take a look at it. Where did it come from? How accurate is it? The only things I've seen, both done by the government and done by private entities, all show opposition. But the second part of this is the final sentence here. Fewer than a dozen of my 75,000 actual constituents have weighed in on this issue. That's a little bit surprising, concerning, but maybe it's not. I mean, maybe this proves that if he doesn't have people from his own district knocking down his door, telling him to, hey, do this, absolutely do this, or don't do this, is that a good thing for the project? It hasn't even caught anybody's attention or motivation to say, yes, we love it, or even no, we absolutely don't love it. It seems like there's just not a demand for this to even happen. There's a lot of things to potentially take away from that. I'm not going to lie. And maybe you've got some other thoughts on this. Mine is that the lack of interest is literally the lack of interest. And if people are supportive of something, they'll usually let you know about it. I guess if they also really, really hate it, they'll let you know about it too. But that sure is interesting, and it might also prove the fact that the A's are really trying to get to Las Vegas more than Las Vegans actually are really trying to get the Oakland A's to come down there. So that's just, again, my interpretation of this. 23 total tweets. Give you credit, Steve Yeager, man. That is a heck of a thread. I think I just spent 25 minutes talking about it, but we had to break it down. So anyway, thought that was interesting. Thought I'd pass it along. Let me know what you think in the comment section down below. You made it here to the end of a video breaking down 23 tweets. For that, give yourself and me thumbs up down below. And also don't forget, subscribe to this channel so that I can definitely see you next time. Brody here, and thank you so much for checking out this super stream, which I should explain. It's a compilation of my A's coverage in the last handful of months as it relates to potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas if approved by Major League Baseball, which, as you're aware, could be right around the corner. And so instead of creating new videos, rehashing old topics, I thought it would just be best to revisit all of the coverage and the angles over time and over this last summer that have brought us here. So once again, what you're watching is a repeat of some videos you've seen, probably some you haven't, but I really do appreciate your support here on this channel and throughout this entire process. Here's the next one.
Here's Brody Brazil.
You know, Major League Baseball can be so unique in its approach at times, like right now. And consider the unwritten rule that you as a player or a team are not supposed to make any major headlines. You're not supposed to break any news during the postseason or the World Series that you're not participating in. It's just kind of a thing where MLB doesn't want anybody or anything to overshadow or upstage its second season. And I suppose I understand that to a certain degree, but the playoffs go so long. I mean, most of the month of October, and this year into the month of November. That's a long time to focus on only the baseball games at hand. I mean, can you imagine the NFL suppressing attention-worthy headlines and news and information? You know, things like managerial changes, players going to a new team. Baseball really wants to squelch all of that as much as they can during the postseason. I can't imagine basketball doing it either. It is really unique of baseball to try and silence all of that extraneous stuff during its postseason, which makes it interesting that every year before Game 1 of the World Series, MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred decides to host a press conference, just like he did here today. In fact, that is an actual photo of him in Texas meeting with the media. And you know, the questions he's going to be asked, some of them involve the World Series games at hand, but anything is on the table. And he does this not in front of cameras or on the radio. He did some other media appearances, but he handles these questions all with reporters only transcribing what he's saying. So unfortunately, when he does inevitably get asked about the Oakland A's and their situation, it kind of takes away from the World Series. It is one of those distractions. Today, he made headlines about something else than Game 1 of the World Series, which, by the way, turned out to be pretty darn entertaining in itself. So that's weird. The other thing is that this might be the final time that Rob Manfred comments on anything about the A's or Las Vegas or Oakland and this situation until the owners get together November 14th through the 16th, actually in Texas, for the owners' meetings, and that's when Manfred says he is still expecting a vote for relocation, obviously. So again, interesting that it all times out like this, and baseball doesn't want to distract you, but yet the commissioner kind of does just that. And we don't have any video or audio to go on here. I wish we did. I would definitely share that with you. Only a handful of tweets or X's, whatever we're calling these posts. Bob Nightingale says MLB owners are expected to officially vote on the A's move from Oakland to Las Vegas at their owners' meetings November 14th through the 16th. That's one part of it. Here's the other part of it. Rob Manfred declined to say where the A's would play for several years until their new ballpark is ready in Las Vegas. Okay, the first part is that he's always said he expects that. The A's were the ones that initially said that's when they're aiming to have a vote ready by. Why can't he just come out and say, on November 16th, we are holding this vote. We're ready. They'll be ready. This is when we're doing it. I find it weird that here we are about 2 weeks and change away, and they still can't commit to locking anything down. Or in the case of their temporary home for 3 full seasons, he declined to say where the A's would play for several years because at this point, I don't think there's knowledge of that. I don't think there's an agreement in place. I don't even know how many good options there are at this point. The Coliseum, Oracle Park, a minor league facility. Again, options are limited, and we have heard nothing on any particular front. Now, Commissioner Manfred wasn't the only one talking today. The head of the Players Association, MLBPA, Tony Clark, was also in Texas. He also met with reporters. He said this, quote, "I do find it interesting that, amid the conversation and dialogue around finances, rather than staying in the 6th largest market, they, the A's, are moving to a market that may have them in a perpetual cycle of receiving revenue sharing." That is interesting, right? And they would be in the smallest media market of Major League Baseball if they land in Las Vegas. Tony also went on to talk about the MLBPA's involvement in approving that temporary site, that temporary home for multiple seasons. They definitely have a hand in that decision. And quite honestly, the more that the PA gets involved, the more it makes me think that those minor league parks in Reno, in Summerlin, in Salt Lake City, in Sacramento, the ones that everybody's talked about as options, it makes me think those are even more off the table the more the PA gets their hands on this. Clark said there is, quote, ongoing dialogue between the union and the league about where the A's might play between the end of their Oakland lease in 2024 and the projected opening of their Las Vegas ballpark in 2028, but nothing has been decided. Or maybe nothing has been arranged, or contractually agreed upon, or even is a good option. Again, there is still a lot of hypotheticals being thrown out there with only about 2 weeks left until we seek official answers. Now, going back to Bill Shaken and one of his posts here, Rob Manfred said the relocation committee met 3 times this week, and he still expects a vote on the proposed move next month. 3 times this week. It makes me wonder if some of that times out with the Phillies' elimination from the playoffs, the postseason. The Brewers and the Royals, they've already been out. Brewers were in it. Royals never got in the playoffs. My point is that the Phillies owner had been really busy up to this point with that little thing called the NLCS. And so maybe now that he's more available in attendance, maybe they're catching up on lost time. This 3-man committee, owners of the Royals, Brewers, and Phillies, which is the relocation committee, which, man, met 3 times this week? That's a lot. But that's interesting information. That's a unique tidbit that we're finding out here. There's also some talk about an underlying situation here, something that's not garnering all the headlines or the attention, but baseball is identifying it as something very serious to the process, and that's the Schools Over Stadiums group in Southern Nevada. They're upset because the $380 million of public funding is going to a ballpark for a baseball team instead of a school system in the state of Nevada, which ranks among the worst, like 49th out of 50 in the United States. That Schools Over Stadium group is trying to collect signatures. They need more than 100,000 from 4 different districts in the state, but if they get it, they can put a referendum vote on the ballot for November 2024, and if that vote passes, it would essentially remove $380 million of public funding towards this project. And quite honestly, based on what the A's said during the legislative session, if they don't get that money, their endeavors in Las Vegas and Nevada basically come to an instant halt. Maybe they could figure out another way at this point, but it certainly would not be easy. And so the commissioner's quote on all of this, if there was an adverse development with respect to that referendum, that would be a significant development. But he said more about that. It's in Bill Shaken's article at latimes.com, which is headlined, I believe, MLB keeping a weary eye on potential Nevada vote on A's stadium funding. Here's a bit of that piece from Bill Shaken. Quote, if there was an adverse development with respect to that referendum, that would be a significant development. You heard Manfred say that Friday before Game 1 of the World Series. That's all I can say about that. Again, read between the lines there. Imagine the body language of him saying that. I'm pointing out to you that MLB is truly identifying that potential referendum vote as something serious to this process. It's out there as one of the things, one of the big question marks, but the way that they are addressing it tells you how serious it is to things moving forward. A Nevada teachers union has launched a petition to qualify the referendum for a public vote, arguing that voters should have a say in whether taxpayer funding should be spent on a ballpark. The A's have joined a lawsuit asking a court to throw out the petition based on its technical defects. A hearing is set November 6th. That's something I wasn't aware of. A hearing is set November 6th, according to the teachers union. Again, the lawsuit is something that the A's are part of. And speaking of that teachers union, they have until next summer, July, I think, of 2024, to collect those 100,000 plus signatures. If they do, the referendum vote is on deck for November of 2024, which presents a really interesting timing to see where the A's would be at, the Tropicana site, the ballpark project. It could very much be underway with demolition and maybe even further. To have news like that happen of a referendum vote would certainly make things very interesting, if not messy, all at the same time. All right, let's move on here to more from the LA Times article. It is also unclear where the A's would play between 2024, the last year of their lease at the Oakland Coliseum, and 2028. Tony Clark, the executive director of the Major League Baseball Players Association, said Friday the union has had, quote, ongoing dialogue with the league about where the A's would play in the interim, but said nothing has been decided. And again, the PA very much has a say on where its players operate. A major league facility like the Coliseum, like potentially Oracle Park. But it seems, again, like the more they get involved, the PA does with this process, the less likely it is that the A's would be temporarily in Sacramento, Summerlin, Reno, or Salt Lake City. The union has no say in whether the A's move, but Clark said the league needs to finalize a decision and its impacts on players, quote, sooner rather than later. In speaking with reporters Friday, Clark has also expressed the same curiosity about the potential move that many Oakland fans have expressed. And I'm not here to speak for Tony Clark, but he has very much defended Oakland in this process and questioned a lot of the same things I have in this process. There just shouldn't be this many questions ever, but especially with about 2 weeks plus left to go before a potential vote. I mean, we're setting ourselves up right now for right after the World Series ends to have a bunch of details needed and required by the A's about this project before owners can figure out how to take a vote on it. And I realize some things are behind closed doors, private versus out there in the public right now, but there are some things which should obviously be public about this project that are not publicly known. Okay, we're going to switch gears here to the Associated Press's coverage, and this is a quote from Rob Manfred discussing what are the final steps before an actual relocation vote, but specific to that relocation committee, right? The owner of the Brewers, the owner of the Royals, and the owner of the Phillies, they make up that 3-person relocation committee. He says, quote, once they have a pretty good sense of where they're headed, I have to consult with the committee's executive council, he said Friday before the World Series opener. Quote, and then after that consultation, I prepare a recommendation to the clubs and then go back to the executive council for an actual vote on the recommendation that I made. Whew. That would be followed by a vote of the 30 clubs. There's a lot going on there. You'll recommend this. I'll make a recommendation. You'll vote on my recommendation. Then the clubs will vote. This is a new process, relatively speaking. It's been a while since Major League Baseball moved a team, but even in that case, they bought into the Expos to move them from Montreal to Washington, D.C. So we don't do this very often, and that's why there's a lot of questions. There's a lot of misunderstandings. That's not exactly how I remembered it being spelled out at first, like Commissioner Manfred is that heavily involved, but apparently he is. It continues. Asked where the team would play in 2025 if a move is approved, Manfred said, quote, can't answer that question right now. I really wish I had audio or video of this interview session. Like I said, I'd be playing it right here because body language and expression is so important. I mean, words are nice. Text is fine. But the way he says it like that, there's only one of 2 reasons why you can't answer it right now. Number one, you can't answer it because I can't tell you, right? Like I can't give you the answer right now because there is an answer. That's number one. Number two, I can't answer it because there is no answer. Nothing finite, nothing set, nothing approved, agreed upon. It could very well be as simple as that. Going back to the Tony Clark quote that you saw before, that's part of this. I'll go through it quickly here. I do find it interesting that amid the conversation and dialogue around finances, that rather than staying in the 6th largest market, the A's are moving to a market that very well may have them in a perpetual cycle of receiving revenue sharing, Tony Clark said. Here's the other part. All of that needs to be remedied sooner rather than later because it is a draw on the entirety of the league at this point. Not just you, the A's fan. Not just some of the people involved in the process. Tony Clark, head of the Players Association, is saying that this process and how it's playing out and the lack of information and details is a draw on the entirety of the league at this point. That's pretty significant. That's pretty straightforward. So again, no surprise in that Rob Manfred spoke. I knew this was coming for weeks and months. He always does this ahead of the World Series. And I'm not exactly sure that we learned the most today from him versus Tony Clark. I think Tony Clark might have stole the show, if I'm being honest. What Manfred said is that he still doesn't know a lot of things. and describe the process in a little bit more detail, which is still confusing, but it doesn't really have much answers right now. But going back to the main point, maybe this is it. Maybe Rob Manfred will not speak on this topic until after November 16th? Is that what we're saying here? I don't think they vote on the very first day of the meetings, or really even the second. I think they vote on Getaway Day. It's my prediction. If the vote is even ready to be taken, let's declare that. Why is that not set in stone at this point? You can schedule some things. You can put this on the docket. It tells me right now that there might be some question whether or not that actually happens. Hoping, planning, expecting, those are all things that I say when I'm not sure. I can tell you right now, it's the end of this video. I'm calling that shot. So thumbs up, put it down below. Help me out since you made it here this long. Look, I don't know when this vote's happening. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the channel so I can definitely see you next time. And now I'm for sure ending this video. I can say that definitively. Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Well, you made it to the end of what is officially the worst Oakland A's season ever. I can say that factually and obviously because of the record. After 162 games, no Oakland team has lost more games than what you just saw in 2023. But equally, if not greater, off the field within the last 6 months. And all of the news centering around potential relocation to Las Vegas, it has made it such a difficult baseball season to digest. And I've got to say thank you, first off, to everybody watching this right now here on YouTube, but also everybody who showed us support on television with the broadcasts and the pre- and the post-game shows on NBC Sports California. We really do appreciate you for being with us. I have a number of different points to make, and by the way, this video is not going to carry a ton of production value. It's not going to have all my fancy presentation and graphical points. It's just going to be me talking to you. I do have some notes here written down, kind of an outline of things I want to say. It's very loose. It's very fluid. But I do want to hit some important points. And beginning with those of you who have supported me here on the YouTube channel within the last handful of months. This channel has obviously turned into kind of a headquarters for A's relocation news. And that's fine, but that was never my preference. I never would have dreamed this back at the beginning of April. Nobody asked me to do this. But as a citizen of the East Bay, as a person who's lived in the Bay Area my entire life, grew up watching the A's, among other Bay Area sports teams, a person who has the current role on television like I've had now for more than a decade, yeah, I mean, I felt the obligation to go above and beyond, keep you informed, keep you connected, and also give the fans a bit of a voice in everything that's gone on. Some people have said, well, why do you make so many videos on YouTube? My goodness. A lot of people from Las Vegas have been saying, hey, give it up, it's over. Well, first off, I've already discussed this before. It's over when it's over. Like a baseball game. Like an Oakland A's game. And we've seen how many times that team has come from behind, walked it off, and made you forget about the deficit they were facing. I'm not promising anything here. I'm just making the point that I started something years ago. I want to see it through all the way to the very end. I also here on YouTube, in terms of the relocation piece, and all the news associated with it, I really do want to get every last thought, idea, reflection, and emotion put in a video. Because I want it all to stand on the record over time. And no matter what the final result of all of this is, move to Vegas, stay in Oakland, or go somewhere else, I have no clue how this all comes to an end at this point. I also realize that I have no control over this. I've realized that from the very beginning, but I can control my own efforts and what I put my time into and the product that I deliver to you here on YouTube. I obviously have been following this story for a long time, dealing with the inception of Howard Terminal as a real idea in the late 2010s. I don't know that I necessarily saw the Las Vegas side of it coming here in 2023 as quickly as it did, and how fast everything kind of fell into place down there with the public funding and 2 different stadium sites, ultimately free land at the Tropicana Hotel site. But I've been on this for a while, and I'm not giving up until the very end. A couple more things on this channel. Eventually, yeah. I mean, when there is a resolution to this situation, this channel is going to pivot its focus to be more on something else and probably less of this, no matter what. So I do realize that. But I also wanted to say that, yeah, this was my doing. This is my project. It's a responsibility I've taken on. But I wanted none of this. As I watch in the last few days and weeks and months, criticism on the other side of the bay. Like San Francisco Giants fans are frustrated with their season and they've fired their manager. And there's questions about the future and their front office. But all they're worried about over there is baseball. And that's all I really wanted to do this season too with the Oakland A's. I'm actually a bit envious. I miss the days of just covering a baseball team and their successes and failures and struggles and high points and highlights. This season couldn't really be just about the Oakland A's and their baseball team. It had to be about so much more off the field as well. And quite honestly, going through this season, it made me miss yesteryear when we didn't have this drama, this controversy, this looming relocation and its process over our heads, like literally the entire baseball season. I'll never forget the date, April 19th, that evening when all of this broke. What were we, 2.5 weeks into this baseball season? And so we've been sitting through this process nearly the entire time. It's been going on simultaneously as, oh yeah, by the way, the worst record result of the A's during their time in Oakland. And that's another part of this. Like this entire season has been such uncharted territory. And it's been a bit traumatic, I'm not going to lie. I've lost sleep over what's been happening behind the scenes. But it's also been tough because never before has this franchise in Oakland got to the 110 loss mark. I mean, they were lucky to get to the 50 wins. They also surpassed 110 losses. And it's one thing to lose a lot of games like this. That alone would have made this a difficult season. To just tell everybody, hey, it was the worst Oakland season on the field ever. Like that alone was enough. Let alone all the other relocation stuff. We're accustomed to, being sports fans and covering sports teams. We're accustomed to a team that loses a lot of games here or there, whatever team it is, or a team that might lose their players that you like, or a team that might lose some playoff games over the years to free agency or trades. But the potential of losing the entire team, you kind of realize we're in rare territory right now. The potential of this is even rare territory. This doesn't happen very often. You don't expect this to happen to you. But here we are. And again, just to kind of put that bow on it, it has been traumatic and it has lasted a long time, more than half a year with the very serious and imminent threat of the A's no longer existing in Oakland after 2024 and maybe definitely not by 2028. It's been very hard this year, even when the team started to turn things around on the field, to truly get invested and excited about today or the future of the franchise. That's something that we could all rally around, say, in 2017, the second half of that year. Oh, who's this Matt Chapman guy? Who's this Matt Olson guy? Next thing you know, as Sean Murphy comes around to join a Marcus Semien, and you've got a full-fledged playoff contending 97-win team. But when Zach Geloff comes up and does so well, he's been so fun to watch. And Esteury Ruiz and the American League rookie stolen base record, and Mason Miller and all of his starts, and even Joe Boyle here in the last couple weeks. These have all been exciting players to watch. Brent Rooker this year, who would have thought? He's the all-star, the amount of homers he's hit. But wins and losses and successes this year, it kind of all takes really a back seat. And excitement about the future kind of takes a back seat. This is something that's supposed to generate the fan base, regenerate the fan base. I know they didn't want to go through it in the first place, and we can talk about that in a second, but even as you witness this team turn things around this year, it just didn't hit the same way, didn't hit like it's supposed to. It's been very difficult to remain excited about the present or the future of this team, even when it's starting to look better. And going back to the whole turnover of players, and I don't even just mean this last time with the Chapman, Olson, Bassett, Canna, Minaya, that whole group of players. I mean, you could go back to even the prior version. And bye-bye Yoenis Cespedes or Josh Donaldson. I mean, I could go on and on. Sonny Gray. Kind of breaking up the team after 2013 of winning the West and 2014 of getting into the playoffs for 3 straight years, 12, 13, 14. The overhauls like this time around, they hurt. I think a lot of A's fans were looking at the fire sale, if that's what we're calling it, as well, whatever it takes to regenerate the team in time for Howard Terminal. If this is all part of the process, if this is kind of the lumps we have to take here and now to get to the future, you're more okay with it in reverse, back at that time, at that moment. But now seeing that the teardown leads to the transition of relocation and could be used as influence for the relocation, it makes it very difficult in reverse. A lot of fans who are already kind of on the fence about the future, and then that happens and part of your fan base is diminished. And now watching that last group of players that, quote, got away. I mean, I've got the list somewhere. There's upwards of 25 players, more than that were even in contention for a playoff spot going into this final weekend of the regular season. Former A's players on their new teams fighting for the playoffs. And it's fun to watch those guys, but it's also frustrating knowing what you still could have had in Oakland. A team and a trajectory on the up, the momentum of getting a stadium to go along with that. And now it's literally, you've got the worst of both worlds. No players and a team that has decided Las Vegas is their sole and primary focus. I'll tell you what else. It's been difficult for me to go to work at the Coliseum, only in a sense of, when I walk in and I see the Rooted in Oakland sign, it brings a new wave of emotions and feelings and realization and how things have played out here. Like I said, almost unimaginable 6-7 months ago. Never thought we'd be here like this right now. And I don't know what the future brings. I'm just saying all the events to get us to how real Las Vegas and moving to Nevada actually are. There's a major league owners vote and pretty much that. And the $380 million going through or not eventually, those are the last two things we're down to, basically. As far as I can see. My prediction on all of this, by the way, is people say, well, what's going to happen here between now and the vote? Maybe nothing. Maybe some more things. There has been so much unexpected to this point. No twists and turns from now till November or December or whatever would surprise me. I do still predict there are a few more twists and turns. How wide and how severe are those twists and turns? They could be minor. Some could be major. Some could derail the whole thing. Some could be just no big deal and be a headline here and there. But going back to walking into the stadium, the Coliseum, a place that, I've been going since as long as I can remember going to any baseball games. It feels different going there now. And understanding that we could be 81 more home games from it being done, a wrap in Oakland. I don't know where they're going to play 25, 6, or 7, but at this point, if they're committed to move somewhere else during that time span, they're there, but are they really there? How will people feel about that, by the way? Seeing that rooted in Oakland sign, it really makes me go back and say, well, was every last effort to stay here attempted? If you're a caretaker of a franchise, and like if you're a caretaker of a person, I'm going to do everything possible, everything humanly possible to take care of you, to keep you alive, to keep you healthy as you are. And it feels like the game was ended before it was actually over between Oakland and the A's and Howard Terminal and all those talks. And in retrospect, being a couple days away from that ultimate summit mediated between city leaders and team leaders, and the final discussion, the decisions that they could have made, they didn't even get to that. Things were cut off right before that. It feels like so much is just left on the table, all that work and all the money spent, all the time and effort. And what was the roadblock in the end? If you told me that, the environmental impact report came back and it's not good and this can't happen, well, what are you going to do about that? Or if the BCDC, the governing body of basically anything surrounding the bay, if they said, you know what, you can't actually use this land, it's not good. Well, what can you say? There's a roadblock. Or what if the Port of Oakland this entire time was not agreeable to having a baseball stadium at Howard Terminal? What would you say? But all of those things were lined up. The negotiation and the money, and that's it. The dollars, that was the sticking point in the end. I guess the frustration is that there was nothing out of your control that you couldn't get past. Everything that could have stopped you didn't stop you. And everything that was in control was the factor of why this is not happening. Howard Terminal, looking at it, driving past it sometimes recently, I don't know what to think. I glance over, I see it from off the freeway. You can plainly see it from 880 over there, and it's just it gives you not a sick feeling yet, but a really sentimental feeling. What's it going to be someday? What's it not going to be someday? I have no clue. The other part about this is the whole Las Vegas side of it. And I know a lot of people from Las Vegas are watching this channel, and I appreciate your interest and support. I mean, I just hope you know I'm doing all of this work for mostly people here in Northern California, just so they get the coverage that they need and their voice gets out there. And I've tried to include the Nevada voice and the Las Vegas voice and the Clark County voice, and I'm going to actually do more of that in the coming weeks. By the way, my coverage of this season, like this baseball season, is over because it's over. My coverage of this story, like I said, is not going to cease until it's over. And I honestly don't mean to make videos that knock Las Vegas, but if I ask questions about Las Vegas, that's not knocking Las Vegas. Las Vegas has never done Major League Baseball before. Until a couple years ago, they'd never really done one of the major pro sports leagues before. And the situation down there, it's not really proven. You've had the Golden Knights for a handful of years. They are abnormal in their entry and their first few years of existence in the NHL. The Raiders, they're 3 seasons in, but then COVID and empty attendance. Like, we're still figuring out what that's like and who shows up, like other teams' fans, to Raider games. And maybe that works. Maybe the Raiders will eventually hate that they'll never have a home field advantage unless they, go to SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. Like, that's their home field advantage. But again, Las Vegas is unique. Las Vegas is a can-do place. I get both of those things, and I fully respect both of those things. But this project, what's being proposed here, a ballpark on 9 acres in the back parking lot of the Tropicana Hotel that's mostly going to rely on tourists, like 1/3 of fans that show up will have flown in and have made it a point to come to A's games on a Tuesday or a Thursday night. This ballpark is going to require near sellouts for 30 straight years to service the bonds that Clark County is going to float out there. This would be the smallest big league market, like significantly. It's number 40. It would be the smallest media and population market in baseball. The A's are already claiming small market problems and issues, and like Las Vegas is going to actually be even worse if that is a problem. How about the whole temporary home situation? Like, at this point, we still don't know. If a move is going to happen, there are these lost years of 25, 6, and 7 at least. There's no home for the A's at this point. They can say the Coliseum, but I don't know that that's been offered. At some point, if you don't have a friend in town or a hotel to stay at, where are you sleeping tonight? The fact that the A's are doing all of this to stay on revenue sharing is amazing, to receive the luxury tax payout and benefit from the other side of it. That luxury tax is what's supposed to keep the smaller teams afloat. It's your perk for existing and somebody else paying so much. Well, here, you get a payout to stay alive. But then the only reason that you're staying on it is so that you can go to Las Vegas, or you're going to Las Vegas to stay on it? It's counterintuitive. Obviously, the A's feel like they need Las Vegas because of the public money, because of the free land, because of some of the opportunities out there. There's a small circle of people and politicians really interested in the A's coming down there. I get that, to fill their schedules, to make some money. But I don't see like the overwhelming appetite and hype about fans down there excited for the A's to come down. Maybe I'm missing it, but I'll hope to find out. Does Las Vegas as a population, do they really need the A's? I mean, the A's need Las Vegas. It seems like that's their mindset. Do the people of Las Vegas need the A's? The public money happens so quickly. Remember, there was a first stadium site, the Wild Wild West site. The A's were going to buy that land. They had a binding agreement for it that somehow became unbound. And then they moved on to the free land, the site with free land at the Tropicana Hotel, 9 of 35 acres, which again, retractable roof on 9 acres for Major League Baseball. It's never been done. It's way too small. Leads me to believe that this stadium might end up being just a straight up dome. It's less expensive. It's easier to build, will take less time. Maybe that's what we're getting. Artificial turf, another one of those. And I also think, one more thing on the Las Vegas side of this is the mentality down there, of which I've observed. Well, the A's will be different down here. Maybe to some respects. I mean, maybe they absolutely have to be down there to survive. If the Giants right now are your competition in the Bay Area for their stadium and their attendance and their fans, and that's what you're competing with, imagine what you're going to compete with in Las Vegas for sports and entertainment options. Like, it's going to be extremely difficult. Going back to the situation here in Northern California, there's been a lot of pointing fingers. I mean, I've tried in my documentation of all this to be fair, and honestly, my true opinion is that there is plenty of blame to go around literally everywhere. I mean, I could even start in my own business, the media business, the broadcasting business. This has been a story that's been developing for years. I mean, the Howard Terminal side of it, the struggles to get that done, the slowness of the process, or kind of who was in where doing what and who was influential in the process. It really feels like Oakland missed the boat on this stuff from like 2017, 18, maybe even 19 into 20. And then Oakland got real excited in 2021. Their own term sheet, now they're getting the wheels moving. But by that point, then the A's had kind of checked out of it. Two ships crossing in the night has been my biggest analogy this entire time. There's a lot of nautical references here. Missing the boat, two ships in the night, two ships crossing in the night. But going back to my own industry here, if this were one of the other Bay Area sports teams with the potential of leaving town, this story would be all over the place. And I don't know that the coverage has been the volume of it, the depth of it. I mean, recently, obviously, everybody's getting into it. The attention has been there, of course, this 2023 season, no doubt. But only because things have amplified to the point where you can't ignore it anymore. Where was everybody covering this story of Howard Terminal and what's been happening in 2018, 19, 20, and 21? I understand some people, some entities, some outlets, maybe they were turned off by the A's over time for whatever reason. But I feel like if it were any other pro sports team in the Bay Area that was in this situation, you wouldn't have only 2 to 3 consistent sources of which I think I'm one of those 2, 3, 4, 5, a handful, a small handful. Shout out to Casey. I know everybody's going to say Casey too. He's at the top of that list of people just with their eyes on this story. But I think in reverse, the local media could have done better in jumping on this earlier and not reacting to it, but maybe have been proactive in prior years so that it just didn't get to this point. I don't know that everybody was paying attention to when the EIR came out or the back and forth between the city and the team or even the county's involvement. I was paying attention. Go back on my channel. I've been paying attention to this stuff forever, but I felt kind of lonely during that process. I think the city of Oakland, and like I said, everybody's going to get a little finger pointed at them here, but Oakland failed the A's, like I said, initially, probably not taking their stadium project seriously enough or bringing it up to the city council. Literally, the first time the Oakland City Council had this conversation documented was July of 2021. I mean, Howard Terminal had been a thing for 2+3 years before that. They didn't create a task force for this. They didn't really make it a priority in the early years. Yes, in recent times, they raised a ton of money to do all the infrastructure. And they've totally caught up to the process and they've made themselves competitive. And at this point, I mean, to the extent of Shang Tao flying to Seattle to meet face-to-face with Rob Manfred and to pitch and propose what had been discussed and where the team and the city were at, yes, Oakland has caught up, but they were so far behind the curve, it feels like, in taking actual action back in the day. They didn't really wake up to the circumstances until we're already kind of behind the curve. And Oakland's got a lot of other problems. Let me also state this. I fully realize what priorities are. Life and death situations and issues. Totally understand. But at some point, if you're functioning at any respectable level, you can do two things at once. I think Major League Baseball throughout this process, going back to the blue ribbon panel of trying to find the A's a new site, the 2000s into the 2010s. They have been dragging their feet on this for so long that they kind of made a fan base ruined. Major League Baseball did not back the A's really in Howard Terminal. Where were they? Where was Rob Manfred giving a speech one day at the site of Howard Terminal, to say how big it would be for baseball and this team to secure its new home? Or how about, there's also this, which we can get into the A's. Howard Terminal didn't work. You bought the Coliseum site for the purpose of security of using it as a home for the new stadium to assure the A's a home in Oakland. And then they decided not to use it. Anyway, going back to Major League Baseball, the whole situation of even continuing revenue sharing and requiring the team to have a new site and pushing this deadline on them, that's in the CBA between baseball and the Players Association, the collective bargaining agreement. Major League Baseball has kind of toyed with this market for so long. When did Major League Baseball ever stand up for this market and say, you know what, here's what's going to happen, here's how all of you will get this together? If it's true that baseball encouraged the A's to go pursue parallel paths in Las Vegas, Major League Baseball totally clouded this issue. So they're a part of this too. As much as they'll get the ultimate say on this, they're a huge part of it too. And I've talked about the A's plenty in this video, but I think to look back and to not be certain that every last effort was made to stay in Oakland, to not feel that way if this is the end of Oakland at the end of this season. And by the way, that's kind of a weird thing too, right? The next time you go see an A's game at the Coliseum, like March or April of 2024, by then you should have a definitive answer of where this team is going to be for the next decade or 2 or 5. Is it Las Vegas? Somehow, some way, is it Oakland? But I think the hard part is not knowing at the very end of this, was every effort exerted to try and stay. And if it was, I just need to see it. I need the receipts on that. I don't think that's been proven yet. I said before that the plan for Las Vegas doesn't seem like a rock-solid plan. I guess I should go back to that. Maybe I didn't make that point well enough. If you told me the A's were moving to Denver because the Rockies didn't exist, well, Denver's got, a football team, a hockey team that does well, a basketball team. It's a big city. They're not going to rely on, tourism to fill their seats. Okay, what am I supposed to say? You got me. There's a better opportunity out there. In this case with Las Vegas, it's a gamble opportunity. Just made that one up. That's the analogy. It's a gamble opportunity. I would like to see, before this is all over, if it was that close and it can't work in Oakland, I need to see it. I need to see exactly what the gap is, what the divide is, how far we were, how close we are. It can't be computed by me until I see it. and probably a lot of people too. I guess I'm going to close it out with a lot of you, the fans, who I've already said, and I wanted to make that point first, I appreciate all of the support all season long. I don't want the fans to get blamed for any of this. I hate when the stories come out and attendance is referenced. I mean, there's a multitude of reasons why attendance is what it is. That's if I'm doing that in this video, like this thing's going to go on forever. But attendance is what it is for several different reasons. The fans are just bystanders here with literally everything to lose and practically zero control over the situation. They've had their voice, they've had their creativity, they've sent their messages, and those messages have been received. Whether they create the desired effect or not and have the desired reaction, that remains to be seen. But in terms of doing everything the fans could and expressing their emotions, I think that happened here in 2023. A lot of people say that if the A's move, it's kind of like, well, a funeral season of 2024. I think it's more like a divorce because the A's aren't ceasing existence after this. They'll go somewhere else, and I don't know what the A's great group of fans does next, what effect this would possibly have if this is actually going to happen. And it's amazing because the whole tone of my thoughts in this video here have been, looking at, I guess, a worst case scenario from the perspective of an Oakland fan. It would take a lot of things falling into place in the right way, but imagine Oakland either keeping the A's or getting a brand new expansion team with a brand new stadium, potentially at Howard Terminal, and all the excitement surrounding that. I mean, that is a possibility in all of this. I suppose my angle of viewing things is expect the worst and hope for the best. Well, the best would be that Oakland gets to keep its existence as a baseball community. The worst would obviously be losing the A's and getting nothing back in return. And the feeling of watching this team in Las Vegas and through maybe some struggles down there and the hard plans that they've laid out to try and live up to that down there is going to be extremely costly, extremely ambitious, and extremely difficult. And I hope that no fans here look back in reverse and say, well, I knew that was going to come. I told you so. I think that would be one of the most difficult feelings for A's fans to have in the worst case scenario down the road, is to be right about this here and now. Well, that's it. You made it here to the end of this video. My rant. What is this? This is like a end of the year breakdown, but I just let everything out, basically. My end of the season session, so to speak. There'll be lots more. Again, this is not by any means the end of my coverage, but I just felt like this was the time to just kind of breathe for a second and to put the season, the worst Oakland season, into perspective. And yeah, we've already broken down the team in other videos and the players and, the on-the-field stuff, but I feel like it was important to make this, this off-the-field video too, because, again, wins and losses are one thing, but losing your team is so much different. You made it here to the end. I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below. That'll greatly help me out. And don't forget, subscribe to this channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and I want to remind you what you're watching right now is the Super Stream. This is a compilation of A's coverage involving potential relocation to Las Vegas. A bunch of videos that I've been making across the last several months. They're all getting replayed right here, right now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Well, here's a very interesting double meaning. For so many decades, it's been called the Coliseum Complex. as in a place with multiple structures, the stadium, the arena, and a couple big parking lots. That is a complex. But the Coliseum right now and moving forward is also a very complex scenario. It's complicated. Multiple parties, what might happen. Honestly, we don't know much more than the next 12 months at this point in time. Very uncertain who gets what, how it happens, how it shakes out. Wow. Things are going to get interesting right off 880. I mean, the only thing we know right now is for 2024 that the A's will play their home games at the Coliseum regardless of relocation or not. Moving to Las Vegas or staying in Oakland or a vote or no vote, it doesn't matter. 2024 is going to happen at the Oakland Coliseum for the A's. But at the same point, their 10-year lease does expire December 31st of 2024. So it is the end of a contractual agreement at the end of next season. The A's, because of timing of everything else, they've already committed and said they will play next season at the Coliseum. And it makes a ton of sense because they're already on the hook and they've got such a good deal. It's only a $1.25 million lease on the final season of their agreement. Now, there's also this. The A's have purchased half of the Coliseum site. They own 50% of that 120-acre site, 130-acre site. They own 50% of the Coliseum land. They're paying it off currently, but they must pay the rest of their purchase price, which is $45 million total, if they leave the Coliseum site before 2026. Let me try this again. If they move somewhere else before 26, even though their lease ends in 24, they instantly have to pay the final installments of 24, 25, and 26, $15 million apiece, which adds up to $45 million. So this gets us into the complicated part. If you thought that was the complicated part, like their lease ending and what to do next, that's part of it. But how about the A's owning 50% of the Coliseum site? It used to be Oakland owned half, as in the city, Alameda, as in the county, owned the other half, 50-50, the Oakland-Alameda County Coliseum Complex. Well, the A's bought Alameda County's half in 2020 for $85 million. It already seems like a deal. But the county was trying to just get out of owning this land. They didn't want to be a part of it, which is amazing in retrospect. It's such a viable property for something. For something there. It doesn't even have to be a stadium. Think of the other opportunities that exist on that site, where it is with the amenities it's got, and the proximity to everything else. So the A's bought Alameda County's half. Now it's the A's and the city of Oakland as co-owners. Now, there's also a middle party in between all of that, which we'll also explain in just a second. But why did the A's buy the Coliseum? Let's go back to this in March of 2018 when Dave Kaval was expressing why the A's really wanted to do this. It has become clear that the A's need to solidify control of the one site in Oakland that offers an assured path for the development of a new privately financed baseball venue, the existing Coliseum complex. I think the assured path part is the one that maybe stands out right now and stings a little bit more now than ever. Mind you, I think the A's were also attempting to buy Oakland's half as well, too. And Oakland took exception to the A's even buying the county's half of the Coliseum site. Kaval continued, if consummated, our offer would end the long-standing cash drain from the city and county's general funds caused by ownership of the Coliseum and ensure that the A's possess one assured route to a new privately financed stadium in Oakland. Ensure that the A's possess one assured route to a new privately financed stadium in Oakland. That was the reasoning of purchasing the land. Was it a necessary sale? Was it a good faith sale? And where does it get us now? Because now the A's, going back to their current situation, 25, 26, and 27, very unsettled for this team where they would play. And I'm not sure if Oakland or the Joint Powers Authority is going to offer them the opportunity to even stay for 2025 and beyond. Like, let's first analyze this from the A's angle. What would be their motivations to actually, if approved for Las Vegas, what would be their motivations to stay where they're at for 3 full seasons? Number one, you take advantage of a bigger media market. I mean, any of the other temporary spots, Salt Lake City, Reno, even Sacramento. Well, Sacramento's a bigger market than Las Vegas, but they're trying to take advantage of just more opportunity of people and revenue and opportunities they have here to stay. Which is also interesting is they're leaving, but they would latch on to that for as long as they could. Also, like, not great temporary options logistically. You're sharing a minor league ballpark with somebody in some other city that's not your home. Just that would motivate them to stay where they've at least got their own setup. They don't need to worry about those logistics. And it's also costly to move twice. Move everything from Oakland to Salt Lake City and then Salt Lake City to Las Vegas. We're talking about tens or hundreds of millions of dollars that just don't need to happen. That's why you would want to stay in Oakland. How about motivations to leave? Well, because the longer you stay in Oakland, the more you can't really attach to Las Vegas. And that's what they want to do, build partnerships and sponsorships. And I know they're already desperately trying to connect with the community down there. Also, Nevada wants profits. Like the A's kind of said in their testimony of the Nevada State Legislature, yeah, we're coming. As soon as we can get out of Oakland, we're coming down there so we can start helping Nevada. Tax money, local economy, all that stuff. And is it also like really bad business to stay for 3 years? If you think attendance and support is rough in the midst of everything right now, what will 2025, 26, and 27 look like? I mean, there's a lot to consider here, but from a business perspective, that would be a motivation to leave. Okay, how about the city's viewpoint, the city of Oakland's viewpoint on all of this? First off, if this is a split between the A's and Oakland, don't you start the divorce? Like, start the process, start the healing, start the moving on, start the figuring out of what's next. And that's my next point. As soon as they're gone, you get to begin your next development. You get to start utilizing that land instead of having somebody else stay on it, complicate the matter, get in the way, delay you by another 3 to 5 to, let's be honest, 10 years by staying. Another viewpoint of the city could be, well, you know what? You can stay here, but instead of that $1.25 million a year rent, it's now going to be $12 million a year. Maybe it's lucrative. Maybe you also get to save a lot of people's jobs that work at the Coliseum. You get to keep your local economy a little bit better, although, again, we know attendance and support probably going to be low. Is that worth the trade-off? Keeping them around for business purposes, is that enough? Also this, until you know Las Vegas is a for sure thing, keeping them around means that they've not officially left. And should things hit a delay, a snag, a cancellation for any reason down there, they've never moved. Why would you want to kick somebody out unless you really knew that they were officially done? Unless you've got confirmation that it's over, it's not over. And so maybe you're buying time just in case, keeping them around just to see how it plays out. And also, like, future implications. Again, we talked about the A's as owning half of that land. If you shut them out for an opportunity to stay there, how does that make the relationship between the team, which might be gone, and the city, which is still the city, and also the Joint Powers Authority in the middle of all this? Here's how it works. They're in the middle. You've obviously got the A's. You've got the city of Oakland. I've never mentioned this yet. AASEG, the African American Sports and Entertainment Group, they're the ones tasked with developing the Coliseum land. They're now involved in this as well. So you've got all these parties, and I don't know who here agrees. Like, this is why it's complicated. Are the A's going to get in the way as owning 50% of the land of what Oakland and AASEG wants to do. Are they going to drag their feet? Are they going to make this difficult? Should they sell the land back? Would they? Would the A's, to get more money, right, for their endeavors in Las Vegas, why wouldn't they just say, hey, we bought this for 85, we'll sell it. I mean, they'll try and make a profit. We'll sell it back to you for 120. Make $40 million and be done with it. I guess that could happen too. And I think they need the funding right now for every thing they'll be spending on, but that's why this is super complicated. What can even happen at the Coliseum when you've got, like two parents that don't agree? Would you ever even see a site or a project like this? Now, to be fair, I think this was the A's initial plans and why they wanted to buy the land. They wanted to do other things with it, as well as own the property at Howard Terminal. I see residential, science and technology university, tech campuses and office, community job training facility, a youth sports academy, the Coliseum, and it's bare bones, like it's going to be an amphitheater. I mean, is this even a possibility because of all the different parties in between? Yikes. Yikes. This is complicated. It is truly right now the Coliseum complex. You made it here to the end of the video. I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below. Also, don't forget to subscribe to this channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Brody here, and thank you so much for checking out this super stream, which I should explain. It's a compilation of my A's coverage in the last handful of months as it relates to potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas if approved by Major League Baseball, which, as you're aware, could be right around the corner. And so instead of creating new videos, rehashing old topics, I thought it would just be best to revisit all of the coverage and the angles over time and over this last summer that have brought us here. So once again, what you're watching is a repeat of some videos you've seen, probably some you haven't, but I really do appreciate your support here on this channel and throughout this entire process. Here's the next one.
Here's Brody Brazil.
In the middle of so much uncertainty about the A's, this process, their project, and a potential relocation to Las Vegas, there is one thing that we actually do know for sure, and that is time is quickly running out on everything that's been going on and everything that's still required to, make a vote happen by mid-November at the owners' meetings in Arlington, Texas. I mean, at this point here in early October, we are still without so much detail and specifics, at least publicly, about the project, the ambitions, how you're going to do a stadium on just 9 acres, where the team's going to play for a handful of years in the interim, and all of these challenges have been, well documented on this YouTube channel alone. But there's one aspect which hasn't been discussed a bunch, but recently did surface, and that is how do you do this stadium to the cost of $1.5 billion, but also give it that Vegas wow factor that's necessary for survival? I mean, look, even as just a visitor and a guest to Las Vegas, like me as an outsider, I totally understand what happens down there in the entertainment industry. Every time an entity comes out, it has to top the last thing that's comparable. Like if this was something that was made for visitors, well, the next thing has to be here, and the next thing has to be here. Problem is, if you're the Oakland A's and your stadium venue is not going to open up for 5 more years, and you kind of have to future-proof it, plan in advance, you've got to make it a pretty slick facility, and you're probably going to have to put it way up here, and you're probably going to have to spend way more than you initially anticipated. And yeah, look, $1.5 billion is a lot of money for a stadium on only 9 acres, but if it has a retractable roof and it has all the bells and whistles and technology, it's going to come at a pretty hefty price tag. Let's not forget what happened at the Sphere, which just opened. Took extra years, took a lot of extra money. Same thing with Allegiant Stadium when it opened up for the Raiders. They realized, hey, we actually need to put a little bit or a lot more money into this. But that complicates the matter for the A's, who, again, are trying to create this wow factor within a budget. Now, those are not my words. That comes to us from this piece in the Sports Business Journal, but I think that is said so perfectly about what they're trying to do here. The headline from the 2nd of October read, A's using an unconventional process for planning their new Vegas ballpark. And we're using that rendering still, which came out at the end of May because it had to, because the documentation and the bill was being presented to the Nevada state legislature, right? The request for public funding. So the rendering had to come out. But by July, literally 2 months later, the A's deemed it worthless. Their designers said, hey, you can wad this up. We're not actually going to be operating on anything close to that rendering. That was just kind of for show. So I'm guilty of it too. I've used it within the last month or two. But that's the crazy part about this. We literally have no imagery to talk about this ballpark, so we are intentionally all using old imagery to discuss it. Not their fault, SBJ's fault, but I digress. Let's get into the piece here. Gensler and Bjarke Ingels Group, BIG, could, if fully unleashed, with no budgetary considerations, create baseball stadium renderings for the Athletics Las Vegas effort that would blow minds. Right, so there are some obvious limitations here. The size of the land, 9 acres. That's difficult, but you got to get really creative. But here is the specific attachment to the financing of it. If there were no budgetary considerations or constrictions, these designers could create renderings for the stadium effort that would blow minds. And Bjarke Ingels Group, if that name sounds familiar, they were the ones behind all of the different rounds of renderings for Howard Terminal. So you know they're creative. You know they're good at what they do. In fact, I will say this, though. I remember that they had said Bjarke Ingels had never done a stadium, a baseball stadium like this before. So they're maybe new to the game, but their design techniques and tactics and everything else is first class. And I'm not as familiar with Gensler like firsthand, but I know their work and I know they've been around too. But the point is here, these two design groups could go wild. They could unleash something crazy if there were no cost considerations. Gensler and BIG, Bjarke Ingels Group, whose team for the A's project includes HNTB as the architect of record, are in the latter stages of a design competition to win the A's $1.5 billion Las Vegas ballpark project. Whichever team of those two that the A's pick, by the way, A's president Dave Kaval expects the decision to be made in the second half of October. Now that's new information because initially, as recently as about a week or two ago, we heard that the design winner would be selected in early November. It's obviously been pushed up. Now, because of necessity or because they're ahead of schedule or even if they will come through by the end of this month, who knows? But I want to point out here that the date on that has changed as we understand it. Okay, so second half of October, they'll pick a designer which will produce a design created with significant input from contractors Mortensen and McCarthy and owner's rep CAA Icon, all three of which, somewhat unusually, were hired before the architects. This article will explain, usually this entire process happens in reverse. Not all the time, but usually the designer comes first, and then the architect, and then the builder. And there's some reasonings why this is happening in reverse here. Quote, to me, it's a very innovative process from ownership. They're wanting that certainty much earlier in the process, said Dan Wacker, head of pre-construction for Mortensen, right? Like they want to know the cost of this almost precisely before they go any further in the project. Quote, there are so many horror stories of projects getting out of control. And that I understand and can appreciate, but if you've ever been through any type of construction project, remodeling, home improvement project, you know how it goes. Over time, you add some upgrades. Look at Allegiant Stadium. They wanted to make it just a little bit better, so a couple $100 million more is what it took to get there. It seems like the A's already in this process are setting almost like a salary cap, a really hard top limit on what this thing is going to cost. And here's the explanation of why things are maybe in reverse. Designers are usually hired first for sports venue projects because of their ability to articulate a foundational vision, right? To create something masterful, to wow you. In this case, renderings are aspirational, and team owners and the public can fall in love with them. That proves problematic if the concept design isn't tethered to the reality of a project's budget, which can result in contractors and project managers later taking a machete to the initial design to get its costs under control. Again, say what you want, but we've seen that over and over again. Wait, the renderings don't actually look like how the stadium turned out to be. Sometimes it's very close. Other times you're like, wait, this wasn't even in the same ballpark, so to speak. So I do understand the avoidance of that and why the A's are trying to get away from that. But in this case, it really seems like the limit is going to be hard on the cost. There are at least a handful of reasons why the A's have opted for a different approach in Vegas. First, owner John Fisher and Dave Kaval utilized a similar order of operations when building PayPal Park for the San Jose Earthquakes less than a decade ago, and in designing their proposed ballpark at Howard Terminal in Oakland, which ultimately did not materialize. Two things to add here, and I'll begin with PayPal Park, formerly Avaya Stadium when it opened for the San Jose Earthquakes. It's been recently commented on by A's and Earthquakes owner John Fisher that in the decade or so that it's been open, it didn't necessarily have all of the bells and whistles and amenities that provided the team with enough value to go ahead and turn that around and spend it on more players and products. So even the design there maybe was undercooked to a certain degree already in its first decade of existence. And the other part about it is I'm not so sure about Howard Terminal that a builder or an architect were ever hired for the project. So much has happened, and it wasn't that long ago. I'd really have to go back and quadruple check, but I'm pretty sure that the designer was hired first. Bjarke Ingels Group had provided a number of different rounds of renderings, and I don't know that there was ever a builder or an architect officially on board for Howard Terminal. So I don't know about the second half of that. Obviously, the first half of that, with the Quake Stadium, it didn't necessarily turn out in the best possible way. Second, sticking to the budget may be even more important in this case because the A's are controversially... Wait, what's the controversy here? Explain more on that. No, I'm all ears. I've got all day. No, I'm just kidding. I understand there's a lot of controversy behind this. Controversially moving from Oakland to Las Vegas, provided Major League Baseball approves the relocation. The ballpark will likely receive substantial public funding to the tune of $380 million the state of Nevada has pledged. I'm also going to say Clark County is a huge part of that $380 million too. So making a positive first impression in the team's new hometown by being shrewd stewards of the public money would be an advisable move. Yes and no. Yes, in a sense that you don't want to come out with a ballpark that has a $380 million like Bellagio water fountain or waterfall structure in the front. Look what we spent all your public money on. You don't want that. But you also don't want to go so cheap on the stadium that it looks like you took most of that 380, well, you took all of it, but you applied that as the majority source of the project. Like, I think in this case, the public money would feel best if it were matched to a nice, healthy, generous amount of financing, of private financing, to get this stadium to work. And I'm not discounting even $1.1 billion, which sounds like it's the plan. But my point is here, the article might be a little bit off base by saying that you don't want to spend that 380 irresponsibly. I agree. You don't want to do something crazy here, but you want to spend, there is a fine line. What that number is, I don't know. But you do want to still spend a significant amount of money to know that that 380, it wasn't cheap, but it also wasn't all of it, and you made the most out of that 380 by matching as much as you needed to from the private side. Hopefully that makes sense. The relocation itself will be expensive. But really? I'd love to go into the books on that one. What? Moving a team, is that expensive? Just the office spaces? It's going to come at some cost, but in the sphere of a $1.5 billion stadium and a $300 million relocation fee, which may or may not be waived. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that earlier. A couple $1 million to move your team, I would think, is all it is. The relocation itself will be expensive, meaning there is likely less wiggle room for stadium project overages. And the funky inflationary economy is a risk for the project's managers too. Right? So they've got to commit to, well, we can build it for this cost. what if things change? I mean, and there's so much time. In another 2, 3, 4+ years, the cost of materials or labor, there's a lot of tough predictions and projections to get right here. Additionally, there is the climate element. Provided the A's clinch their move to Las Vegas, at least half, if not more, of the MLB season will be too hot to play outdoors, which means the new stadium requires a retractable roof, an expensive addition to the project's scope. And that's why I've been saying all along, don't be surprised if it goes from the retractable conversation to the fixed roof dome conversation pretty quickly in the very near future. Efficiently and sustainably controlling the building's climate in a roasting desert environment will be equally challenging. Because of that, structural engineers Thornton, Tomasetti, and mechanical, electrical, plumbing engineers Henderson were also brought on before the designers were chosen, a reversal of the usual order in which sports venue project teams are assembled. Now, on one hand, you can say they just want all the answers up front. On another side of it, you can see that they are operating on, again, a very strict budget here, a very hard limit of how much they're looking to spend here. If approved, the A's Vegas ballpark is scheduled to open in 2028. A casino, the Tropicana, on the site would need to be demolished, which adds about a year to the project timeline. You would think a year is plenty enough time to demolish something, level it, and get it away, and grade the site. What if that even goes longer than expected? Again, the timeline of all this was said to be 2028 at best, at earliest. We'll keep a close eye on that, and these initial stages are very important to the end timeline. Brad Schrock, a member of the A's organization and longtime sports venue architect who's led HOK's sports design practice and founded 2 other sports design firms, is serving as an intermediary for CAA Icon, the contractors, the engineers, and soon the winning design team. Schrock was crucial in helping the team make some big-picture early decisions, enabling Wacker to create a budget and framework within which the design teams then commence their creative work. Right? So before you guys start drawing, there's going to be some very particular limitations on this project, not just in the site, but also how fancy and how elaborate it can be. So if the A's new stadium in Vegas ends up with a moat, it'll be because it fit the budget. Let me just go back and read that last part, one more time here to really let that sink in. You understand that designers want to be free. They want to create something wild, but also something doable. But it says here, if the A's new stadium in Vegas ends up with a moat, which it's not going to end up with a moat, but if it had something cool like that, it'll only be because it fit the budget. And look, a budget is part of anything and everything. You're not a responsible individual if you're not operating on some sort of a budget. Let's be very honest about that. But in this case, it sounds like this is another factor of the project being successful or not, is the budget. Quote, there's always the risk of do we come in and take away the wow factor? And I don't think we're doing that, said Wacker, right? Part of the engineering side, the construction side, the architect side. We're looking for the wow factor within the budget. That's highlighted in neon green for the sole reason, it's the main point of this video. That's just the approach of the ballpark right now in Las Vegas. They're trying to do as much as they possibly can with the limitations of 9 acres and with the limitations of a certain dollar figure that they just do not want to exceed. And I'm not here to spend other people's money or tell them how to do it. Maybe they can make magic for $1.5 billion. But I say at what cost? I don't mean at what financial cost. At what cost of cutting corners is it going to take to really keep that limit as firm as they want it to be? Well, you can't do this. You wanted that? You can't do that. And in the Las Vegas atmosphere and ecosystem, one thing always has to top the next. And if you're very stingy about where that top end is, I'm just suggesting, and me with no design or contractor experience, but enough to understand how projects go, if you're setting the limit already, what challenges will this project really be up against? So the wow factor within the budget is definitely a thing for this Las Vegas ballpark project. You made it here to the end of the video. You know I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below. Also, don't forget to subscribe to this channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
This past weekend in Las Vegas, a handful of sporting-related events to share with you here at the beginning of the video to help set up the rest of the things that I want to tell you about. First off, the CONCACAF Nations League Finals. A handful of international soccer matches over at Allegiant Stadium. By the way, attendance-wise, some people said it was a bit of a disappointment. I'm just here to let you know that there were crowds over at the football stadium for soccer. But all of that completely overshadowed by the Golden Knights Stanley Cup Championship Parade on Saturday night on the Strip. Yeah, a nighttime parade where they closed down, like a mile plus of the Strip for 100,000 people to come on down and party with the Golden Knights. And by the way, that 100,000 number, no, I do understand in the scale of parades across our country, that's not the biggest number you've ever seen, but proportionate to the size of Las Vegas, yeah, very, very impressive and respectable crowd out there. And I want to say, as a hockey person, you need to party when you win the cup. You need to do it up big. You don't know how many opportunities you're going to get at this. I firmly believe the Stanley Cup is the hardest trophy in professional sports to win. All the other sports, baseball, basketball, football, you need skill, talent, determination. But in hockey and with the NHL, every team that wins it all needs some luck along the way. Regular season, postseason, in the final series. So obviously, congratulations to the Golden Knights. But Saturday, right, was all about the hockey team and a bunch of people making plans to go on down and party with them. But Saturday morning, this emerged on social media. That's right out front of Allegiant Stadium, as you can see. That's an electronic billboard purchased by the Oakland A's to celebrate and congratulate the Vegas Golden Knights on their championship. Now, I don't know if this electronic billboard rotated, if there were other things displayed over time, like if it alternated through a bunch of different things and we're just seeing this photo here. I also don't know if it was only up on Saturday or if it's going to continue or if it was up before that. I really don't know any of the details. All I do know is that Mick Akers of the Review-Journal reporter down there took these photos and shared them on Twitter. And on Twitter is where I kind of just was interested to see, well, what's the reaction to this? It is interesting, right? For a lot of different reasons. There were some questions posed that I'll share. First, let me set up the question that I would want to ask first. And I need to establish this. I firmly understand where this process is at for the Oakland A's and relocation. They just secured $380 million of public funding between the state of Nevada and Clark County. And they've also got the land orchestrated, those 9 acres at the site of the Tropicana Hotel. They've got a lot of wheels in motion going their direction. And truly the only thing that stands in their way right now from full-on relocation is just an owner's vote. Across Major League Baseball, they need a 75% confirming vote on the relocation application. So yes, I do understand where this process is at. But all of that established, my question is, even still, is this a little premature? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, maybe we're right around the corner from this. Maybe it's a little farther off in the distance. Maybe some things get in the way. I have no clue. I'm just saying and asking, at this point, and it was the Golden Knights day/night, is this a little early to be doing something like this? As the Oakland A's, you're still the Oakland A's for right now. A couple other comments I saw, and again, these are not mine. That first one was. These next two are not mine. Somebody said, this looks a little thirsty in Las Vegas. Now, being in my 40s, I know that that's slang, and that's not like hydration or dehydration thirsty. Thirsty for attention, trying to jump in on the success and the attention and how, everybody in Las Vegas loves the Golden Knights. They are truly Vegas born. They went to the Cup final their first year, didn't win it. Playoffs a couple years, then missing the playoffs, then winning it all, a week and a half ago or so. I've lost track of time. But trying to jump in on this and congratulate them and putting it up on a billboard for all to see. Yeah, I don't use that word, thirsty, but somebody did in actually, I think, Mick's Twitter thread. So I thought that was interesting enough to pass along. Somebody also said, does this come across as petty in Oakland? Now, again, that's not a word that I typically use. I'm not even sure if that's being used correctly, more of a slang type situation here, but petty in a sense of, yeah, you are still the Oakland A's. And it was a really rough last week for your current fan base in Oakland. All the news that developed, and it looked like a Senate bill was going to die, then it came back, and then things got passed, and the public funding happened, and then there was recess. And anyway, it was a very sensitive time for the fan base. And here this is, yes, this is in Southern Nevada, but you had to know that through these photographs and through social media, this is going to get back to all of the people in the East Bay and beyond Northern California. And again, they've already been through a lot. And to see this, it's kind of not only attaching yourself to Nevada, but it's also very much trying to desperately detach yourself from the Bay Area. So again, that was somebody else's thought. You'll probably see it in this thread if you go look for it. But those were two things I saw that I felt were interesting to pass along here. My other question would be, so what is the actual intention here? Like, are you really trying to just congratulate them? Is it as simple as that? Why did you choose this billboard? Was it because maybe the stadium authority, which you're now kind of tied into, they had this opportunity because they also run Allegiant Stadium? Maybe it was I don't want to say an inside job, but somebody on the inside had the hookups to make it happen. I don't know, but what's the intention here? Is it to simply say congratulations, or is it like 5 layers beyond that? I'm also curious, did the Raiders do a billboard like this? Did the Las Vegas Aces do a billboard like this? The Raiders have already been down there. The Aces already exist down there. The A's officially are still the Oakland A's. They don't exist down there. So is this out of context for the A's to do something like this? And maybe the other two teams did. I don't know. I never saw pictures of that. Another question would be, who paid for this? Maybe it was free again. But it's just weird after the whole public money thing. The A's are criticized for not spending on players, and then there's this, right? It again, just interpretation here. Another question would be, all of this was captured and documented. Like, how many people actually saw these billboards in person versus now, like, you seeing it here on social media or YouTube or Twitter? Like, did more people actually see this because, well, Mick went out and took these photos? How did Mick know that this was happening? Did a friend call him up and said, hey, you might be interested in this? Did he have a heads up some other way? A lot of people might have just missed this. I didn't see anybody else first on this. He was like first and only on this. And it is a billboard. It is meant to be seen, right? Like, it's literally meant to be seen. They put these in strategic places. So it's interesting how it was instantly caught and nearly instantly documented. And I guess the last thing is, was it received well? Las Vegans who are either for or against the public funding of a ballpark or the A's relocation, or how about the Golden Knights as a franchise? At the end of a press conference, their owner, Bill Foley, the other day was asked to comment on, hey, big developments with the A's. And I don't want to quote him exactly, but I think the summary of his comments were, hey, good for them. There's a lot of baseball games every season. I didn't sense instant synergy, and maybe I just read that one quote wrong. Could be. But I'm curious how this was received by the Golden Knights, and most importantly, by all the faithful sports fans in Las Vegas. And by the way, last comment here. How surreal is it in a sense of a Raiders-branded electronic billboard down there, like the Raiders logo, with also the A's logo on there? If I showed this to you 5 years ago, you'd say, or I guess 7 years ago, you'd say, oh, that's probably somewhere in Alameda. But why would the A's and Raiders be celebrating the Golden Knights? Yeah, no, because they're two of the three are in Las Vegas, and one is desperately trying to get down there now. Yeah, kind of a surreal thing. Anyway, I don't want to make too big a deal out of this because I really don't think it is, but I thought there was a lot more to it than initially seeing photos. There were some things to say, some questions to ask, and I just wanted to pass them along. Let me know what you think in the comments section below. Thumbs up on this video. I appreciate that. And also, don't forget to subscribe so I can see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and I want to remind you what you're watching right now is the Super Stream. This is a compilation of A's coverage involving potential relocation to Las Vegas. A bunch of videos that I've been making across the last several months. They're all getting replayed right here, right now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
So I guess in a roundabout way, it has actually been confirmed that all of the renderings and images we've seen of a potential A's ballpark in Las Vegas at the site of the Tropicana Hotel, everything we know about it visually has now been rendered worthless. Those 3 images that came out in late May on the very last day possible for the A's to submit language to the state of Nevada and their legislature for a public funding request, those 3 images mean nothing. And I'll get to how that was confirmed in just a second. It all comes from an article that was in the Las Vegas Review-Journal, which I will not be sharing or amplifying in any sense here for a number of different reasons. That's a professional courtesy, and that's not what's going to happen here. But the piece from the Review-Journal says this: according to the A's, they're down to 2 design finalists for the A's Tropicana Hotel site ballpark. Gensler is a company with Las Vegas offices. They've got prior experience with sports venues. And then there's the other option of a tandem between HTNB, who designed Allegiant Stadium for the Raiders, and Bjarke Ingels Group, right? You remember them. They were the company overseas, a European firm, which designed the concept for Howard Terminal. So either one of these two is going to be the company responsible for designing a ballpark, a potential ballpark at the Tropicana site in Las Vegas, which means that just going back to those renderings, and again, submitted at the very last moment possible. You think about it this way. If you or I were going to build a home or do some type of construction, and we needed to go to the bank to get some money, to borrow some money, to get a construction loan, we would have to come forward with literal blueprints and the exact plans spelled out, all the T's crossed, all the I's dotted. Here's exactly how we're going to do it. But apparently, in this case, the public funding request came with some language, no doubt, but only these 3 images, which are now confirmed to be nothing like what the A's might actually do in terms of building a stadium. Here's the quote from Brad Schrock, who is the A's director of design. More on him in just a second. He told the Review-Journal this, quote, "We told the groups, you saw the renderings in the newspaper, but wad those up for now. We are really encouraging them to think creatively about the different ways to solve the problem." The problem? the Tropicana hotel site is a problem, it will be fun to see what we get back. Couple things here. Number one, going back to those renderings and being released when they were and how they were to kind of, grease the wheels of SB 509. Here's our plans. Here's our concept. Here's what we're going to do. It's one thing that we all understand. Renderings are conceptual by nature. They're not blueprints. They're really not. But in this case, why was anything submitted if it's not actually going to be anything close? I mean, here it is literally from a representative here saying, we told the groups, the two groups in competition for the design job, you saw the renderings, wad those up for now. Don't do anything like that. Try and fix the problem. More on a couple of the problems in just a second, but the 9-acre issue is something I brought up months ago. And to some criticism even of, they'll figure it out. Yeah, they've got the right people for this. And maybe they do. Maybe this will be figured out, but it's already being identified as a problem. Speaking of renderings, did you ever see these for the Las Vegas ballpark? Fresh renderings. I mean, these look similar to what you saw released by the A's in late May, right? Do you know who made these? You know where these are from? Me. On an AI platform called Midjourney. You should check it out, by the way. You can do some pretty cool stuff on Midjourney. It's on a Discord server. You just request it to give you images of things. Fake things, real things. It's all AI, so I should say it's all not fake. Well, it is fake. It's a computer that came up with these. And my only request was show me what a Las Vegas A's ballpark looks like seating 30,000 with a retractable roof. Now, look at the infield on the top left. Like, AI does not get this nearly right anytime. But honestly, look what I made here for $10 a month on my subscription. Some of this stuff might as well have passed for what we saw in the other renderings. If they're not accurate and these aren't accurate, then what's the difference? And what are we doing here? Kind of feels like those renderings were pushed out and put out in a timely fashion to get things moving with the Nevada State Legislature, as if maybe that was really the plan. And even looking at those renderings, they took up way too much space. I had plenty of criticisms about them back then. And I'm not just here to pat myself on the back because a lot of you saw that too. I think we're all agreeing and all understanding what we saw and what we were concerned about, what the red flags were. All of that is now literally confirmed from this piece in the Las Vegas Review-Journal. More from Brad Schrock, the A's director of design. Quote, there are several goals that are super important about the design here, including creating the ballpark that has the greatest ability to feel like it's outdoors. I don't know that you want it to feel like it's outdoors when it's 114 like it has been the last couple days in Las Vegas, but I understand that. For a lot of reasons, this has to be an indoor ballpark. But for some other reasons, it's going to be very difficult to give it any type of outdoor feel, climate-wise, space-wise, when you're only on 9 acres and when the temperature is triple digits for most of the summer. Brad goes on here to say the real interesting problem about the Tropicana site, is that we have a footprint that's basically constrained within 9 acres. Traditionally, big retractable roofs, you move off of the footprint. And that's something else that I've been saying this entire time. Again, this, I promise you, I'm not making this to confirm what I've been saying all along. That just goes along with it. But here is now somebody on the inside of the design process literally calling the Tropicana site a problem. That's twice now that Brad Schrock has been quoted with talking about a problem and the problem to try and get around with this site. How big is the problem? Is it really insurmountable? You know, you talked about Howard Terminal. I didn't hear too many problems other than acquiring the land and the legal part of it and the BCDC part of it, which all got confirmed by the EIR and the lawsuits that were rejected and went away, and the land approvals from the BCDC. On 55 acres, there really wasn't this space problem. But the Tropicana site has a problem. The footprint, constrained, 9 acres, all of this stuff, which, again, has been on the discussion here on this YouTube channel, now finally hearing it from a Las Vegas publication through the A's front office. The two design groups, this is from the newspaper's report, if that's what we're calling it, the two design groups will be in a competition of sorts that is set up to play out until about early November, when the preferred group will be chosen based on their 75% concept design of a Las Vegas stadium. Okay, so wait a second here. They're going to come up with a 75% concept, which again, renderings are close enough, or they're on the same lines. But if they're only coming up with a 75% design, then let's go back to those original renderings. What were those? 25%? And again, just to the nature of you or I going for a construction loan, borrowing money to build something, we need to show exactly how we're going to do this. But in the case of this process, literally those worthless renderings were maybe enough to get lawmakers in Nevada to side with this project, to entice them enough. Those were the only visuals for this entire project. 3 images, that's it. So what does a 75% concept design look like? And what were the first ones? 25? Who knows? At that time, the A's will connect the groups with a construction management firm to analyze the designs they developed for constructability and cost. Constructability, it's a construction word, I guess, not a typical word, but I get it. Constructability. Can you actually build this, what you say you're going to do? It's one thing to design it. What's the constructability, the logistical ability to construct it? And also, most importantly, you've got all these grand ideas. What about the cost? And I'm telling you right now, the Las Vegas Sphere doubled in cost over its time, and it's magnificent. If this ballpark is starting at $1.5 billion, what's it going to be in a couple years, inflation, and all of the elegant things that they're going to want to do? You're either, number one, cutting them out, or number two, having to find another way to pay for them in the hundreds of millions of extra dollars. After that analysis is complete, there will be a final presentation, and the preferred design firm will be chosen. Okay, look, I'm flustered, a little bit hot on this. It's just to the tune of something that I've been saying is an issue, is worth talking about, is a red flag, is a problem. Multiple problems here. And now through this piece put out by the Review Journal, it's being identified. Problems with this process. And yes, I get it. The main point, the whole headline of the article is that the A's are moving forward with 2 firms, and that's kind of where it's being led. But it shows you their timeline behind the scenes and how what we've seen originally and up to this point, all of the imagery, all the renderings, and what the Bally's Corporation has to do with this, none of that stuff, you could throw it all out the window. It wasn't even close. Those were worthless renderings. So I guess pretend like they didn't even exist. I know you're going to put some comments down below. Can't wait to see some of that. Also, thumbs up on this video since you made it here all the way to the end. And don't forget, subscribe to this channel so that I can definitely see you back here next time. Brody here, and thank you so much for checking out this super stream, which I should explain. It's a compilation of my A's coverage in the last handful of months as it relates to potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas if approved by Major League Baseball, which, as you're aware, could be right around the corner. And so instead of creating new videos, rehashing old topics, I thought it would just be best to revisit all of the coverage and the angles over time and over this last summer that have brought us here. So once again, what you're watching is a repeat of some videos you've seen, probably some you haven't, but I really do appreciate your support here on this channel and throughout this entire process. Here's the next one.
Here's Brody Brazil.
I'm not necessarily here to paint a worst case scenario for the A's and their potential relocation to Las Vegas, but I think it's also safe to say we have a pretty good example of what this cannot be for this baseball team, and that would be a replication of what has happened in Miami with the Marlins over the years. And to start off here, we'll put Las Vegas and Miami side by side. Kind of a tale of the tape here in these two cities. Population, I mean, Miami is huge. Now, these are the metropolitan figures, so not just Miami proper, but the entire region surrounding it. Same thing with Las Vegas. Miami is basically double the size in population. There's just more people to draw in to a baseball team and a stadium and for attendance. And because of that, you'll also see that Miami is the 18th biggest media market in our country. Las Vegas is more than twice as far away. They are ranked 40th. Both of these places, they do draw from tourism. 40 million a year in Las Vegas. They say about 26.5 million in Miami. I think we can all agree that that 40 million is a more prominent number. It's also a more centralized number. Those 40 million are probably stretched over only a couple miles total up and down the Strip. In Miami, you know, it's just basically more generally spread out. I realize there are tourist areas, but obviously Las Vegas clearly wins in the tourism department. And then the climate is common in a sense that, you know, it gets hot and maybe uncomfortable to be outside in the summertime. In Las Vegas, it's dry and really, really hot. And in Miami, it's just really sticky and humid. So both places, if they're going to host baseball, need some sort of climate-controlled facility. In Miami, they've got Lone Depot Park, and I'll give you the facts and figures. As you look at it here, it's, it's nothing significant. I guess it fits the architecture and the landscape of where it sits. Kind of looks like the old Sky Dome, current Rogers Center in Toronto, just the white roof and the blue seats. It opened in 2012, and this goes to show you how much the cost of things has changed in the 11 years since. It cost $515 million. That's it to build back then. Most of it was publicly funded. I think the Marlins did contribute a certain $100+ million amount, but most of it came from Miami-Dade County, I believe. And it seats 37,446 on a lot more land, by the way, than what is being planned in Las Vegas, but it also does seat 7,000 plus more. And the ballpark has always come under criticism because it's not been full, hardly ever. And we'll get to attendance figures in just a second, but look at the recent World Baseball Classic. They packed the place. So what does that tell you? Did that many people travel to see the WBC? Maybe some of them did. Maybe a lot of them did, but not all of them did. It just goes to show you that baseball is alive and well in Miami, and people can get to that park if they want to. If there's something they want to see there, it can look like that. But the problem is, it has not looked like that for a lot of years. And I'm starting here in 2012, and I'm taking us through the game-by-game average. These are average game attendances over the years. And if you just kind of draw the line, you can see the trajectory. Everybody was excited about their new shiny toy, Marlins Park, right? It's what it used to be called in 2012. And they almost got to like 28,000 per game, not even 37,000. Like they were 10 short. They never averaged a sellout. Oh, which by the way is something the A's are hoping to achieve in their brand new ballpark. And then it instantly went down to 2013, a little boost in 14, 15, 16, 17, kind of stayed solid, but we're still talking below 22.5 for a 37,000 seat ballpark. 2017, they spend a bunch of money, which you're about to see. Attendance goes way down. In fact, below 10,000 a game. And then it hovers there. And then it, obviously in 2020, nobody had fans. It's not fair to have that dip, but it just goes to show you when it rebounded. 2021, 7,500 or so. 2022, maybe back to, 2019 levels. And then maybe a little bit of an uptick here in 2023 so far. But just look at that orange line and that trajectory. This is a honeymoon period and a honeymoon phase. It's not supposed to go like this. There is supposed to be a boost when you have a new ballpark and at least any kind of interesting team. Here's the thing, though. The Marlins have not really been a good team, and being interesting is, a large factor of that is being actually good. Look at their win percentage, and I need to draw a couple lines. Yes, it has trended up a little bit. Well, it's gone down in some places too, like 2017. They're better now, honestly, than they've ever been since the new stadium opened this season with their win percentage. Problem is, when I draw this next line for you, that's where 500 is. They've flirted with it a few times. They've been a little bit above it, like right now a few times, but they have also drastically been well below it for a majority of the time. So if you're not interesting and you're not winning, and I thought the ballpark itself would be enough to bring fans out there, but apparently that's not the case. And then here's the Marlins payroll. You talk about an interesting team. It's not to say that money buys you an interesting team, but that's a large part of it. Good players, exciting players, promising players. Yeah, they spent $120 million in 2017. The A's, by the way, have never even spent close to that amount. In 2012, it was $90 million. Then it dips down. Then they started building up. They invested. And then all of a sudden, 2018, 19, now they're back down to, is that 45 or so million? Now they're back up in recent years, but they're only close to 90 million. I should make this very clear. The league average this season for payroll by every single team, the league average is about 160 million. So when I show you this, like they've never even been close even 6 years ago. They're 40 million off the league average. They've never been close to the league average of payroll across baseball. Now, you can have an interesting team without the payroll, but eventually your team, if they're interesting and good, you will have to pay them to retain them. So you could see some similarities here in how this hasn't worked for Miami. And their payroll has actually kind of gone down. I didn't really think about this, but they spent more 11 years ago than they're spending right now. And that's with inflation, and that's all things considered. So put all of this now side by side, and you can see all the trajectories and trends between attendance and win percentage and payroll, and how none of them have ever been impressive, but they all kind of do feed off each other just a little bit. And there's never been, even in 2017, there was a push in payroll, but the win percentage was low, and like nothing has ever sustained here for this team in this ballpark. And this is, by the way, a picture taken just a couple weeks ago when the A's were in Miami on a road trip. That's the A's. Are they out in the field? Yeah, they're out in the field right there. Sorry, small picture and my eyes are bad. Like, who's to say that this is or isn't what Las Vegas would look like in 10 years? The ballpark itself is going to get you someplace for a certain period of time. But after that, you don't want that. You don't want that right there. And I'm not saying move Miami, take their team away. Not at all. I'm just saying something is not right there. And this is what the A's just cannot afford to replicate in Southern Nevada. And so the A's in a ballpark in Las Vegas, it really only works if there's a high volume of attendance. And I say it really only works, they've got bills to pay. They've got bonds to service with Clark County. And if that ballpark is not largely filled, in fact, almost sold out on an almost every game basis, if it's going to seat 30,000 hypothetically, even with extra events, every season, every year, I don't know that they can have less than 27,000 per game every single game. They need that to pay off the projections of what the bonds are going to cost. So what brings in fans? Like, how do you fix this problem? If you're the Marlins, a couple different things will do it for you. A winning team. They've never really been that. An interesting team. Maybe now is the most interesting they've ever been. A fascinating venue, but that doesn't work unless you have the other two. And a honeymoon period again. You saw what the Marlins did in 2012. The A's will have some of that in Las Vegas, and it's my belief it might even last 2.5 seasons. But after that, you're left with having to do some of these other things to bring in fans. Otherwise, you end up like the Marlins. And just looking back, you talk about commitments. Everybody's seen this before from Danny Vietti on social media. This is the largest contracts by MLB team. The A's are one of 3 teams that have never had a $100 million player contract. The Royals and White Sox are the two others. The A's biggest contract was handed out in 2004, almost 20 years ago. Every other team has spent far more and far more frequently than the A's have. And that's just, again, part of the equation, right? Interesting team. Then there's Steve Yeager of the Nevada State Assembly, who tweeted this out a couple months ago now, when talking about the A's and how things could go for them and how Las Vegas won't settle for less. Vegas doesn't tolerate losing, he said. And the pressure to invest in a winning team will be immense in addition to the obvious upside that winning brings in terms of attendance and loyalty. See the Vegas Golden Knights, their hockey team. Go ahead and bookmark this tweet to throw it back in my face if I'm wrong about that. Well, yeah, but might be too late to say I told you so. Leaving Oakland is the part that a lot of people are concerned with. And if we're saying, well, you're wrong, well, what does it matter? Because Oakland has paid the price and this may or may not work in Las Vegas. And the way it's planned and the site and you know, all the orchestration for it. But you also don't get a say in losing or not. Like the general public doesn't get a say in tolerating losing. Yeah, you can not tolerate losing, but is it going to change things? Like, are the Marlins getting better? Are they spending more? They have more fans there? You can not tolerate it. I don't think anybody in Oakland is tolerant of how things have gone or been or might go. So interesting to put all that into perspective. Again, I don't think this is painting a worst case scenario, but it's showing you what you cannot be if you're the A's and you're Las Vegas. And this is Miami, a bigger city, a major market in our country that's had a team already for a while. And now they're dealing with something and a trap that the A's could also fall into with Las Vegas. You made it here to the end of the video, which you know I appreciate. Thumbs up on that for that down below. That'll help this video out. And keep it smart and keep it civil in the comments section below. I trust you on that. And don't forget to subscribe to this channel so that I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now. So Sean, in doing this interview, I mean, I was looking for somebody who is from Las Vegas, who loves Las Vegas, who's also passionate about sports, who's also pretty much up to speed on the A's situation, and is also well-spoken. I feel like you check all of those boxes, just so you know.
Wow. Take that, 7th grade teachers. Well-spoken.
Is that accurate? Is that accurate? Are you the guy for this?
I'm maybe not well-spoken, but I think I just, I'm just like, I am a fan that I'm not here just to protect anything. Like, I'll say what I think about the Oakland A's thing or whatever else it is. I just kind of share my opinion. And I loved watching your stuff. I've never cared about Oakland A's baseball until you spoke and I started watching this whole thing. And, it's been fun. I'm a Red Sox fan, although this year, pretty bad. So,
Look, I just wanted the honest Vegas take. Hopefully you'll give that to me. I trust your perspective and your job and your place in the community. I figure you're a good person to do this. And by the way, like how we connected, I think is interesting. I found some of your videos from your radio show with Amy. You guys talk about news and current events, and I was doing a what the Vegas media is saying about the A's situation. So I found you randomly, then we found each other randomly. It's crazy.
we are bonded by the mediocrity of the A's management. You're welcome. I'll say that for you. We don't just talk about current events, but we have a news segment, and I try to hit it on the nose. How can I break this down so that the average listener in 30 seconds will know what's going on with this? And not like, ooh, the baseball's coming, exciting. It's like, hey, they're going to build it on the southeast corner of this plot of land, and no stadium that has a retractable roof has ever been built there, and it's going to be blocked. So like all these renderings showing the beautiful strip and everything aren't going to be there. But sure, it's coming. Like that's essentially how I'd break it down. And I've done articles on the website about it too. And yeah, just trying to do truth to power. I'm a big sports fan. When I moved here in 2006, and we were persona non grata for anything professional sports.
Because of betting or market size? Because of betting or market size? Well,
probably more betting. Market size was getting there, but definitely because of betting. And, the NFL would hammer down if you ever had a Super Bowl party here or whatever, if like a NFL player was having an event here. Oh my goodness. Wow. Like they would stop them from having it. And now you have casinos betting or advertising in the middle of the game. So for us having NFL here is like laughably, it's hysterical.
You're hosting the Super Bowl in a couple months, by the way, in case you forgot.
Nuts. Absolutely nuts. And you know what? The weird thing, this is why Vegas is a weird market. We're going to host the Super Bowl, and I think we'll maybe make $100 million more than we typically would make for the Super Bowl week. Because where Super Bowl is might be the first place everyone goes, and the second place everyone goes is Vegas. So this place is packed on Super Bowl weekend anyways. And that's without having to pay for security or any of the craziness that goes along with it. So like if we make more than we typically do, I'd be stunned.
Interesting.
I really would be.
Interesting.
But it's an interesting market. When the Golden Knights came here, I was all in. Like I was there in the press conference where Bettman, boo, you have to say it legally. He said that he was going to be opening up deposits and allowing the team to open up deposits before they were even named the Golden Knights. And immediately, like Mark Chinook, who's the PA guy or the host in arena host, he was the guy that I got my deposit through. And when we finally got a team, I'm like, yes, all in on the Knights. We all know what happened 1 October, super emotional and an incredible story. It's been great. The Raiders, I'm a Patriots fan. So like we have beef. Like, I don't have beef. Raiders fans have beef. I'm sorry. Even Brady knows it was a pass. It was definitely a fumble. It wasn't a pass. It was definitely a fumble, but it is what it is. But with the Raiders, it's just there's history that comes with that. And football, unlike NHL, which is the number 4 sport by a decent margin, like people have their allegiances in the NFL. This is a very interesting market. A lot of transient people, quote unquote, in the sense that they've come from somewhere else. Not that no one cares about here, but like they brought their fandom from back there and brought it with them. And so, like we've seen it with the Raiders. It's kind of like an extension of the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority now. It's not its own team. There's no black hole at Allegiant Stadium. It's, hey, top bidder, get your tickets. The most expensive ticket in the NFL.
There's a lot of terrible towels out there when the Steelers were in town recently.
Yeah. And when the Patriots were in town, it was about a 60-40 Patriots. Maybe, I'm not sure which one was the 60. It was close. It's just, I used to hear about the fear of going to check them out in Oakland. Like you would never wear another team's jersey. You'll get stabbed in the parking lot. Don't do it. And now it's like, and even the governor says flat out, like it's just a tourism play. We're just getting people in for the tourism. And Mark Davis has made a ton of money, whether the team wins or loses. If the team stinks, it doesn't matter because if the Chiefs are coming to town, Kansas City's coming to town. Patriots, I know people that are planning their trip months in advance to come here. It'll be the last game in Vegas for 5-6 years for the Patriots. So it's been a good play in that sense. But like as far as like local fandom, I will say they dove in head first for the market. The public financing, I hated because it was $750 million. And then like last second before they're about to vote on it, they're like, oh, by the way, we're going to need like $900 million in infrastructure improvements. So if you can do that, okay, good luck. Enjoy your voting. And Sheldon Adelson, who at that point owned the Las Vegas Sands, had given a lot of money to the deal makers in town. And you can see it's all public record who got money from who.
Yeah.
And he gave to all these Republicans, and 4 Democrats got money from Sheldon Adelson. It's like, wait a second, that never happens. And they just so happened to have voted for Allegiant Stadium and the public funding. I'm like, there it is. That's what made it happen.
So in terms of the A's and baseball, like largely potentially coming to Las Vegas, some would even say likely. I mean, here in Northern California, there are some overwhelming bad feelings about everything. And just emotionally, logistically, like bad feelings in a lot of ways. I'm wondering if on the flip side, if it truly is a 180 in Las Vegas, are there like really overwhelming good feelings among Las Vegans that they want this, they like this, they're excited about this? Is this a big hype thing being talked about down there? I don't know. I'm asking maybe in a leading way, but I don't think that Las Vegas has this really big appetite for what's coming down there.
I think you're kind of headed there. It's not because emotion's a good thing, whether you love or hate. It's an emotion. It's how Howard Stern made his money. Even the people that hated him watched him.
Right.
I don't hear a lot of people talking about the A's coming. I just don't. Like, there's not people in the streets like, hey, A's. I do hear a lot of teachers like, how the hell are you going to be able to make the money from this? But like, we're asking for more than $50,000 a year for starting salary for teachers that are busting their ass. Like, that's what I hear more of. It's just kind of like, man, this state will give a blank check to anything if it brings butts and seats. That's the whole policy here in Vegas. We want heads and beds. That's actually the official term. Heads and beds. They just want to get people in the casinos, at the hotels, get the tourism going, because it's our number one thing.
Yeah.
And baseball has this interesting thing. We're like, sure, yeah, football came here and it gets people here on the weekend, but during the weekend around these times where football is, like, people are here anyways. We're at like 89% capacity anyway. So all it did was rise the room rates. Having baseball here, you can get people in during the summertime when things slow down because it's 110 degrees and you can't cry because it evaporates before it even hits your cheek. That gets people here. It puts heads in beds. I understand the play on the state's side.
Mm-hmm.
But like, we've seen it with the Golden Knights, their value jumped up. We've seen it with the Raiders. What, did their value go up by threefold?
Yeah, a lot.
They don't need the money.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't need the money at all. Like, I was daring the lawmakers here. I'm like, give them the money, but they have to spend on salary the Major League Baseball average or more.
Right.
And if they don't, whatever money was coming to them gets pulled and the rest of the bill goes on them. I would love to have seen that, because then at least you'd know, yeah, sure, they're going to field someone or a team that could be competitive. The way that the A's operate, they are literally, it's Major League. While I'm expecting Wild Thing to come out there, but Major League, they had success. They can't have success in today's MLB with the way that the A's are operating. So not a lot of excitement here about the A's. I think people would really like baseball. Las Vegas ballpark, you've talked about it. The numbers might be inflated sometimes. Not everyone shows up for the game, but I will say 7:00 game, us in Las Vegas, like, for you weak and feeble people that don't live in the hot, blustery summer heat here in Las Vegas, we are accustomed to it.
Yeah.
110, but they got the misters going, get a nice cool drink, and you're on the first base side with some shade. Yeah, not a problem.
So like, let's go into that. Like, what does the ideal Major League Baseball venture look like in Las Vegas? If you're saying, I think, and there's a lot of elements here. It could be a different location. Obviously, I think what you're suggesting is an expansion team. Paint the picture. What's Sean's ideal Las Vegas MLB team look like?
Keep the athletics. Keep at the very least, keep the brand. Like, no one here, other than pre-existing athletics fans, care about the athletics brand. Green and yellow.
It's gold. Come on, Sean. It's green and gold. Get that part right.
Please, whatever. It looks terrible.
Such disrespect.
And it has no place in this city. Although it's right next to MGM Grand.
Which is
similar
green,
colors.
Emerald green, right? It's Kelly
Which
green.
is green.
Kelly green. You got to get this right. It's Kelly green, it's Fort Knox gold, and it's wedding gown white. See, if you're gonna throw that away right from the start, ooh.
Let it be done.
Ooh,
I do. My heart is with the fans of the Oakland Athletics. The franchise don't care for it, and the title. Like, there is something to be said about Vegas born, and this is the beauty of the whole Golden Knights story. They came here, and they were expecting to suck, and I bought season tickets expecting them to suck. I'm like, you know what? Yeah. Hey, yay Vegas! We finally got a team. I want to make sure that this is successful, so we can maybe get another one. And then we just took off, and this whole Vegas born thing became like the real deal. The Raiders are here. They're the Las Vegas Raiders, but there's no real attachment. So what I'd like to see, even if the team were to come here, leave the athletics brand to Oakland. Let them have a team. Maybe one day that'd be great, or give the ownership to the city of Oakland, something. And just give us a new brand. Call it a clean slate. And hopefully they're going to be competitive. If you're going to be the problem is there's not enough seats to It's a mathematical thing too. Like you need 35, 40,000 seats to be able to pay off the bond.
Right.
I learned that from you. And you do the math, you're like, wait a second, napkin math, this makes no sense at all.
Yeah. Well, I'm not that smart, and I figured that out pretty quickly.
You figured it out.
It's like Las Vegas, I think, is accustomed to entertainment and events, and they do events well, and they do attractions well. Like if you bring in a thriving show, people will come there to see it. But if you bring in a baseball team, which let me just say this, have there been years the A's are great? Yeah. I lived those years. But does every sports team over time go through the peaks and valleys? And are there 5 straight years where they're just not good or they're rebuilding? Of course. I mean, look at right now. Like, I don't know that Las Vegas has grasped that part of it. And I also think, to your point earlier about the success of the Golden Knights, it's so unique. In 6 years, what pro team debuts and goes to the Stanley Cup final twice and wins the Stanley Cup, 6 years in? I'm not here to say Las Vegas can't ever do this, but I'm telling you right now, I don't know that we have enough of a sample size to truly pan out, okay, how will things go? What will the interest be like in 2032 when the A's are once again rebuilding? Like, we just don't know that yet about Las Vegas. And I think a lot of people who watch this channel say, oh, that's Brazil knocking Las Vegas. He hates Las Vegas. We just don't have
rough on us sometimes.
We don't have the info yet.
I will say, I mean, if the Raiders have proven anything, you can suck and still fill the stands. So
with the other team's fans,
exactly
right. But is that apples and oranges to baseball? Is that
to the owner? They don't care, right? As long as they're making money, and that's what it comes down to. The Golden Knights were very fortunate. There's something about like a major travesty happening in your city and sports. Yeah. And like the Red Sox in 2012 were dead last in their division. Right. 2013, they won the World Series after the marathon bombing.
Right.
2014, they were dead last again.
Right.
There's something to be said about it. It's
really magical. It's a human connection. But to your point, though, I don't think Mark Davis is thrilled with seeing other teams come into Allegiant. And I know Bill Foley had that post-season press conference where he basically admitted that the Golden Knights have a ticket system, so they do not allow large chunks of other teams' fans to even sit next to each other. I believe his exact words were, I don't want them in my arena.
Sure, it was, and it was great to hear. I will say that is now. That was not then. That first year, there were a lot of out-of-town people that purchased season tickets, and they were reselling them en masse. Yeah. And we had, like, when the Detroit Red Wings are in town or Chicago Blackhawks, I mean,
a lot of snowbirds.
No joke. 60-40, 70-30 takeovers from we have a big Chicago contingency here in Vegas. So I think once they realized, man, there's a fever for this team here, they started just canceling all these out-of-towners that were selling all the tickets. Yeah. And they were annoyed and were like, we don't want your business. We want these locals in here. But that comes with success.
Yeah.
Now, there's also only 41 regular season games a year for home games a year for the
hockey,
the Golden Knights.
Yeah.
And while it's not easily able to get to for locals, there's a frontage road that's behind the strip that you can kind of get to without hitting the strip traffic and all that stuff. Where they're planning on building this is tragic. So 81 games a year, they're going to want us to cross Las Vegas Boulevard or go through the airport connector. Trying to get to a flight's going to be ridiculous. Going up, south on the southern portion of Las Vegas Boulevard and taking the frontage road to get, or the I think it's Reno Ave to try to get to the back end there. It's going to be a disaster, especially if they make it to the playoffs and the Golden Knights have a home game and maybe the Raiders are on Monday Night Football. It's going to be a disaster. I would love to see them. The NBA is supposedly, coming here. I know the creator of the Golden One Center in Sacramento, Oakview, I believe is the name of the company. They bought a whole bunch of land where the Bright Line train is going to end at Las Vegas Boulevard and Blue Diamond, and they want to build an arena there for a supposed NBA stadium. And that is something where we don't have to hit the strip corridor. If you're somebody visiting, awesome, take an Uber. But for us, you want us to fill the place 41 games a year. It's readily available. Where they're putting it is a total tourist play. And I love baseball, but I'll tell you, like, with the rare exception of some real cheap games or with the Red Sox coming to town, I don't know if I'm going. If you're an A's fan, sure, you'll make the effort, but like, there's just like infrastructure wise, man, there's not enough parking in that area. It's going to be nuts.
So the expense part, during the legislative session, Steve Hill said there will be $15 tickets if you're worried about affordability and families and locals going to games. as a person who's gone to Las Vegas and has been gouged, shall I say, over at the Aria Hotel where I accidentally moved a water off of its sensor, and I think it charged $10 just for a bottle of water in the same Vegas where there's resort fees and everything costs a little bit more. But you know what? It's a premium. Like it's the model of business. If you're willing to come there, you're willing to spend it. Anyway, do you really think that there could be $15 tickets to go to a Major League Baseball game in 2028 in your town?
Yeah, sure. If they're terrible and they're playing a terrible team.
Really?
You know, when the Red Sox and Yankees played towards the end of the year, you could get tickets on the resale market for like $1.
Well, I'm talking about from the original point of sale. If the team's gonna sell them, right? If you're gonna,
they'll have like 10 seats in the nosebleeds for like, you know, for Boy Scouts. There's no way they're going to be able to pull that off. And also like the fees that they throw into it's going to be $15, but you're going to have to pay this fee, that fee, that fee. It's going to be $42 a seat. You know, I'd like to see it. Sure, it'd be nice. You know, I don't foresee it. And also like, okay, fine. So you got a $15 seat. How are you getting down there? There's no public transportation here, so you're going to probably have to drive. And there's buses, but who's taking the bus? There's 40,000 people. You're all going to take an RTC bus there? I highly doubt it. So there's $40, $50 for parking potentially. It could get pricey pretty quick. You know, listen, I love baseball and I want to see baseball here. And I'd love to see I'd love to see a team here 100%, but also like if they're going to expand and you have some like, you know, this ownership group, from everything I've heard, not just from you, the Raiders supposedly can't stand these people. Fine, sell the teams, keep them in Oakland, and then just have a new expansion team. That way, expectations are super low. Like brand new team, they're going to suck, but hey, they'll bring in other things, something to do with the kids. Great. But when the tickets are super low because we're facing, say, the Rays who don't travel well, and there's only 7,000 people in the seats, hopefully, how are you paying the bill? How are you paying the bill? Like he's a multi-billionaire, and he knows by moving this team here, he's going to increase the value of the team. It's been proven twice now, and it'll continue to happen. Why are we footing this bill? It drives me nuts. It just drives me nuts. And it's not just a Vegas thing. It's everywhere, but particularly here. It's like, man, they'll make the money back. They will make the money back. I did the napkin math. It was 30,000 and just figuring out like how much we're paying and all that stuff. We could make that money back, but they need to fill it pretty decently.
Yeah, on a regular basis for a lot of years. I want to address, I guess it's criticism I get here on even like on this YouTube channel. I get people saying the A's will be different in Vegas. Las Vegas will change the A's. And that's obviously a perspective from Southern Nevada. Where does that come from? I mean, I'm not saying that's false. I think the A's largely have to change their business model of player payroll and what they spend and even I want to talk to you too about what this stadium needs to be, right? If you're going to do this and you're going to compete with the Spheres and the T-Mobile Arenas and the Allegiance, like what do you really need to do there? But where does that come from? People in Las Vegas saying, well, when they get here, we're going to make them different.
Well, in some cases, you get some people just have blind ideology for how the Golden Knights did and maybe not realizing how incredible that story is.
Yeah.
But in other cases, like, the Raiders came here and they've invested a lot, you know, they still suck, but they invested a lot. You can't say they haven't. And I think that the belief is that the A's will come here, like they're saying, and that they're going to invest. I just wish that they held their feet to the fire to say, you know, we're going to do it. And we promise that as part of this deal, we are going to spend at least the league average on salaries every year.
Yeah.
We're going to put it in writing. Then it'd be like, all right, cool, for sure. Like it only benefits them to invest in their own product and have this, you know, new hot market to have things elevate. So people that love Las Vegas. We get dunked on a lot, you know, like the people that still don't think that we should have a hockey team because they think that Las Vegas only has a population of 600,000, not realizing there's more people in the valley and there's other cities and there's unincorporated parts of Clark County. There's a lot that goes into it. There's over 2-some-odd million people in the valley. But yeah, you know, there's going to be cheerleaders. It's going to, but in the same breath, I mean, there's people in Oakland that are saying, no, we want this team. And I get it. You don't want to show up for a team that sucks. You don't want to make the rich richer, even though they're not giving you anything. I get it. It's a delicate balance, but I think they would have some success in Vegas, but I don't think we'd pay the bond. I think that if they just keep continuing to do mediocre and just trying to do the bare minimum to be able to get what they're getting from the rev share, then, you know, we're going nowhere. So
what does this ballpark need to be? There was recently an article that came out, said the A's designers are trying to have that wow factor, but wow within a budget. And I look at other entertainment options. I mean, here in the Bay Area, the Giants are a very popular thing. Their ballpark is a beautiful thing. I'm sure you've seen it. Maybe you've been to San Francisco. But if the Giants are their competition here, and then they go to the Las Vegas Strip and, performers are doing residencies right up the road, and there's the Sphere now. Are you seeing that there might be some competition there? And what does a ballpark need to look like to compete with that?
Well, I don't think that baseball is competing with Adele. I think baseball is the destination. So, you can't beat Adele. I mean, really. U2 Sphere is amazing, by the way. It's also stupid expensive.
It does look amazing.
Oh God, it's gross. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a competition. I think really where the competition is with the other teams. There's only so much dollar locally to go by. And when it comes to tourists, if you find out that you're in town and you just happen to be from Toronto and the Blue Jays are in town, awesome, sure, I'll get in. Or people are like, hey, the Red Sox are playing Tuesday through Thursday in May in Vegas. You want to go? And
people
they'll find an excuse to go.
Yeah.
But here's what I really think it needs to be. It does not need to be retractable.
I don't think it's going to be. I think the cost and the size limitations, I think it's being advertised as that now because it's sexy, but I think when it comes down to what it has to be, it will be a domed stadium with artificial turf. I think it has to be.
It does not need to be retractable. It could have something where there's no tray that you could pull out like they have for the Raiders.
Right.
But the Raiders at Allegiant Stadium, they have these lanai doors that could probably cost God knows how many millions of dollars to build. And they have literally never opened them for a single ticketed event ever.
Right.
So just save the expense. When they play, excuse my language, it's going to be hot as balls. Just keep it closed, air conditioning, done. That's how I do it. You can't even put windows out to the Strip because you're going to have 3 big Bally's properties right there.
Right.
So, LED lights, a little whiz bang action, maybe a pool and we go a little Arizona there, whatever. Right. But ultimately put a good product on the field. If you want the locals to show up, they're not showing up for losers. So, I'm an XFL guy. Like I have season tickets to the XFL.
Wow.
I love sports.
Wow.
Yeah.
I knew you're the right guy. I knew you're the right guy for this.
So but I'm not going to go through the trouble of going to support a local team that doesn't really support its own team.
Yeah.
So, I'd love to see a different ownership group here, frankly, but it won't happen. The odds of it happening here are pretty high, but they're not doing retractable in that spot, and it's going to be a lot uglier than they made it look in the renderings.
I haven't seen the new renderings yet, but I would imagine that with a potential vote for baseball right around the corner, if they're going to vote on the 16th of November, the renderings might come out on the 15th based on what happened last time.
If you're lucky.
Yeah, I know.
Brody, if you're lucky.
I want to ask you this. I got one more thing for you. The public money has passed, right? SB1, I did hours of coverage, and I know all of your state and local politicians more than I even know my own here in California, I feel like. But if it does come down to signatures being collected, they need 102,000 across 4 different zones of the state. And they need to do that by next summer and put this on a 2024 ballot. It all seems weird because literally baseball in 6 weeks could approve this. But the money, I suppose, could be challenged and could go away at some time in 2024. If it ever came to an actual referendum vote, if there were enough signatures to put that on a ballot, I mean, referendum votes typically don't pass. Would it be any different in Las Vegas?
Oh, I don't think there'd be a chance that they would approve of the funding. I don't think so. Then that's why they kind of bum rushed it in the last second, is to make sure that there was very little public and literally very little oversight. Let's just hammer this thing through. It was on purpose. And it's kind of like what happened with the Raiders. It was on purpose too. A Las Vegas ballpark is sponsored by the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority.
That's why it's named
Las Vegas TM Ballpark. They're advertising Las Vegas.
Come here
to Las Vegas,
even though it's in Summerlin, which I know is technically Las Vegas. Am I right? It's technically Las Vegas.
Well, that little part I believe is like the western tip potentially.
Okay,
but like the amount of money they spent on that, they could have sponsored the stadiums of all the other teams in the division combined.
Oh wow.
It was another publicly funded stadium. Whether or not that happens, I don't think it would stop anything. Frankly, I don't know if it would be binding. I don't know, but I don't think that it would pass. I'm not sure, especially with the way the teachers union is really, at loggerheads with Clark County School District here right now. I don't think it would.
Well, they're getting sued too right now. The Schools Over Stadiums group. So
Yep, and it's interesting. So yeah, I don't think that would pass if it did hit a referendum vote, but I don't think it would stop anything. If shovels are in the ground, I don't think they're going to say, "Oh, sorry." I don't think that's going to happen. So, we'll see.
It's been a pleasure chatting with you, and I have to say that your job is actually something I'm envious of. Like I secretly always wanted to be a music radio DJ. I want to hit the post every single time when I talk up a song. What's the number one song that you would play? Like if you and I were finishing a segment, what song would you play right now on VGS?
We Didn't Start the Fire from Fall Out Boy, the cover right now. Nice long 25-second intro, and then we could just make our own lyrics about all the people in the Oakland Athletics organization that have made this a terrible experience. When they do come to Vegas, which I believe they are probably going to end up coming here.
Yeah.
But when they do, Brody, I do welcome you to our fair city. I will show you that Las Vegas is not just a bunch of hookers. The kids can have fun here too.
I couldn't end it any different than that. I could end it better than that. I couldn't end it any different than that. Sean, honestly, thanks for your honesty and doing this. And just, again, as somebody I just wanted to sample and get your perspectives on it. Keep up the good work, and we will definitely be in touch.
Big fan of you, buddy. Keep it up.
Thank you. Hey, it's Brody here, and I want to remind you what you're watching right now is the Super Stream. This is a compilation of A's coverage involving potential relocation to Las Vegas. A bunch of videos that I've been making across the last several months. They're all getting replayed right here, right now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
At this point, I'm pretty sure you've considered all the different questions about a relocation vote by Major League Baseball for the A's to Las Vegas. Questions like, when would this vote take place? What are the elements under consideration for the vote? Which teams might vote yes, which teams might vote no, what are the reasonings behind it, and so on and so on. But there's one question about it that nobody's really asked that I'm here to discuss. And that is, why hasn't Major League Baseball actually already voted on this? What's the holdup here? The A's in baseball don't have entire control of this process. Like, there are some things out of their hands that need to happen before they can approve it. But at this point, if we're just talking about Major League Baseball's approval of the A's to Las Vegas, don't they have complete control over that? It's no different than if I want a piece of chocolate cake right now. I'm an adult. I can make that happen. Literally nothing can stop me from going to get a piece of chocolate cake right now. I'm in complete control of that. If I do it or I don't do it, but I'm the only one that's going to make it happen, I'm the only one that's going to stop myself from doing it. It is kind of like that with baseball. It is entirely up to them. And there is one thing I do know relating to the A's. They want this vote to happen ASAP. They would do it today if they could. They would have preferred to do it yesterday, so to speak, if they could. This is almost like the relation and the correlation to a sports game with a clock. Maybe baseball too, because there's a finite amount of outs before the game is over. But kind of like a football game, a basketball game, a hockey game, a soccer match, where right now maybe the A's feel like they have the lead. They've got the land situation squared away in Las Vegas. They've got the public funding squared away through the state and Clark County, and there's still some time on the clock. And while that time is on the clock, there's only more opportunity for questions to be asked, speculation to happen, people to let out their feelings, sometimes for, but seemingly mostly against this project and this relocation happening. So the more time that exists doesn't seem like a good thing for the A's in this process. Obviously, that's one reason why they'd like to push it along. There's also the fact that they are already operating on a pretty strict timeline. I know 2028 feels like a long time away, and there's plenty of years between now and then, but this is also a very complicated process and project. They need to knock down a whole Tropicana hotel and resort and clear off 35, 36 acres on the Strip.
and come up with the design process and construction and all of that is under a bit of a time crunch already. 2028 is not the most conservative estimate here for when the A's want to be playing baseball. There is a little bit of a rush to still make that happen. So every month between now and then, really the last handful of months, they could have approved this in July or August or September. Every month counts towards a 2028 deadline. There's also the fact the A's want to do this as soon as possible because as soon as baseball approves it, they can start getting to the business of generating revenue in Las Vegas, selling season ticket packages, working with new business partners down there, maybe opening up a team shop. I'm not sure if they're allowed to do a new logo or sell something different, but they can attempt to start generating new Las Vegas revenue, I would think, the moment this is approved. They want that. They need that. It's all part of their business model. And let's not forget, the A's are the ones behind wanting this vote to happen as soon as possible because they're the ones that came out and suggested that it's going to happen at these owners' meetings, November 14th through the 16th, in person in Arlington, Texas. To be fair, the Las Vegas Review-Journal came out with those dates and that timing initially, referring to some, I believe, anonymous industry sources and experts, but it initiates with the A's. They're the ones that have kind of called this vote. The question is, are all the other team owners and baseball in general, are they ready to take this vote? Why haven't they taken this vote already? It remains an interesting question here, and maybe we've just never thought of it like this before. Why hasn't baseball voted yet? I'm going to call your attention to 4 different thoughts on the screen. I don't know if all of them are true or some of them are true. One of them is completely wrong, but I do know that somewhere on this screen is the answer on why Major League Baseball has not voted yet. It could be precisely one of these 4 things. It could be mostly one, also a bit of another one. Who really knows? Other than those on the very, very inner circle of this. But there are these 4 things. It's pretty much these 4 things, and I'll detail some thoughts behind each of them. Number 1, maybe owners feel like they truly need more complete information until they can actually make a responsible decision. I know this is about a different team than the one they own, right? The owners vote. They're voting on the A's, but what does the Mets owner think and care about the Oakland A's? What does a Dodgers owner think? What do the Mariners care or think? And there are ties and relations, but the bigger picture is that owners are all connected in the baseball ecosystem. And kind of like living in a neighborhood, you want everybody to be doing well around you because it only boosts your property value, so to speak, if that's the analogy. So baseball owners don't want a struggling team. They don't want to put a team in a bad spot or situation because they will all kind of pay the price for that. More on that thought later. There's also the thought that maybe all of this has been pre-approved, rubber stamped, so to speak. I see that comment a lot on social media. Maybe the owners are just trying to stretch out this process a little bit to make it appear like they're doing a comprehensive job on it. That'd be unfortunate, but maybe that's it. Third thought is that maybe Major League Baseball owners just didn't want this as a distraction in the second half of their season. Now, the last time the owners met was back in June. And what's crazy is that Rob Manfred said in late May, oh yeah, that vote, by the way, it could happen as early as, I think it was June 11th through the 13th to the 15th, something like that, back in June. Crazy to think that it was even suggested they could do it in June. Here we are approaching mid-November, and we're still not sure if all the elements are in place. But it's possible owners said, look, we know we're going to eventually meet in November. We understand the basic elements at play here. We'll just handle it after all these teams make their playoff push and their postseason runs. I mean, you think about it, there's a committee right now that's doing all the deep research on the A's plans and where they've been and what they want to do. Those 3 teams are the Brewers owner, the Royals owner, and the Philadelphia Phillies owner. Now, the Brewers made the playoffs. They've been in and out of it, Mark Atanasio. But the Phillies owner might be a little bit tied up right now because his franchise likely headed to the World Series. And so how much effort and interest does he really want to put into all of the A's situation while, his team is in the final round of the playoffs, is going to be in the Fall Classic, like most likely at this point. So I could see how some owners would say, you know what, we'll take care of this after the season. That's possible. Last but definitely not least, could it be that there is some approval of the A's to Las Vegas? Some team owners are absolutely okay with it, and they would vote yes right now. But they need a 75% vote to approve. Could it be that the A's right now do not have that 75%? It's a hypothetical, and it's got to be asked. Let's go one by one over all of these four different scenarios here. Do owners truly need more complete information? That does seem reasonable, and it would seem like owners would actually be doing diligence to this process. Baseball teams don't move often. It's happened one time in the last 50 plus years. That was Montreal moving to Washington, D.C. And so this is a big deal. This is a heavy decision to make. It is not as simple as the vote. Yep, let's do it. There has to be some consideration across the board here. And we have had generalities of what the A's want to do for quite some time. And that's what makes me wonder, why wasn't the vote taken back in June or July? By the way, they don't need to do this in person. This vote can be taken virtually at pretty much any time. We've all known what the intentions are here for the A's, but I will tell you this, what we don't have are the specifics of, like a blueprint for the ballpark, how much exactly it's going to cost, who and how exactly is going to pay for this from the private side, not so much the public side. Where will the A's play for 2025, 26, and 27? There's a lot of different things under consideration, that the fine details that we just don't even know where to begin on it yet. And so maybe they could have voted if it was going to come down to generalities. They've had that for a while. The specifics we still don't have. By the way, will we have all of them in the next 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 weeks? There's a lot of stuff that needs to come out, or at least needs to be presented to be properly voted on. But maybe it comes down to just a single sticking point. If there really is a holdup on why the vote hasn't happened already, maybe it is that temporary home where the A's will or won't play for 3+ full seasons. 24 is already established in Oakland. 25, 6, and 7, and maybe a little bit beyond, very much uncertain. So that's a possibility that the owners, they just need a few more things checked off their list. The other hypothetical is that the owners are just trying to make this process look complete. And if they take it to the end, it looks like they put some thought and consideration into that. And again, that does seem irresponsible, not just from a critical viewpoint, but also from how they operate in a business sense. As I said before, they're not looking to make rash decisions here. This is a huge deal for baseball. Which team is going to Las Vegas? It's a critical market that was most likely going to get expansion anyway, and a $2 billion expansion fee because of it. And now one team is moving there without a relocation fee, it would seem. And I go back to the sticking points. Maybe that's a sticking point. Everybody's all for this, but only if there's a relocation fee, which was promised there wouldn't be last year by the commissioner. Looking back at the trio of interviews that A's owner John Fisher did a couple weeks ago with a newspaper in Las Vegas, NBC television here in California, and also ESPN on the national level, maybe some of that was strongly suggested, if not required, by the group of owners to get out there in front of the media, document your story, and kind of make the process feel a little bit more robust and complete. And one would only think that the next part of this process to really make it feel real and official to be voted on would be releasing renderings and blueprints and that 75% concept design. Like, here is exactly what it's going to look like, and to kind of whet people's appetite about what the A's are hoping to do at the Tropicana site. I don't discount the fact that the more time passes, the more it appears baseball is doing a comprehensive job in evaluating this potential relocation. But maybe to what some have suggested, this is something that's already been pre-approved, and we're just watching it play out a lot slower in real time than it's actually happening behind the scenes. That thought about owners really didn't want the distraction of the A's and their situation in the second half of the regular season and also going into the postseason. I do believe there is some reality here. I said before that there were 4 reasons and maybe one of them was it, but it could be a combination of a few of them. I think this almost has to be included in a combination to anything else that might actually be truthful. There is some reality that owners just maybe didn't feel like dealing with this during their seasons. There is an unwritten rule about announcing baseball news during the playoffs. Now, you have heard about some front office moves, some manager moves. They try and limit that to a minimum because those things do need to happen. Teams need to move on from individuals. Some individuals need to move on from their situations. But you largely don't hear about the hirings, like the part that is in everybody's control, the announcements behind those. You really don't hear about those until basically November, after the World Series is over and mostly before baseball's winter meetings at the beginning of December. It's kind of an unwritten rule that you do not want to take anything away from baseball's playoffs if you don't have to. And I'll definitely tell you that nobody's supposed to step on the toes of the World Series. That is baseball's ultimate stage. Now, the commissioner, Rob Manfred, is going to do his annual press conference right before the start of the World Series. And he is going to be asked, I guarantee, probably in detail about the A's situation. That's kind of obligatory. That's going to happen. But in terms of Oakland saying much, or the A's saying much, or Las Vegas saying much, or baseball saying much, anything else about the A's during the World Series, they do not want that to come up at all. And so I think it does fit the bigger picture of the timing is not right for all the owners to actually put some thought and consideration into this. And as I told you before, they had their last meetings in person in June, and their next ones are coming up in Arlington, Texas, the 14th through the 16th of November. So they've known all along that there would be this chance. The big question is, are the A's in baseball actually ready for this vote to happen? Are they prepared for it as much as they want or need to be? Okay, here's the biggest one of them all. Is it a possibility that 75% yes votes are not out there right now? It's a distinct possibility when you consider everything that's under consideration. It's not only the A's relocation, it's the lack of a relocation fee, the lack of any expansion fee for Las Vegas, the competitive balance tax that the A's benefit from. If they don't get a new situation by early January 2024, the A's are off basically what everybody calls revenue sharing. Owners can't take that away from the A's, but if they don't approve the A's move, at this point, they can take that away from the A's. Some teams may want that to be the case. And as I said before, there could be a lot of teams right now that say, sure, go do it. Las Vegas is for you, and it's for us. But if it's a 50-50 split in baseball right now, that's nowhere close to approval. They need 75%. And you think about owners, a lot of them are pretty shrewd negotiators. Do they ever take the first offer that's given to them? This team, with these plans, on this timeline, and that process. What if they want some refinements? Maybe that's a reason why the vote hasn't already happened yet. Maybe it's not as simple as they'll just agree to whatever the A's have decided is best for them. I might have stepped on my own material here by mentioning before that there is no way to take the competitive balance tax benefits away from the A's. It's written in the CBA. But this is a way to put it to an end if they vote no. And relocation indeed means no expansion fee for Las Vegas. Baseball does want to expand by 2 more teams by the time this decade is over. And Las Vegas, if the A's weren't considering it, sure might be a prime market to move to. Now, therein lies the difference. An expansion team may not line up only 9 acres at the site of the Tropicana Hotel, like the back parking lot of the Tropicana. An expansion team might do it differently. Look at what the NBA might be planning for Las Vegas. The Oakview Group has 66 acres, like a mile or so, like south of the Strip proper. An arena, a development, a $12 billion development. That's what the NBA is doing. But baseball cannot get almost a for sure $2 billion from somebody that wants a team in Las Vegas because they'll let the A's go there without a relocation fee. And let me just say, this wouldn't be the first time in recent months alone that the A's wanted something and needed a yes vote on it, but didn't have the yeses lined up. Let's remember that Nevada legislative session, the regular session, right? SB 509 was the A's language to get $380 million of public funding for their stadium. The Senate and the Assembly basically let time expire. In the regular session, they did not bring up SB 509. In fact, it never left the Finance Committee. It was supposed to be done right then, right there. But the governor, Joe Lombardo, in the state of Nevada, brought everybody back. After 5-6 months of their legislative session every other year, he brought them all back for a special session that cost, I believe, a couple $1 million and lasted almost a week. And he brought them back to vote on this. And even then, there was a weekend where it looked like the vote wasn't going to pass. They did, I believe, what's called horse trading. Put some old bills out there, combined them with SB 1, which is ultimately what passed. They kind of greased the wheels of politics. And just like that, the A's went from not having a vote in Nevada, not having the vote they wanted, to having the vote that they wanted. So again, it wouldn't be the first time if you think this is far-fetched that the A's don't have approval here. It could be not happening. It could be happening. I'm just saying it is definitely a distinct possibility. You can't say for sure it is or is not happening. And I totally understand that baseball is enticed by public contributions, $380 million of public funding to this project. But there's a lot of other things to consider in addition to that factor. So why hasn't MLB voted? Again, this part is totally up to them. Nobody's telling them they can or can't vote or they need to vote on this or that. They get to make up the rules to this kind of as they go. It doesn't happen often, and they're in complete control. So it hasn't happened for a reason. We don't know yet what that reason is. You made it here to the end of the video. You know I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below. That'll help out the channel. And also, hey, don't forget to subscribe so I can definitely see you back here next time. Brody here, and thank you so much for checking out this super stream, which I should explain. It's a compilation of my A's coverage in the last handful of months as it relates to potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas if approved by Major League Baseball, which, as you're aware, could be right around the corner. And so instead of creating new videos, rehashing old topics, I thought it would just be best to revisit all of the coverage and the angles over time and over this last summer that have brought us here. So once again, what you're watching is a repeat of some videos you've seen, probably some you haven't, but I really do appreciate your support here on this channel and throughout this entire process. Here's the next one. 3 months from now, will we really remember yesterday like standing out as a big part of this process? Will it be one of the game changers of this process? I don't think necessarily it will be. Was this to maybe satisfy the requirements of a Major League Baseball relocation application? Was this something that Major League Baseball might have hinted and said, you know, you might want to get a few of these things on the record?
Here's Brody Brazil.
So the dust has settled just a little bit since yesterday. A's owner John Fisher giving not one, but two on-the-record interviews regarding the status of the Oakland A's and potential relocation to Las Vegas. I don't think he's ever talked publicly about that topic yet. Hasn't done interviews in at least years, if not decades. So this is a lot to process and digest. And I've had some time to think about it, got to sleep on it. I'm putting these thoughts together just a little bit better now. I've come up with some realizations and some revelations. And as you know in these videos, I like to make main points. And usually it takes me a while to work up to them, work into them, explain them, and then deliver them. Well, this time I'm just going to say them straight away, and then we'll kind of circle back to them at the very end. Two main takeaways for me. Why now? Why do this tour of two? And by the way, there's going to be a third interview in the near future with ESPN. Why, after being silent for so long, is a Wednesday afternoon the right time to speak? This is almost like not even a vegetarian, but a vegan, like a strict vegan, waking up one morning and saying, all right, I'll have the prime rib. Was this something he just wanted to do? Was this something he was asked to do? Was this something that he had to do? I don't know. And are those questions important to what he said in this process? I'm not sure. Those are just things on my mind. That's the first part of it. Why now? The other main part is for who? Who are these comments and statements for? And by the way, I should correct what I said earlier. 2 interviews, plus he also published a commentary piece in the Las Vegas Review-Journal. They did a Q&A with him that came out yesterday morning in tandem with a couple paragraphs that he wrote directed to the people of Las Vegas. But everything in total, what was the objective here? Who was this for? Was this trying to make good in Oakland? Because the reaction I've got, I'm not sure that took place, like at all. I think this might have complicated the matters more than it eased anybody's thoughts or emotions. Was this for Las Vegas? Was this to try and build a better bridge to Nevadans? Maybe some of that took place. I can't speak for Las Vegans. Was there a resounding change in how they feel about the A's or the project or the potential move? I'm not sure that took effect either. So the only other thing I can think about of who this was for, maybe it was for Mr. Fisher. Maybe it was the opportunity to get some things off his chest. Maybe all of the T-shirts and chants. And he told Raj Mathai that he's feeling hurt about all this. So maybe it was. Maybe it was his motivation to do this. And again, I'm just considering these things. What do they mean to the total process and the ultimate end game of what might happen to the A's? Maybe not much. But just as I look back to the last 24 hours, for who and why now are my biggest questions. So let's dive a little bit deeper here. It's a big deal that he finally spoke, and I'll be honest, I never thought that day would come. He's gone so long through all of this process in Oakland and in Las Vegas for the public funding. And now with the relocation application he says submitted, I'd be curious to know more details about it, like where the A's plan on playing for 3 years, 25 to 27. If that process is complete, like it's got some details we're all curious about, but I digress. So why now? Like why in the timing of this was this the right time? But at the same time, I say it's a big deal that he, finally spoke. And I do appreciate it to a certain extent that we finally broke that ice after all these years. Finally. And maybe it leads to more. I don't know. Maybe he feels more comfortable speaking after this, or maybe not. I think we're still figuring out the ramifications of what was said, what people will go back on, what will stand out and stick out most. But he also, in the same respect, didn't say a whole lot. Was there anything that surprised you? Was there anything that made you feel better or different or more educated about the situation? And look, sometimes there just is nothing else to find out. People have been talking about this for so long and to such a great degree. Like, what did you expect that was going to be new, interesting, or exciting? But it didn't come with any one particular revelation that we weren't aware of before. I also found it interesting that the preference was to not do it on camera. Now, let me see it and say it here from two sides. I understand maybe his opinion and feeling like, well, if I go on camera, there could be a moment or two where we really need to hash out something in the weeds, and that becomes uncomfortable, and that's going to be the thing that stands out, and we'll miss the bigger points. And he obviously doesn't do a lot of things on camera, so maybe just not comfortable in that scenario. Okay, we can address that. On the flip side, though, and I'll say this from the media perspective, but also even from his own perspective, sometimes when you're really trying to deliver a message and you want it to get across and you want people to see that you're human and that this is affecting you and that this is a real situation, quotes don't always do it. They don't always tell you the body language or the sentiment at hand and in the moment and the facial expressions. They don't always tell the complete picture. That's why audio, but especially video plus audio, are such a tool in storytelling. And in this case, in communication. You know that old, I don't want to say quote, but let's eat grandma? Well, if you don't put a comma in there, it's like, let's eat grandma. Instead, you put the comma in there and it's, let's eat grandma. You know what I mean? It's almost riskier to do this in textual format only. And look, he did a text interview with Raj. He did one with the Las Vegas Review-Journal. I'm just saying from the extent of if you really want to make sure that everything comes across the way you want it, in his opinion, it was to do it textually. In my opinion, it's say it so people can see it. So there's no question about what you said, how you said it, the context of the question that was asked. And I know that Raj and NBC specifically just went word for word. So there was no change of words. There was nothing that was incorrect, but it just comes even more straightforward when it's actually you saying it and people being able to hear it. So you get the quotes, but you don't get the full context. And then for me, the media person, of course, I would much rather see something and hear something in 2023 rather than it just being textual. You know, I said before, it's like a vegan, a hardcore vegan waking up one day and saying, you know what, I want meat. It's just, it's an interesting thing that happened here and how it happened and how 3 interviews all scheduled at once. Speaking with the Las Vegas media first, strategic. I'm not going to go too deep into that. I think that's obvious. Doing 3 interviews, 1 in Las Vegas, 1 with the Bay Area media, 1 person, Raj Mathai, who, Raj, by the way, was the only person to do an interview with Dave Cavill the day after they announced their intentions to strictly focus on Las Vegas and not look at Oakland anymore. In the interview, I said there were not a lot of things that came out that we weren't aware of. There were some things that were highly debated and questioned, and there's already articles out there which kind of go directly against some things that were spelled out, like the A's losing $40 million this year. There's going to be a lot of fact-checking on that. And how will we ever know? Only a small circle of people are privy to the A's books. And that's just the way it works in professional sports. So we have no choice but to take somebody for their word, and believe it or not, that's what was said. It could also be totally inaccurate. It could also be a stretch of the truth. It doesn't have to be completely right or completely wrong. It could be completely somewhere in the middle that's neither right nor wrong. So we'll have to let that one exist in the conversation. He also said that he takes responsibility. He said he was hurt. And again, I feel like that emotion comes across so much better if it were in a multimedia format interview with audio and video. I think it just, if you really wanted to say that and you really meant it and you really wanted it to come across, I can tell you this entire situation has hurt me too. Personally, professionally, I'm saying it to you here right now, just like this. I'm not going to go deep into every single quote and analyze every single thing that was said. Maybe that's a different video for a different time. But there is one thing, one sequence in Raj's Q&A that I've got to touch on here. So Raj says, I'll get personal here. I've been going to A's games for 40 years. It's gut-wrenching to see what looks like is going to happen. What's your message to A's fans? Mr. Fisher replies, my message to fans is, hey, we did an awful lot of great things for this team. Over the last 20 years or 18 years, we've been involved with the team. The A's made it to the playoffs 6 years. We've had some great players along the way. We made changes at the Coliseum. We did an awful lot to really reach out and be a good steward of the franchise for fans. And I'm sorry that it hasn't worked out. There's another paragraph which we'll get to in just a second. But just going back to this, well, the A's actually made the playoffs 7 years. Might have forgotten the 2006 season. Had some great players along the way. I agree. But that's not what's in question here. The inability to keep those players that other teams highly covet, the players that would make your franchise sustainable and successful for the long term, and we wouldn't even be in this conversation right now. Had great players and not being able to keep great players is a difficult part of this. Made changes at the Coliseum. Well, I'll hand it to him on this. This current A's ownership was given a very difficult task. The Coliseum got out of date in the 80s and 90s. No improvements. It went more to multi-purpose than to baseball. So they were behind the curve entirely. And yes, there were some positive things done to the Coliseum, but elaborate on that. To what extent did you do every last thing possible? And the Coliseum is not really a factor as much as the team and the turnover and obviously the parallel paths and threat to Las Vegas. We did an awful lot to really reach out and be a good steward of the franchise for the fans. I would only ask in that sentence that you just expand a little bit. What do you mean? You should be able to go on and on about that. How, when, where, how many times, in what ways? Can you? And I'm sorry that it hasn't worked out. Well, the team would work out. It may be sorry that the Oakland and Howard Terminal part didn't work out. He goes on, it's a difficult proposition to move a team, especially from an area where you grew up. But at the end of the day, I felt that Las Vegas offered the team and the A's the best chance for success, the best chance to build a new stadium, and to be able to kind of give Oakland, or give athletics fans wherever they may be, the opportunity to see great players and know they would be able to stay with the team over the long term. So clearly that retention aspect is being discussed here, right? There's an acknowledgement of the lack of retention of players. But let me just condense this sentence here where it says, Las Vegas offered the team and the A's the best chance for success to be able to kind of give Oakland, or give A's fans wherever they may be, the best opportunity to see great players. To give Oakland the chance to have a ballpark in Las Vegas to keep players? There's not a regional draw for this team. Oakland fans will not be following this team to Las Vegas, and you rip it out of the community where it's been for 50 plus years. I mean, and that's acknowledged in fairness. I don't think you're giving Oakland fans and A's fans, wherever they may be, this is self-admittedly, the A's fan base is great here locally. And I don't even think you've seen the tip of the iceberg of it in recent years. Longtime A's fans know that. You know that it's kind of like a sleeper community and has been for the last decade or so. I don't know that A's fans exist in mass across the country or to the quote here, wherever they may be. So that's how I see this interesting. This was a most interesting section of the Q&A. I'm also not sure if we got any answers about why Oakland and Howard Terminal didn't work. It's going to be a we said, they said type situation. I mean, Oakland has flat out already put out a fact sheet about how much infrastructure money they raised, how they did it, when they did it, the fact that even more was about to be on the table. And maybe that total amount necessary wasn't entirely reached, but to know that much progress had been made in a pretty quick amount of time, and the only response on it we got was, well, Oakland just couldn't do it. Fair enough. True to some extent, but again, here's where we get to the truth versus not the truth versus somewhere in the middle, right? And all of this is going to be left to interpretation. But the real thing is the initial commentary on why Howard Terminal wasn't going to work and why the A's had to back away from Oakland was because apparently things were going to take too long. So first it was taking too long, and now it's that the money wasn't there. And again, maybe in reality, a small combination of both. But to the point that if it's not one or the other and we're in the middle, can this be something that just needed a little bit more time to work out? I was asked yesterday, about this being the third team to leave Oakland. This one is so different. The Warriors, there was a little bit of conversation, but they knew what they wanted to do. And San Francisco never had, besides the Cow Palace, which is not even in San Francisco, they've never had an indoor arena venue. This was an opportunity for the Warriors to go back to where they came from. Literally, they were in San Francisco first. And they're right across the bay. That's one. The Raiders deal was messy. And they say in part because of the A's, but honestly in part because they thought they were the primary tenants, which I'll never actually understand that. They came and left and then came back and destroyed the stadium and only play there 8-9 dates a year, and they're the primary tenant. They have complete control over it anyway. But for the A's to come out and say we're rooted in Oakland and to work for a couple years on that Laney College area site, the Peralta site, when they didn't even really have the approvals on it, they spent years on it. And then it fell through. And ultimately in 2019, at the end of 2019, Howard Terminal's on the map. This is where things are going. And that's great. But really only until the first couple months of 2021, which, oh yeah, by the way, included the entire year of 2020 being shut down because of obvious reasons. How long was it ever really worked on with Howard Terminal? And with parallel paths of the last couple years, that was not an exclusive focus on Howard Terminal. You could say at this point that the parallel paths portion of the A's pursuits, with a lot of P's there, that has existed longer than solely focusing on Howard Terminal, if you really think about it. I guess the last thing I want to say here is, there's a lot of change promised with the A's when they go to Las Vegas. Well, when we go, we're going to spend a lot more money. We're going to make a lot more money. We're going to spend a lot more money. We're going to keep our players. We're going to sell out the stadium. I mean, it's so much easier said than done. And I know a lot of you will say, well, I doubt that could even be followed through on. I won't even go there. And I understand your sentiment. I'm saying that even if the best intentions were met, right? Like even if most things came through as promised it is still so difficult to be a winning, competitive team and to be able to spend literally $100 million more than the A's do today every single year on players alone. Not to mention all the things that a new stadium is going to need. And they say $1.5 billion. That thing is going to end up costing north of $2 billion. Everything works that way. And Howard Terminal would have worked that way too. Okay, it's a lot. And I guess we'll see if there's any more that comes out in an ultimate third interview, but kind of a monumental day for A's fans in this process. I'm not sure where it takes us from here. And I actually want to end this video by saying in 3 months from now, will we really remember yesterday like standing out as a big part of this process? Will it be one of the game changers of this process? I don't think necessarily it will be, but I don't know. And I wonder, going back to one of my original thoughts, I said, for who? Here's one that I forgot. Was it for Oakland? Was it for Las Vegas? Was it for Mr. Fisher himself? Was this to maybe satisfy the requirements of a Major League Baseball relocation application? Was this something that Major League Baseball might have hinted and said, you might want to get a few of these things on the record just so that when we vote, you'll be able to fall back on these quotes and these things that you said publicly, because we don't have anything that you've said publicly. Was this procedural? I guess we'll find out. Thanks for making it here to the end of the video. I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below since you made it to the end. And don't forget, subscribe to the channel so I can definitely see you next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now. Assemblywoman Selena LaRue Hatch, we really appreciate your time from the state of Nevada, joining us from your home in Reno. First off, I think your political title speaks for itself, but we're also going to talk about education in this interview. What's your background in that?
So I am a high school world history teacher, and this is my 10th year in the district. So I have a whole lot of history with education. And then how long have you been into politics? This is actually my freshman term. So I've been very active for a long time, but this is my first year as an elected. Okay, so you just went through the Nevada State Legislature, which I think started, February, wrapped up in June, 120 days. Yep. SB 509, the A's public funding bill for a new stadium at the Tropicana site, it came up literally so late in the game. Titled SB 509, it never left committee. Then it went into a special session labeled SB 1. Then it stalled. Then it went into a weekend full of amendments and other crazy stuff. And then eventually it gets passed for $380 million. What am I not seeing from the outside about how that all shook out? I mean, you described it pretty well. It was a very rushed process. I think that it was rushed on purpose. We got it at the very last minute. We didn't get a whole lot of information from the A's leadership or ownership. It was negotiated very much in back rooms with the governor. We got it at the last minute at the end of session. We were told it's not a priority, don't worry about it. Any questions we had weren't really answered. And then all of a sudden we get a surprise special session and we're supposed to pass it in a couple of days. And, obviously I voted no on the bill. And so I have my own viewpoints, but it felt very purposeful. The lobbyists for the A's didn't even register as official lobbyists. They couldn't answer any of our questions. It just felt like, don't ask, just give us the money and let's go. I saw photos of A's owner John Fisher and team president Dave Kaval in Carson City, and I don't know if that was one trip or multiple trips, and I do know that they had conversations
with some. Was any of that announced? Did you have the opportunity, or what did you hear about that?
Yeah, they didn't stop by to see me. Now, I was very public from the start that I was opposed to this deal. I just didn't feel like my questions were answered, and I felt far too many economists have just told us that publicly subsidizing stadiums doesn't pay off. So maybe that's why they didn't stop by my office, but I know that John Fisher came once. He didn't make any appointments with anyone. He just kind of wandered the halls and chatted with some people that he already knew were in favor of it. And Dave Cavill came and answered one question in front of the legislature, gave a horrible answer that didn't actually address any of the issues, and then never spoke to us again publicly.
So again, from the outside looking in, that weekend where it was in the special session, everybody needed a break. It had already been a long couple months. There were amendments thrown into SB 1 to kind of, spice it up as if it were a cooking recipe. What exactly happened there? What were the things that enticed lawmakers to finally say, okay, we'll vote on this and we'll vote yes?
So I can't necessarily say why my other colleagues voted yes. I clearly wasn't swayed and I still voted no. But I know that there were amendments brought in. Previously vetoed bills were added to this one as a way of gaining more votes. The governor vetoed it, but he's for sure going to sign this one. I know that some people had some of their questions answered. I think they added a little bit more structure onto some of the agreements, but it definitely was a whole lot of pressure, and there were arguments made for those on the fence, and those of us that were a no, we weren't talked to at all.
So, and also from my understanding, Governor Lombardo did sign SB 1. That's correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But he also said that in 2 weeks' time, this was back mid-June, in 2 weeks' time, we'll have a public signing ceremony. Officials from the A's will also be there. We'll take the photos. We'll make this official for the public. We are more than 2 months removed from that, and it never happened. Why is that?
I can't speak to why the governor hasn't done something. I will tell you, I think it's deeply unpopular with the public. Every single email I have gotten from my constituents is, this is horrible, please stop it. And then after it was passed, this is horrible, how do we do something now? I don't know if that's why they're not holding a public signing. It might also be now that there's efforts for a referendum, that things are a little more unsure. But I do think it's telling that they don't want to exactly brag about this in front of voters.
When Steve Yeager says that, things he saw was a lot of neutrality, a lot of undecided opinions from Nevadans who obviously have a say in this or an opinion in this, what did the research tell you about? And I know you said you got some emails, but were you ever presented with, here's a big picture look at how Nevadans view this opportunity or not? What information were you given?
So we were given a poll from the A's that they claimed showed overwhelming popularity for them moving to Nevada. I think it showed 70% supported a baseball team coming to Nevada, but they did not ask if they would support public money going to it. And I don't know if they even asked specifically about the A's. So that didn't feel very compelling to me. There was the Nevada Independent, which is a local newspaper. They did some polling, which showed that the majority did not support public money for this stadium. And then, like I said, every conversation I have had with constituents through emails, but also in person, as I've gone to events over the summer, almost every person has started with, thank you for voting no on the A's. What do we do now? So at least anecdotally, as well as that poll showed me that they didn't really support this bill.
So public, from your perspective, clearly against this. Lawmakers still go with it. What's the disconnect there?
Yeah, I don't know if I can explain exactly why my colleagues voted the way they did. Obviously, I voted the way I did. I think also I'm in the north, and that is not where the A's will be relocating. And so I think some of our Las Vegas colleagues may have voted differently. Maybe they have heard differently from their constituents, but I think that, at least for me, my job is to represent my constituents, and that's what I heard, and that's how I voted.
So you're in the north, and that's a great point, too. Las Vegas, I should say the state of Nevada, very much like California, north and south, and we know we're separate. Same thing with Reno and Las Vegas. When Steve Hill spoke in front of the legislature and said that, it's a likely potential that the A's will play their temporary seasons either in Summerlin or potentially at the baseball park in Reno, almost like a carrot dangled out there to the community of Reno. From what you know and understand, has any of that been discussed, that the A's could play temporary seasons there? And would that actually be a boost, and would that be desirable for the community of Reno?
I actually haven't heard anyone suggest that, which is interesting. You'd think that they'd reach out to our community and say that, but we have heard nothing.
Yeah.
I don't know that would change much. Our community was pretty opposed to the Raiders Stadium when it was built. They're very opposed to this stadium. Because in all honesty, money is being taken from our schools and our communities to build a stadium, which doesn't even have any proven benefit for the local economy in Las Vegas, let alone the one up here in the north. So I'm not sure that would be a huge draw for my community.
Well, and you make the great transition here because we're talking about public opinion and how SB 509 and SB 1 panned out. But now it's kind of here in the present, and there is a huge opposition by teachers in the state of Nevada because of obvious reasons. The education system there is not working out. It could use a little bit more funding before anything else. And we read what we read about Nevada ranking among the worst out of 50 states. How bad actually is it?
So this is the reason that I ran for office, because I am a teacher. And when I ran, I had 45 sophomores in each of my 6 classes.
45?
Which is 45.
Wow.
That's an insane number of 15-year-olds to have in a room together. And it's not uncommon. We are the largest class sizes in the nation. We just invested record amounts of money. We increased our education budget by 26%. But even with that record investment, we will still be 46th in the nation in per pupil funding. That's how big of a hole we were in. And while I'm really proud of that work, I also had a bill to address our class sizes. It would have cost about $250 million. And I was told that's too expensive. So to be told it's too expensive to fix our class sizes, but we do have $400 million for a billionaire to build a baseball stadium, that's a really hard pill for teachers to swallow.
What was the timing and process of your bill and how it went? Or did it go quick? Was it turned down quickly? And then obviously we know the A's went basically at the last possible opportunity. How did the timing of the timeline of that play out?
Yeah, they were separate discussions. Mine was more at the beginning of session when we were told we didn't have enough money. And I understand, like, I'm a freshman legislator, all my bills are not going to get through. But I think when you tell legislators we can't, and then a billionaire shows up and suddenly we can, then there's going to be some questions.
So that brings us to schools over stadiums. What is this group about? What's the aim? What do they need? What's the likeliness that this could have any impact? Like, what's the goal of this group, Schools Over Stadiums?
Yeah, so this group, Schools Over Stadium, formed because a bunch of teachers were really frustrated. And I'm including Las Vegas teachers in this as well, because they have some of the worst class sizes in our state. And so they were really frustrated. They felt like they were shut out of this very rushed process. They felt like the voters didn't really get a say. And so this group formed, and they are trying to raise money right now in order to be able to get a ballot initiative to put on our ballot next November. And if they raise enough money and they get enough signatures, then this will go before the voters of the state of Nevada. And the voters will get to decide if we want to give public money to this baseball stadium or not.
So it's a referendum vote. And forgive me, you said this November or next November of 24?
Sorry, next November, not this one coming up in just 2 months.
So yeah. How does that work then? If baseball at this point, and I know that you're not involved with Major League Baseball, but they're looking to move forward this process. They're probably liking or desiring to have a vote by the end of this year. How did the timing of those two things work? Because baseball could approve relocation, and then in November of 2024, or even before then, the A's will come seeking the money that was promised to them. How does the timing of that work out?
Yeah, so in all honesty, I think it would be foolish to hold that vote prior to this referendum because, as you pointed out, if the voters reject this, then there is no public money for this stadium.
Right.
And so if John Fisher wants to move, he'll then have to put up that money with private equity in order to make it happen. So I think that this referendum does throw a little bit of uncertainty into the planning.
Parent to parent here, the Las Vegas Strip and a major league ballpark that's aimed and designed and geared towards families and kids. Do those two things even at all go together?
I think that's one of the issues I had with the hearing, and several of my colleagues did, is they couldn't really answer that question. Not even just having a ballpark on the Strip, but having a ballpark in Las Vegas that is supposed to have a retractable roof on 9 acres, which also doesn't make sense. We were told it's supposed to be one of the most walkable parks in the nation, but Las Vegas in the summer gets up to 120 degrees. Nobody is walking to that ballpark. Nobody is going to sit outside in 120 degrees and watch a game. And additionally, the traffic to the Strip is horrendous. Even as it is right now, it's difficult for workers to get to the Strip, and locals just don't go there because there is no way you are going to get to anywhere on the Strip in less than an hour. So to say that it's made for locals just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I don't think it squares with the reality of that location.
In your mind, final question here, where we're at right now versus what is ultimately best for everybody involved? What's a best case scenario of how this all plays out?
I think best case scenario, the Oakland A's stay in Oakland and John Fisher pays for his own stadium.
Simple as that. Maybe even here.
Especially there.
We appreciate the time and opportunity, and I know that this kind of all got thrown on your plate. Same thing with the Nevada State Legislature, so appreciate your honesty and helping us be informed and giving us some perspective. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, anytime.
Hey, it's Brody here, and I want to remind you what you're watching right now is the Super Stream. This is a compilation of A's coverage involving potential relocation to Las Vegas. A bunch of videos that I've been making across the last several months. They're all getting replayed right here, right now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Well, it's not like I want you to tune out to my videos halfway through any time around, but with this video, it's going to be especially important that you stick around to the end because I've got to explain some things. You've clicked on this, you've seen the title, you've seen the thumbnail, you probably think you know how I'm going to spell this all out, but it may not actually play out that way. And the other big part about this is I'm not making this to rip on the Aviators and question their attendance and question something sinister going on. No, that's not it at all. In fact, there is some explaining to do, but I will save that for later in the video. I just hope you'll stick around for it so we can actually get to that point. Let's first begin with Las Vegas Ballpark. Opened up in 2019, still highly regarded and widely regarded as one of the best minor league facilities in the country. Sadly, just because of, 2020 and beyond, I have not yet had the opportunity to visit, but I'm familiar with what it's all about, where it's located in Summerlin, which I know is the name of a development. It's not its own city. But it's a great opportunity for a minor league team to exist like this, where it does and how it does. And Las Vegas has been a minor league town for a very long time. We can dive into the history on that some other time, but in recent years, with a brand new stadium for the first time in, forever, they're highly kind of touting the attendance figures they get. One of the most highly attended minor league ballparks in the country. Last season, they say there was an average of 6,910 fans per game. And what do they play, 75 or so per season? A little bit shy of the Major League 162 total games, or 81 at home. So 70-something per year, averaging a little more than 6,900 per game. It's also important that you understand this. You hear about that 10,000 number a lot, and you think that that's a sellout. Well, in reality, there's 8,196 seats. So what's the difference here? Well, 10,000 total between the suite areas, the standing room only areas, the right field kind of grass pavilion area, the swimming pool area. The total place can fit and accommodate 10,000. But anything past 8,196 is considered a sellout. So now that we've got that established, and that's about a 2,000 fan difference, right? 8,000 approximately versus 10,000. So that is significant, not 80 or 800. We're talking about 2,000 difference. So now that has all been explained, I want to show you, as I record this, literally last night's game. I saw the box score with the attendance, and then I also saw this highlight of a Kevin Smith home run. Attendance 4486. The Dog Bat Boys classic, by the way. There's Smitty. Now, take a look at the attendance. Take a look at the fans. 4486 of 8,100, that's more than half full claimed. Does that look half full to you? Does that look like 1/10 full to you? I also get it. I should say this right now at this very specific point in the video because I can hear people coming through the screen. What about Oakland? What about the attendance there? That's a whole separate story. That's a whole different ball of wax. There's decades and storylines and things that have happened that can explain Oakland. And I do think I have a separate video on that. I feel like I've got a video for everything. We're not going to do that here. I know what you're saying. That ain't it for the connection that you're trying to make right now. Yeah, the numbers for Oakland and Las Vegas, sometimes they're similar, but it's a totally different set of circumstances. And if you don't understand it, watch some other videos on it because it's spelled out pretty plainly. Anyway, as for this, and looking at the weather conditions, yeah, it was hot, 98 degrees and cloudy. By the way, this was, I think, a third inning home run. So early on in the night, this is not like at the end when people would have left or the game is out of hand, but it was hot, probably humid if it was cloudy to a certain degree, although it's Las Vegas. Is it ever humid? 15 miles an hour winds, 7 o'clock game start, 3-hour game, didn't go forever, 44.86. Also, school has just started, and I heard that commentary. But that's not what I'm seeing there. That number and that visual, they don't match. So what's going on here? Okay, you finally made it to the important part of the video. Thank you for sticking around, by the way. What are we, like 5 minutes in? Okay, it took me 5 minutes, but hopefully worth it. The takeaways go like this. I fully understand the difference between paid attendance and actual attendance. Paid attendance is what's usually announced over the PA system and what's put on a box score. Why do teams do this, by the way? It's usually the bigger number. Some people bought a ticket, paid for a ticket, and didn't go to the game for whatever reason. Or, I'll say it like this, in this case, I have the feeling that in Las Vegas, there are corporations that buy large number of seats and they give them out to their employees or their hotel guests, and they just don't use them. And I guess that's fine, right? And this is where I'm not knocking the aviators. I'm not saying they have an ill intent here or they're doing something wrong or misleading people on purpose. It should say paid attendance. And I'm probably speaking for them. If they responded to this, it's probably paid attendance versus actual. But let's take note here. You know, we rely on the attendance number as people have made projections about what the A's might do in Las Vegas. And we'll get to that at the end. This is all apples and oranges to Major League Baseball for a couple different reasons. But people are going on that number and saying, well, that's how many people show up. That's the kind of support they get. Those tickets were bought, but in the case of the A's, if they're to play at the Tropicana site, have their stadium there, they actually need people to show up. They need the tickets to be bought, but they need the soda to be bought and consumed. They need the beer. They need the merch. They need the hot dogs. They need all that stuff to generate money, tax money, to go back and pay the bonds that are being floated by Clark County. So they can't just rely on Caesars and MGM and Wynn and everybody else to buy tickets, but then not actually have people go. So I get it, paid versus actual, and maybe to a certain extent, that's what's happening here. So maybe that's it. But again, we can't go on one and think it's the other, think it's actual attendance. This also is not the first instance. I mean, I'm making a whole video about this. I did a tweet about this, which was, a little polarizing for some people, but I've seen this a bunch and I wouldn't know it otherwise. Like, only in the last couple of years have the Aviators put out a bunch of clips of their games and highlights where they show wide shots of the stands. How else would I know how many people actually showed up? When I look at a box score and I watch the video with my own eyes, there's no two ways about it. Sometimes a photo, just one photo, can be misleading. If it's where all the people are sitting or if it's a long shot across people, you can't tell. Here, I can easily tell, and this is also not the first time that there's been a huge discrepancy. So, I was kind of taking the Aviator side there at first. To take my own side here, this is not the first time this has happened. I didn't just cherry pick this out of nowhere and say, well, it happened once, I'll make a video on it. I've noticed this a lot. And that gets me to the next point here. Las Vegas wants to boost its baseball reputation. And I'm not saying that ballpark or that team in that market is a failure for AAA. It's not. where they exist out in the suburbs, easy to get to. Locals will go over and over again. It's fine. But I see what they're trying to do in boasting about, well, we've got this new park. We're different now. We've got a AAA team that belongs to the A's. They pump a lot of talent through, so there's always somebody or something interesting. Totally get it. I see what they're trying to do in boosting their reputation. And this goes, honestly, back before the A's ever even considered realistically moving to Las Vegas. So I'm not even going to connect that and say they're just starting this. It's been going on for a while. And none of this is to knock the Aviators. I promise you. I mean, I didn't make up the attendance figure, and I'm not fabricating the video. Don't get mad at the messenger here. So the last point is probably one of the most valuable things I could say. Whenever you hear in legislative testimony or projections or analysis that, hey, you know what, Las Vegas really gets behind the Aviators. The Aviators sell out all the time, 10,000 a game, and maybe it was in 2019. Maybe that was their honeymoon phase and period. But here 4 years later, in 2023, they're saying that games are more than half full when they're not even a tenth full. And you can't really connect anything, though, that you see here, good or bad, to what Major League Baseball might look like on the Las Vegas Strip. Minor league, here, let me do this. Minor leagues and suburbs versus major leagues and Las Vegas Strip. Now, that could go for or against both sides as well. Like if you need locals to come support your team and ticket prices for the Aviators are very affordable, getting to the stadium is very easy. It's interesting that these two entities want to coexist down there. I'm also not doubting that. I'm just saying there might be some interesting moments of that. Locals, if they do have an appetite for baseball, and again, that clip wouldn't suggest it. By the way, was that River Cats and Aviators? So the A's and Giants affiliates. I don't know if that's their biggest rivalry. Probably not, but like there's some good players on the River Cats. I know that too. But you can't really compare any of the Aviator stuff and boost up what the A's could do because of what you've heard the Aviators have been doing. Again, the numbers from the Aviators don't match. And they just don't. To actual attendance. And also what we're talking about are two totally different things. I don't think you're going to rely on 30% tourists to attend Aviators games. But then again, can you really even get 70% of locals to go to A's games on the Strip, a very touristy area? Okay, right? Just had to show you the video, explain that out. Hopefully it made sense. Hey, you made it here to the end of the video. You know I appreciate that. Thumbs up down below. That'll really help. And don't forget, subscribe to the channel so I can definitely see you back here next time. Brody here, and thank you so much for checking out this super stream, which I should explain. It's a compilation of my A's coverage in the last handful of months as it relates to potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas if approved by Major League Baseball, which, as you're aware, could be right around the corner. And so instead of creating new videos, rehashing old topics, I thought it would just be best to revisit all of the coverage and the angles over time and over this last summer that have brought us here. So once again, what you're watching is a repeat of some videos you've seen, probably some you haven't, but I really do appreciate your support here on this channel and throughout this entire process. Here's the next one.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Over the decades, Las Vegas has produced Major League Baseball players, and possibly none more recognizable, popular, or accomplished as Bryce Harper, currently of the Philadelphia Phillies. But Bryce is also somebody who is very territorial. He's proud to be from Las Vegas. It's where he grew up, played high school and college baseball, still goes back to Golden Knights games. Like, he is very territorial about being from Las Vegas. Not everybody in baseball or sports is like that, but to him, where he's from is very important. But it's also interesting right now because he is not necessarily taking the side of the Oakland A's in their relocation efforts to his hometown. I'll steal some quotes and pieces here from an article in The Athletic, which, by the way, I will link to below because I do want to give them credit. And I do want you to check out the full context of what he said and how he said it, so click on that below. But here it is right now. Quote, "I feel bad for the A's and their fans," Harper said Wednesday. Quote, "They're so rooted in Oakland. Those fans bleed green. Now it's, hey, we're going to go pick the A's to come to Vegas. I don't agree with that. Who cares what I think? It's my own opinion. But when you see a team like the A's, there's so much history at the Coliseum with all the great players they've had. In the last couple of years, it hasn't been the greatest. I get that. I totally understand. But do I believe they should leave Oakland because of that? No. They could be as good as anybody if they actually went and did it. Those fans deserve that." He was asked, can MLB work in Las Vegas? To which Harper laughed. "I don't know," he said. The A's, Harper believes, face a massive challenge in relocating to Las Vegas. Quote, "Are they really going to sell out for a Yankee game on a Friday night?" End quote, Harper said. Quote, "Is it going to happen? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't think anybody knows." Well, let me add this in there. Apparently, the research department of the A's, they've projected that. They've definitely projected that for a game like this, like for the record. "I don't think anybody knows," he said. "Do you think people are going to drop the Cubs or the White Sox to be A's fans, maybe as transplants to Las Vegas? There's no way, no chance. But that 5 or 6-year-old in the next 10 years, they could grow up A's fans. In 10 years, you could have a lot of fans." He was also asked about team traditions like the colors and the name. He said this, quote, "I don't think they should use the A's name. I really don't. I don't think it's fair to anybody in Oakland for that to happen. I really don't. I think they should rebrand it. That's my own personal opinion. Maybe people in Vegas might think differently. They might love the Las Vegas A's name. You already have the WNBA's Aces, and they are really good. They're going to have to build behind a player," Harper said. Now, this was a different topic here, describing how they've never really been a big spender, how they've been on revenue sharing for so long, and how they've promised to be more of a competitive payroll team and the price gap that would exist to get to that point. So let me go back to that. I mean, he's clearly identifying something that I've talked about before. And I've said this as an example. It sounds crazy, but it's also quite serious. Like, if the A's are going to go to Las Vegas, don't you have to be a serious contender for somebody like Shohei Ohtani's services? Wouldn't you want to bring baseball's unicorn to the Las Vegas Strip, the player who hasn't done or is doing something since nobody's done since Babe Ruth did it, pitch and hit regularly at that clip? It sounds crazy, right? Because it's the Oakland A's. No chance they would ever spend that much or go after a player like that. But that's literally what Bryce Harper is suggesting here. They're going to have to build behind a player. Who is that player going to be? Because it has to start next year. Well, guess who's a free agent this winter? If they go to Vegas next year, which it's going to be a couple more years, I don't know that he knew that, you have to be able to go, we're going to get this player. We're going to spend $300 million on him. And this is what it's going to be. And he's your guy. You have to build around that player, but it has to be a dude. It can't be a middle-of-the-road guy. It has to be a dude. And it should be, too. I don't disagree with him one bit. And I'm quite serious about that Ohtani thing. If a show came to Las Vegas in the Strip and it didn't have the right headliners, does it last? Look, Bryce Harper has been a proponent of the A's this entire time. Before the A's were really serious in the mix of relocation, he was out there saying that an expansion team would be better for his market. He's a big hockey fan. He saw the way the Golden Knights did it, privately financed everything, were a brand new team for that market. They rallied around the whole idea of being Vegas-born. Look, in the same way that I'd like to think I'm somebody who understands the Bay Area market, the Northern California sports fan, I got to believe that Bryce Harper understands where he's from, Southern Nevada. And I don't always, give athletes and baseball players maybe the stage to talk about this stuff, because a lot of times they are very transitional by nature. I'll play for this team. I'll move to, that city. They're very transient. And that's fine. So they don't understand like the territories they play in. Like, does he really understand Philly? I mean, to a certain extent, but not like he gets Vegas. So if I'm saying this about Oakland, that's why I'm making a video here, because I trust what Bryce Harper says about Las Vegas. Let me know what you think about all this in the comments section below. Thumbs up on it since you made it here all the way to the end of this short one. And don't forget, subscribe to the channel so that I can see you next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and you're watching the Super Stream. This is a compilation of video coverage I've done across the last 6 or 7 months as it relates to the A's and potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas. It's possible that a baseball vote is right around the corner. That's what's been advertised. So here in the final days before that, I just wanted to revisit all of the coverage and angles that have brought us here. So I hope you're enjoying some things that have been discussed. Maybe they feel a bit outdated by this point, but this is how it played out in real time across the last summer. And there's going to be some things here that maybe you've already seen, but probably a few videos that you didn't get a chance to watch. So I hope you'll enjoy them now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
It's not to say that I memorized every single thing that was said with the Nevada State Legislature and their regular session and their special session surrounding the A's and potential relocation, but I do remember a lot, and there are some things that are just stuck in my head, including this, a promise by representatives of the A's that there would be $15 tickets to baseball games if the team were to move to the Tropicana Hotel site. And I just, as a sports person and knowing the current market and trends, and even right now, this season at the Coliseum, there are $10 tickets at a venue where they're just trying to get as many people there as possible, all things considered. So to say that with supply being low and demand maybe being high for a couple of the first years, that $15 as a ticket would be an option, it's hard for me to fathom.
Like family, like affordability, the average ticket versus maybe some of the other sporting events we have. If you don't mind just commenting on that, thank you.
Senator Yancey, Steve Hill. Certainly, and we will have 81 baseball games a year, plus playoff games. That allows approximately 2.5 million, maybe a little more seats per year to be available. Seats at this stadium, there will be seats available in the stadium in the $15 range, which is just not possible for others. I mean, it's the comparison's just different. There are fewer seats, or there are many fewer games in other leagues, and so it makes it a family event that's very affordable.
Though just because you could charge a smaller amount doesn't mean it'll play out that way. And I don't like to do the apples and oranges comparison because football and hockey are different than baseball, but just look what's already happened in only 3 years here in this Las Vegas market. With the NFL, secondary tickets are the most in the league by far, by like 25%. Raider tickets, if you buy them on the secondary market, according to Ticket IQ, on average this year, this upcoming year, this is for, I should say, 2023-24, $1,035 per ticket. Patriots are next closest, $806. Eagles and Kansas City and the 49ers all in trail, but even the 49ers at fifth most are like only a little bit more than half of what a Raiders ticket costs on the secondary market. Now, is some of that because of tourism and maybe locals buy the season tickets? They turn those around, they hike up the prices because they know incoming people will be willing to pay. And is this how it works in Major League Baseball? I don't know. But just going back to the $15 promise, just look at the contrast on that for a second. $15 to get into a baseball game. And Mr. Hill is right. There's a lot of games. And there's going to be about 30,000 seats as opposed to maybe 70,000 seats, but only 8 times a year or 9 times a year for football home games. But then there's also this. And I didn't really know about the Golden Knights ticket prices until I did a little bit of research. Back in May of this year, before they went to the Stanley Cup Final, KTNV, Channel 13, the ABC affiliate in Las Vegas, had this report saying, a new report, well, maybe they didn't do it, says that watching a Vegas Golden Knights game is costing the average family of 4 nearly $600, which is over 40% more than the league average. A recent study done by Betway, an online gaming
a gambling company, looked at the cheapest and most expensive cities for game day. The study considered factors like ticket prices, the cost of beer and soft drinks, as well as the price of a hot dog at each arena, according to a news release. With average ticket prices for the Vegas Golden Knights centering around $124.09, an entire family of four can expect to pay $555.32 in Las Vegas for tickets, hot dogs, and drinks. And I know going to sporting events is it's a financial commitment, but $555 for a family of four is a lot. I mean, and more than most in the league. So Vegas even has a hockey town, and a successful one, and they play 41 home dates, not just 8 or 9. Still pretty expensive. The cheapest option for families is Florida Live Arena in Sunrise, where the Panthers play. Ticket prices for this arena are as low as $41.79, ranging around $222 for a family of four. The most expensive option is the Toronto Maple Leafs at Scotiabank Arena in Toronto, with an average ticket price of $145.60. U.S. or Canadian, doesn't matter. Totaling $623.68 for a family of four, which is only about $70 more than it costs to go to a Golden Knights game at T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. So it just goes to show you that Golden Knights games, not cheap. How about all the other stuff that you want to go to in Las Vegas? You want to go see, is it La Grande? It's a Cirque du Soleil performance. Or Michael Jackson 1, that's respectively $500 or $350 a pop. More Cirque du Soleil. The Royal VIP Experience, $350. Blue Man Group at the Luxor, $220 per ticket for that one. Oh, you want to go see Kelly Clarkson. And by the way, some of these acts are here year-round, right? It's their residency. It's where they're based, like the Blue Man Group, or I know David Copperfield, but like Kelly Clarkson comes in. Now the A's are competing with incoming tourists. They've only have 2 nights there. First off, if you're doing 3 nights in Vegas, good luck. And 1 night's not enough. So now you got to compete with people's time and schedules and make it available to go to these games. Kelly Clarkson, maybe you want to see her perform. $126 over at Planet Hollywood. And Jerry Seinfeld doing some comedy at Caesar's Palace these days. $125 per ticket over there. How about Maroon 5 playing at the Park MGM? That's right next to T-Mobile Arena. $120 a pop. Or if you want to go see O at the Bellagio, $116 every Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night. Oh, there's David Copperfield right across the street from the Tropicana at the MGM. $89 a ticket to go see some magic. Oh, or if Chris Angel is more of your thing, he's got Mind Freak going on. It's funny how these are grouped, by the way. I guess we're in the magician category, and that's $87. So you can pay $2 more and see Copperfield, or $2 fewer at Planet Hollywood and go see Chris Angel. But these are all options and things that these will compete with the A's for tickets and fan attention and tourist attention. And if, look, I get it. They're also assuming that a lot of locals are going to come to A's games in Las Vegas, but like 70-30 is the projected mix, meaning that like 30% of your fans are also interested in this stuff. Tournament of Kings, I think I saw that way back in the day at the Excalibur. $80 a ticket to go to that, $76. Oh, if you want to go all the way out to the Rio, where a lot of people think the A's should have built a stadium in the first place, Penn and Teller doing their thing there for $76 a ticket. I think I'd be interested in going to see that. I really would. Weezer. Oh my gosh. Is it the 90s again? Weezer for $70 a ticket at Planet Hollywood. Rod Stewart for $70 at Caesar's Palace. So I get it. On one hand, like the idea of a $15 baseball ticket is enticing when you think about what everything else here costs, but is it really going to be $15, you think? Is that even a possibility? Well, I'll tell you what is a possibility. At the Tropicana Hotel right now, you can go see Murray the Magician for $32 at 4 p.m. I guess this is if you're really, it's like a pre-show. It says Murray is a YouTube sensation with over 1 billion views. I'm only a couple 100 million short of that, I think. Or the LA Comedy Club, only $30. Now we're starting to get closer to the $15 price tag of the lowest A's ticket they ever say is possible. And by the way, if they do this flex ticket thing, like I know they've done this summer where sometimes the cheapest ticket is in the $40-something range. How in Las Vegas could you ever do a $15 ticket? And some things to consider about this. Supply and demand are what they are. If there's only 30,000 seats, and if there really is a huge demand and a small supply, ticket prices are bound to go up. And the honeymoon period is going to be part of that. People just want to check out, what is this new Las Vegas ballpark going to be? Also, the market dictates the price. If everybody else is charging those amounts, why can't you? Why wouldn't you? I mean, I could go to the Aria Hotel and not have to pay $13 for a bottle of water. You know how they do it there, by the way? The waters are on sensors in the rooms, and if you even move the water or it knocks down, the sensor trips off, it automatically bills you for the water. You didn't even open it. Didn't even touch it, maybe. Got knocked over. They could charge you, by the way, 50 cents for that water. But why would they if they can get $13 for it? And not to mention, we're talking about $15 of a ticket price. Maybe there's a $15 fee and a surcharge, and parking is going to be $100 for that family of four, and food and merchandise and all the prices, but maybe as you'd expect. This is Las Vegas. And the last time I went there, was it 2019? Honestly, wife and I were there for 36 hours. And this is not even, there's no gambling or nothing. This is just food, entertainment, and staying there and traveling there, probably a couple $1,000s for 36 hours. Las Vegas is expensive, and to think that a baseball team and going to games there wouldn't be, I just have a hard time believing it. So, wanted to paint that picture. Let me know what you think about all this in the comment section below. Keep it smart, keep it civil down there. Also, thumbs up on this video since you made it here all the way to the end. And don't forget, subscribe to this channel so that I can definitely see you back here next time. Hey, it's Brody here, and I want to remind you what you're watching right now is the Super Stream. This is a compilation of A's coverage involving potential relocation to Las Vegas. A bunch of videos that I've been making across the last several months. They're all getting replayed right here, right now.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Jacqueline, it's a pleasure to talk to you. We text, we go back and forth on social a little bit, but from what I've gathered, and just to tell your story, but maybe you could do a better job, your background is news anchor for Fox 5 in Las Vegas, but this is not where you're from, right? And you actually had a stop here in California, I think, too, right?
Oh, absolutely. So a little bit about me. Born and raised San Diego, family's diehard Padres fans.
Nice.
And then in Northern California, my mom's lived in Sacramento for decades and went to Sacramento State. And where would I go, during the summer with friends? I'd go to the Oakland Coliseum. So I am very familiar with the love, the passion, and the rabid fan base that Oakland has. And I've been trying to explain it to people in Las Vegas. North of Oakland, you have so many counties across the entire state of Northern California that are A's fans. This isn't just an Oakland team. But it's very Northern California regional. And I've been trying to explain to Las Vegas locals, it's not just a Bay Area team. It's very Northern California and even Reno, a lot of Reno fans as well.
Well, you've been on this story, I would say a long time, but really it's only been intense in Las Vegas for the last, 2 months of coverage, I'd say. Words that people are using here in Oakland regarding the A's and potential relocation. I wrote a few down here. Angry, confused, heartbroken, hopeful. And maybe a few others that I can't say even here. I don't want to say here. What are some words you would use to describe how Las Vegans are feeling about things being this close to the A's in Las Vegas in reality?
And funny that you used all those words, because I would say the same thing about Las Vegas.
Really? Those same words?
I would use those same words.
Like frustrated and angry?
Let's go down the list. Angry.
Confused, I said that. That was another one, yeah.
Well, let's go to the flip side. Let's go the most hopeful. I think, we're the entertainment capital of the world. We've wanted sports for years. There's a lot of people here who travel to LA for Dodgers games, who travel to San Diego for Padres games, who travel to Phoenix for a D-backs game. And so there's a lot of people here who already like baseball.
Right.
You know, who won't like baseball?
Sure.
You know, we love baseball. Then you have a lot of people hopeful and unsure, like, what the heck did we just pass? Then you have a lot of people frustrated. You have a lot of people frustrated that it was moved to the Tropicana location.
Mm-hmm.
We have at least a quarter of people in Las Vegas work in the hospitality industry. And that specific cross street of Las Vegas Boulevard and Tropicana is one of the most densely packed intersections in America, and you could argue the world. And traffic has been insane. And so you essentially adding more construction and adding a ballpark just added to their commute. And so you have a lot of people mad. And then you have a lot of people, you know, concerned about any potential taxpayer impact. You have a lot of people, you know, we went through the pandemic like everyone else. We went through shutdowns. Like Northern California and like lots of California, we have more homelessness. We have a lot of children struggling in schools. So there are a lot of people with less of an appetite for public financing or funding and would have preferred it going to something else.
So, wow. I mean, you did cover a lot of those same words that, you know, and people in Oakland are just disappointed that things didn't work out here, or they got to a certain point and then they went to Las Vegas, and then maybe the desires of the A's changed. All of a sudden it wasn't a big built up development. It's just the ballpark is quick and as easy as they can get it, you know, approved and financed and all that stuff. I want to go back to the public reaction though. And I mean, obviously lawmakers are in a bit of a different spot. They're trying to use resources they have and promises they're getting. But it does seem like the public polling on all of this and anything that we saw, none of it was to a high level or a high sample size. But Nevadans seem pretty overwhelmingly against SB 509 and against SB 1. Have you seen any numbers that contradict that? Or have you seen in real life enough people that contradict like the 80-20 opposition?
Yeah, so I asked a lawmaker about it and I asked a lawmaker who supported. Mm-hmm. They did take a look at polling internally. They were able to break down because the poll did allow you, if you didn't live in Nevada, to weigh in. And sometimes we have, you know, from viewers, people interested.
Outside influences. I
correct.
Totally get that. Yep.
Now, their internal polling they were privy to said it was split.
Really?
Now, I could see that. However, you have to think about there were only two options.
Right.
There was yay and there was nay.
Right.
What about all those people in the middle who are like, what's going on? Why is this happening lightning fast? What I have questions that need to be answered. And so I would believe that split seemed pretty pretty reflective of the community, but it didn't really factor any other options. I'll send you Las Vegas locally. They're a fun local blogger. They posted a poll that locals typically weigh in on, and I'd say that seemed more reflective, and they get a lot of traction. It was like 35% yes, 30% no, but then the rest unsure.
Right. And fair enough, right? I mean, it all happened so quickly. Mm-hmm. I think the public was missing all the details, or the details are so complex on what does this mean for Clark County? What does this mean for the state of Nevada? Who are these A's, by the way? What's their plan all about? Let me switch gears and ask you this. Obviously, as all of this was going on between mid-April, May, and into June, the Golden Knights were on a tremendous Stanley Cup championship run. And so they were early in the playoffs when all this started. They kept advancing, and there was even one of the first hearings on SB 509 on Memorial Day, while I believe the Golden Knights were also playing a game that night. Was it that night?
They were.
So
they were.
How much of their success and their totally separate run, how much of it either clouded or influenced or overshadowed like this whole ballpark process? And maybe that's a reason why people aren't totally in tune with what's going on.
Or not that excited. If there was something the day after the Stanley Cup win, the bill was passed.
Right.
I would say the fanfare was not there. It
Really?
It was essentially, it was just something that we knew was potentially going to happen, but was inevitable. Bill Foley and the team here, the VGK, it's beloved, and it's very well known that they did it all with no public funding, no public financing. Same for the Aces as well, who won the first WNBA World Championship for Las Vegas. There is precedent that teams who pay money, who pay great payroll, like Bill Foley, can do a very good job. And so that's why it fell. I would say the announcement fell flat. Now, were some people who were already really for it excited? Sure.
Yeah.
But among everyone else,
It didn't hit
fell flat.
It didn't hit the casual fan maybe the same way.
No, and I sent you that article, and I'll have my web team clip it for you. But there was an announcement just a couple days later.
About the NBA team?
Correct.
Yeah.
The Oakview Group, I believe it is,
Yeah.
they had a meeting and they did a presentation. They had been looking at a plot of land for some time, and they are going to have a 100% privately funded $10 billion stadium plus development. And they said in front of an entire room, no public money to cheers.
And this was, like, to your point, this was a few days after $380 million was agreed on by the Nevada state legislature, right? So interesting, the timing of that. They must have been seeing this play out and knew that they were going to make their announcement afterwards, right?
Absolutely. Although we didn't really know the timing. This meeting was planned prior. It was the Great Las Vegas Greater Economic Alliance. It was a planned, luncheon, yada yada yada, with a bunch of stakeholders. But they pushed it forth. They announced their plans, and there have been talks about an NBA team for a while. And obviously, with an NBA arena, it's easier to secure it's easier to secure private financing because the costs are so much less.
You and I have that same problem, the whole public-private thing. Whenever I mean to say one, I say the other.
Yes.
I'm like, wait, no, that's not what I meant. My outside perspective, I've been to Las Vegas, like a lot of people, a lot of times for a lot of different reasons. But when I initially heard even 2 years ago that the A's would consider a stadium site down there, I always thought, well, if you're going to go to Las Vegas, you've got to be on or near the Strip, right? And even as recent as probably 3 months ago, that was always my thought, that was the best prime spot. How could you go to Las Vegas and not, have the Strip be your home? But I quickly realized the public sentiment down there thinks like the exact opposite. I mean, if you're a local, is that the last place you want to go? And I guess what I'm asking for here is what's the intel on the Tropicana site versus like the Rio site, which has been brought up and discussed, the festival grounds. Is this the least favorite of all the locals?
I would say among all the sites, I hear the most criticism on the Tropicana site. Let's back it up. Do locals go to the Strip?
Right.
Depends.
Okay, right.
Do families go to the Strip?
Got it.
Not really. If you think about a trip to Las Vegas, you're spending a lot of money. Every drink, every bottle of water costs more. It's the equivalent of taking your family to Disneyland. Can you afford to go to Disneyland every weekend?
There's a lot of resort fees. I do remember that. Like, wait, or even at the Aria, I think I moved the water, and it knew there was a sensor, and it charged me for drinking a $9 water that I think I just moved. Anyway,
and that's if you stay there.
Right.
If a local parks there, and casinos have changed it in that locals can park for 3 hours, except on game or event days. Then for the Stanley Cup, some of the parking was $65.
Wow.
That'll
catch you by surprise.
So when you're talking about families going there, sure, they might go occasionally to a a show. They might go to see a concert, but it's more of something for the parents to do. For the little ones, especially if you're going to take them into a resort with potentially some adult entertainment,
right?
Or certain images might be offensive to certain families, and so a lot of families stay in the suburbs, and that's just the case. Now, there are places on the Strip where people go more. A lot of people on the Strip still go to, or in the Valley, still go to Circus,
right?
Because it's easy to get to, and there's this little adventure dome where families can go inside in the dead of the summer and ride a roller coaster, and it's air conditioned.
Right.
So there are places that are better.
Right. And so I think the takeaway is probably that this is not the best site of the ones that ever popped up. This may not be the favorite of locals for all the reasons that you're bringing up.
However, there is the Tropicana site is surrounded by 2 casinos that are family friendly.
Right.
Excalibur.
Right.
And MGM Grand, notably with David Copperfield,
right.
Various other family activities. So those are 2 casinos that families, if they so choose to go to a game, can park at, make sure their children are, in a family-friendly environment and park and walk. Albeit parking might be, generally, it's $35 a day.
Wow.
Per event.
Got it. A couple more things to ask you about here. Clark County's floating, I think, $140 million in bonds.
$120 million in bonds.
There you go, 120. It's the same county that's operating right now in functional debt. And to pay back these bonds, to service them, I mean, it's really going to rely on this stadium and the A's being successful, bringing fans in, having them buy things, having them create tax revenue to pay back the bonds. How comfortable is Clark County in all of this? I don't know that we've ever heard directly from them. Like the state is one thing, and the transferable tax credits for Nevada, that seems like a different conversation. But on the county level, and the reliance on the team to do well and have a competitive and product year after year, everybody feeling good about that down there?
I think people were concerned.
Yeah.
Are people confident? I can't pull what everyone feels,
Sure.
but I do know that there were people concerned.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, if there's not enough revenue to be generated, if there's not enough people in the seats,
right.
if there's not enough attendance, that means there's not enough revenue, and that'll eventually trickle down to they can't make payments on the bonds, and taxpayers. Get our property taxes raised.
I saw that.
And so there was a lot of scrutiny about that. What I'm told by Clark County officials is the way the bill is structured helps them feel comfortable that it won't happen in except for potentially a worst case scenario like another pandemic.
Right. There were some built-in reasons why this shouldn't be a problem. Like, it's going to take a lot of things to get to that point. But again, just hearing it from the outside, right? Like, wait, this county's not in great shape already? And that's the commitment they're going to make? Again, just relying on a sports team to nearly sell out all its games for 30 plus years. Like, that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
for even the best teams, that doesn't happen. So.
Yeah. And I just got up a conversation with the state treasurer about all this. And then also I've been talking with county officials. Remember the Allegiant Stadium deal? What differed there is there's a tax.
Right.
There's a hotel room tax.
Right.
Anyone who comes here, they pay a tax, and that helps pay for the stadium.
Right.
As for the A Stadium at the Tropicana site, it's all attendance-based.
Right.
And potentially construction-based as well. Money from the construction, money generated, tax revenue generated, that'll help pay it off too. There were concerns about what this will look like in the long run, but I'm told those concerns are less.
Got it.
But there are still some parties concerned.
Sure. Two more quick things, because I know we both have to go, and I do appreciate this. It's been fun talking to you. The A's kind of need a home right now for 2025, 26, and 27, it seems. 24 probably next year, maybe, if this all works out in Las Vegas. Last year at the Coliseum, we think. We don't know. If they were to come down and play their game starting in 25 in Summerlin, at the home of the Aviators, is that a good thing for Las Vegas to get used to them for a while? Or would it, in your opinion, take away from a little bit of the splash of, hey, we're here, but we're not here in our big ultimate home? How do you see that?
I don't know, actually, because Aviators games where they could potentially play are very well attended.
Yeah.
People love the fact that mostly they don't have to pay for parking. It's a lot. It's very family friendly.
It's not the Strip, basically.
No.
Right.
And then also the ticket prices are lower.
Right.
Now, I don't know how much it would cost someone if they had a choice to go to the same venue.
Right.
But sure, people would love to see the Dodgers play, the Yankees play,
So
a team that they love.
As soon as possible, maybe sounds like what you're saying. If you could get them down there in 25, because I also know they're considering Reno, Sacramento, in fact, even maybe sharing Oracle Park here in San Francisco. I've heard that be discussed. I mean, who knows to what degree, but so you're saying Las Vegas would rather have them ASAP.
I know
you're not speaking for the entire. Just try to gauge sentiment.
Rush.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't see a rush.
Yeah.
Especially if you're not currently going to the Aviators games.
Right.
Sure, you might get more people wanting to go, but I don't know. That'd be a great question.
Yeah.
I'll have to ask people here who cover the Aviators.
My only thought, like I said, is it gets you down there as soon as possible, but it also takes away from maybe the splash you would get to make in your brand new ballpark. And it's like kind of there and kind of official, but not fully, fleshed out essentially. So
it would certainly help the team if they wanted to have more of a fan base early.
Start building it. Yeah.
Sure. But I don't know how it would help ticket revenue.
Yeah.
I just don't know.
That's a good point. Jacqueline, you've been doing a great job. I watch as much as I can, and thank you for covering the Las Vegas angle of it, because like I said, I mean, it's I don't want to say it's two different stories. It's the same story, but viewed totally different ways up here versus in Las Vegas. So keep it up. We'll keep watching, and I'm glad this circumstance brought us together. I appreciate it.
I know. Thank you so much, Brody, and thank you for what you're doing too. I know you're really speaking to the heart of A's fans up there.
Brody here, and thank you so much for checking out this super stream, which I should explain. It's a compilation of my A's coverage in the last handful of months as it relates to potential relocation from Oakland to Las Vegas if approved by Major League Baseball, which, as you're aware, could be right around the corner. And so instead of creating new videos, rehashing old topics, I thought it would just be best to revisit all of the coverage and the angles over time and over this last summer that have brought us here. So once again, what you're watching is a repeat of some videos you've seen, probably some you haven't, but I really do appreciate your support here on this channel and throughout this entire process. Here's the next one.
Here's Brody Brazil.
Lately, there's been a lot of question and conversation surrounding the A's as a business, and how much money are they making and or losing in a single season alone. The claim is a $40 million loss, which I'll never be here to confirm or deny. I can't. How could I or anybody else? Nobody is privy to the books. Only a small circle of people very much on the inside. Teams across North America in professional sports, they don't open up the books to the general public unless they are publicly held, kind of like the Green Bay Packers. But that is definitely not the case with this version of the green and gold. So nobody's really going to find this out. I mean, don't get me wrong. Some of you are out there and smart enough to piece together the big contracts and numbers and information that you're privy to. Maybe there's more, maybe there's not. But how could any of us know for sure that this number is accurate or that it is an exaggeration? We don't know. But I'm going to sidestep for just a second. I'm going to translate the difference between losing money and the cost of business. I'm going to translate that to buying a house. And I hate the fact that I have to use a purchase price here of $750,000. I mean, you could pay that much for a house in different parts of the country. You'll get like a mansion. But here in the Bay Area, in a lot of counties, that's a typical purchase price of a house. Usually a mortgage, usually a loan, but that's a lot of money to commit to. So let's say you bought that house 5-6 years ago for $750K. But in the last handful of years, your roof had issues. That's a $30,000 repair or replacement. Your HVAC system needed $25,000 of work. Your water heater busted. That's another $5,000. $3,000 for the refrigerator that stopped working. And the dishwasher needed replacement. That's $1,300. I'm going to round some numbers here and say that you're not feeling so great about dropping $750,000 essentially on a house, and then in 5 years, your first 5 years of living there, pouring another $64,000 into these expenses. Sure, you could tell a lot of people, I'm losing money on this house. This house is cleaning out my pockets. And yeah, it's rightful to feel that way. Trust me. I didn't just make some of that stuff up. But yeah, this is a frustrating experience. And you do feel like, and you can say, I'm losing money on this house. But are you? You still own the house. And the value of that house, let's just say that, in 5 years and the market goes way up and it appreciates so well that the value of that house goes up $500,000 in 5 years. That's also not unheard of here in Northern California. Might be on the high side, but that's not unheard of. So now the value of your house is $1.25 million in those 5 years since you bought it. So as we go back and really feel sore about the $64,000, yeah, you spent it. But if you wanted to sell that house, you could sell it for $500,000 more than you bought it for. You could make $500,000 like that. By the way, I would urge you to check out the taxes on that. Capital gains taxes on that. Be careful about this. I'm not providing you any financial advice here. But you see what I'm saying? You paid into something that's worth so much more now. So in essence, you had to do it. You live there. You still own this outright, all by yourself. Did you really lose $64,000, or was that the cost of doing business here? So let's now translate that into buying a professional sports team. The cost is obviously way different. This is a $200 million team that you just bought. And let's say that because of salaries or rent or employees or advertising was low or whatever it is, that you're losing $10 million a year for 10 straight years. So the A's say they've lost 40 in 1 year. Could they be losing that much on a year-to-year basis? I doubt it. Are other teams across baseball making money every year? Yeah, probably. Are some just breaking even? Yeah, probably too. I'm going to be on the aggressive side here and say you're losing $10 million a year for a decade. That's simple math. Even I can do that. $100 million expense across a decade to own this team. But you bought it for $200 million. And let's say that in that decade of time, it is now valued at $1.3 billion greater than you bought it for. And this is also a common situation. I can think of a few teams in sports that were bought for one price and a decade later they're worth so much more. In this case, the new value of your team is $1.5 billion. So remember that 10-year span and losing $10 million each year and that $100 million you lost? If I told you you need to give up $100 million to bring in the value of $1.3 billion, wouldn't you do it? You're not really losing that money right there. You're paying into something. It's like an incurred expense and the cost of doing business. But there's one huge difference here of your home versus owning a team. I'm making a mistake in this, in this comparison here because you can take on investors to buy into your team. and help you with liquid assets. Like, I can't sell a bedroom of my house and have somebody say, well, I'll pay you $400,000 for just the bedroom. And then I get that cash as an injection to, the team or wherever the cash for that purchase is going to go. You can't do that with a house. You can do that with a pro sports team. You can take on other minority owners. Like if you're the majority owner, you can take on other owners at smaller values. You're still majority in charge, but now you have their assets as part of your ownership. You can take them on and gain liquid assets. In a team situation, you can't do that. In a home situation, I guess you could do a reverse mortgage, but yeah. But there is a difference here in all of this, and I hope that's what this video points out. There is a difference between incurred expenses and the cost of doing business and what some people will say they're just losing money on. You're losing money if your business or your property doesn't appreciate. But a pro sports team and a piece of real estate, like in a place such as Northern California, they're typically going to appreciate greatly. So to say that the A's, if at all, are losing money, that's really an incurred expense, or that's the cost of doing business. You're not really losing money in the end. You're gaining a ton of value while you're paying for some expenses and paying for the cost of business. I should also say that not every team is in this spot of even claiming that their expenses are greater than their income. A lot of teams are seeing more income than expenses. The A's obviously claim to not be in that situation. So just wanted to point it out as people evaluate the $40 million lost or some made or breaking even. Again, I can't even begin to go down that road. How will I ever know I'm delivering something accurate and truthful? I won't. But I do want to say what can be seen, and that is losing money and the cost of business are two different things. Thumbs up down below since you made it here to the end of this video. And don't forget, subscribe to the channel so I can definitely see you back here next time.